So here we are, we've added a very basic landscape, but let's set this up so that we can get some significantly nicer effects out of this, and we can get rid of this tiling effect going on. So I'm going to go back to my ML Dirt, and this time, instead of having this set up in such a way that we just get this texture coming in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an input. So right click and type in input, and you see that we have function input. Now what I essentially want to do is I want to have it so that, I'm going to hit apply so you can see this. By adding an input, you can see that the input is now a node in the material function itself. So you can name these and set these to any type that you want. In this case, we're going to be plugging in the landscape's UV data into this texture and this texture. So I'm going to set this to be input type vector2, and it's going to be called close UVs. So plug that in and plug that in. Now it's going to look broken right now because at the moment it doesn't know what value it should be. But what we can do is right click, landscape layer coords, and plug that in. And now if I hit apply and I go back, oh, of course. So this value that's been plugged in is currently set up such that it's previewing off of this information, but it's not equal to this information in the final build. And that's because if I go to here, there's a little thing that says use preview value as default. So I'm going to check that because I actually want to do that. Now essentially what I want to have set up here is apply, save it. You can now see that this is gray where before it was white. And the reason for that is if I go back to here, the UV data is being read straight in. But what does that mean? Well, it means in my material, if I was to go to here and set up landscape coords, and let's just plug in a number such as 12. You can now see that it's scaled up the entire landscape. And here's the problem. All the tiling's gone, but if I was at ground level, this would look quite large. But if I pull back to here, you can see that again we have some tiling. So what we actually need to do is something a little bit creative here. We need to essentially set it up so that when we're close to the ground, the area around us is a very tight, compact material layer. But when we pull away and we're further away from an object, the material is going to be a much larger pattern, but we're not going to notice that it's missing detail because we're so far away from it. So how we do that is we go back to our ml_dirt and we look at what we have here. Now, this is our basic material, but what if we change this around a little bit? What if we set this up such that this was the close one, but we had another material that was being blended in to be the far one? So the quickest way for us to do this is going to be select everything that we've got to here, and I'm just going to Control W to duplicate it. Before I go any further, I'm going to go to my input and I'm going to set this to be distant UVs. And I'm going to set up these values as well. Now in this situation, I'm going to set these up to be, my gut feeling says that this could be set up as a scale of 19. And before I set this up to be a scale of 12, I might go a little bit lower with 10. Now it's going to be a little hard to see here, but hopefully you'll be able to see it on the landscape itself. Now, what I've essentially done here is I've created two of the same pipelines, but when I get to here where it says set material attributes, I'm now going to actually get this and we're going to blend them. So I can go to this value called blend material attributes. And what this does is it gets this one and it gets this one, and it's like a lerp, except it takes the entire materials to blend them together. All I need to do from this point is find a way to blend the two things together. So before I go any further, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a texture sample to just kind of demonstrate what's going on here. I'm just going to get a shape, doesn't matter what it is, this will do, and I'm going to plug that into the alpha. And the reason I'm doing that is if I hit apply and look at this in the world, if I get close to the ground, it might be a little hard for you to see, but you can see that it's blending between the two of them here. So see how there's those weird lines sticking out? That's because it's blending between them there. So what we need to do is find a way to create a mask around us that is relative to how far we are from the object. And there's a really good way to do this. And to do it, what we need to do is get the world position of the current piece of dirt that we're looking at. Now, once we know where that dirt is, let's find out how far away that dirt is from my camera. And I can do that by typing in the word distance. So absolute world position returns the location in world space of the pixel that we're looking at. And if I get the distance between that and my camera position, oops, accidentally clicked on the wrong one. You can see that we have camera position in world space. If I get that and plug it in, this is actually going to give me a distance value of how far away it is, which means if it's 1,000 Unreal units away, this is going to be a value of 1,000. Now, that's a big number, because it means that the only stuff that would ever be in the black part of the mask would be literally touching my face. But if we get this distance and we divide it by a number, so I'm just going to divide this by 1,000. If I divide this by 1,000 and then clamp it, it means that it's never going to be a value over 1. So I've got that, and I'm just going to plug this in for the time being to demonstrate what's going on. In fact, what might be a good idea for me to show it off is to quickly add just I'm going to substitute the current colors that we have in there with some bright colors so you can just see the difference. So don't follow this step yourself, just look at what I'm doing. So I'm going to plug this in and plug this in, and when I'm up close it's orange, and as I move further away it's green. Does that make sense? So when I'm up close, it's orange, and when I hit 1,000 units, it's now green. So it blends between those two. Now, the problem we have is that we really don't want it to start blending for a certain distance, and then after that distance, we want it to start blending. So how do we do that? Well, let's think. If this is the distance, if something is 10 meters away from me, if I get the distance value and I subtract a value, so I subtract, say, 1,000, it means that between 0 and 1,000, when it's clamped, the value is still going to equal 0, because when it equals negative 100, for instance, it becomes a value of 0. And then if I do the divide after that, it's going to then do the fall off from that point on. So all I actually need to do here is subtract the distance from my camera. So I'm going to subtract, just as a ballpark, I'm going to subtract 2,000. And if you look at this, it's orange, it's orange, it's orange. But then when I get to this distance, it now fades to green. Now, I'm going to go and delete these nodes that I added and plug in the dirt that I created into my base color. Apply and save. And if I look at this in the world, I'm now going to set this to be a much smaller tile than what we have set up at the moment. So just to demonstrate it a bit better, close UVs are going to be set to a very low number, such as 2 or maybe even 3. We'll try 2. Apply. So give it just a second. Now notice when it's up close, it's this small stuff, and then as I pull back, it's the big stuff. And if I zoom in slowly, you'll see it blend between the two. So it's up to us to kind of work out how far we wanted to spend blending between the two. Now at the moment it's very visible because you're looking for it. But if you imagine all of the hills and everything else in the way, it becomes a lot harder to spot over time. So how I'm going to do this from here is I'm going to go to my dirt layer, and I'm just going to set these values up to be a little bit better. I'm going to set this from being an input of 2 to say an input of 5. Apply. And the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to set my distance blend to be something that's a bit better than what we've got at the moment. So at the moment it's waiting 2,000 units before it even starts blending. I'm going to drop that back to be a bit closer, say 1,500. And I'm going to set the divide amount so that it's less abrupt. So we've gone from 1,000, I'm going to turn that up to 2,000. That looks a little bit nicer as I pull away, and then I get close. This now looks quite detailed near my feet, but at a distance it also has no noticeable tiling. So that's fantastic. Now, the final thing that I'm going to do in preparation for the next section is going to be setting this up so that this is only really being calculated once. So all I need to do there is create a function input, and this is going to be called distance blend. And all this means is we want to take in a scalar and output that straight to the alpha of the mask, and also check the preview as default. All this means is that while this is in my function right now, if I wanted to, oh, I should hit apply so you can see it. In my landscape material, it's now an input, which means if I wanted to in my main landscape, I could get this and plug it into all of the different layers that I'm going to create so that they all blend together, and I only ever need to change the values at this point. So we've made it something that we can use to preview within the dirt, but we can't override elsewhere. Actually, I'm going to keep this in here for the time being. So, with that said, the only other thing that I think is a really good idea right now is for us to create another output. Now at the moment this is outputting result, so let's rename this to be material blended. And I'm going to click on the output and hit Control W, and this one here is going to be called height. Okay? And the reason it's called height is we actually want to calculate what a height mask would look like between these two materials. And the nicest way for me to really do that is to get material attribute, which opens this up and gets a specific value that I want. In this case, the value that I want is going to be just the base color. And once again, I'm now going to do what I did before. I'm going to get a component mask, and I know the green layer works reasonably well for this, so I'm going to follow the same process that I did to create a roughness map. But this time around, what I'm going to create is a height map that kind of helps us out there. In fact, these values are basically what I want up until the very end. So I'm going to get this, and I'm going to then change the power nodes afterwards. So plug that into base color. Whoops, sorry. Plug that into there. Yep, there we go. So for anyone that missed it, I'm multiplying, I'm clamping, and I'm powering all over again. This time I'm not going to use the lerp that I had at the end there. So this is my current height map. I'm actually going to increase the power a little bit here so that the dirt is... actually, you know what? No, I'm going to drop this down to about 1.1 looks like it'll probably be good. This way dirt kind of starts filling in those cracks reasonably early before the stones really do. It's up to us how we want this to work, and it's going to take some tinkering after the fact. But for the time being, I think this number is probably going to be okay. Somewhere around 1.1 or 1.25 is probably going to be good. So I'm going to plug that in, and this is going to be height. And this isn't going to be used just yet, but I promise you we'll use it in just a bit. So now that we've seen how to do distance blending on materials, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to look at how to blend those materials into an advanced landscape. So we've created a dirt material. What I'm going to do now is quickly duplicate this, and this one will be actual ML grass. And I'm going to double click on that. So we've created this. I'm next going to quickly set these textures over to the grass textures that I want to use. So the grass textures are t_grass. So do a search. t_grass2. These are all coming up because they're in the grass folder. That was nice of it. t_grass2d, and I'm going to do that for the normal as well. N, and because I'm lazy, no, let's do it this way. So grass 2, so that's the normal, and finally grass 2 diffuse. So we've now got diffuse and normal. Now for something like this, it's going to be easier for me to initially just disconnect the UVs so I can see the material up close as I'm working out the values for everything. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to blend in the same way that I had before. So as we pull away, it's going to be a different grass. But I'm going to have one other thing happening, which is I'm going to make sure that we've got a little bit of what's called fuzzy shading going on. And now fuzzy shading it's a function that kind of it's built to give a bit more of a realistic sheen to glass. Not glass, to grass at certain angles. So we're going to do that after I've done the blend. I'm then just going to get the diffuse and kind of warp them and then set them back into the material attribute that we already had. This will make sense in just a moment. But essentially what I need to do first is make sure that my height map that's being based off of everything. So I'm going to go to here, start previewing. That looks like it could be alright, but I'm going to increase my multiply to be a value of 5 so that the grass is quite high. And my contrast at the moment is set to 1.5. If I set it to 1, it's that. 2, it's that. So, you know what? Actually, maybe 1.3 or so. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So we've now got our height set up, our multiplier is set to 5, our power is set to 1.3. And I'm just going to check the roughness value that's being output from here as well. So the roughness values that we have here are, I'm going to preview it before the lerp so I can see what the mask looks like. That does seem like a pretty good split between the grass and the dirt. However, once again, I'm going to increase this multiply value by 5. Make sure you do it on both of these. So we've now got that being set up as a value of 5, which kind of grabs the top of the grass a little nicer. I could even go a little bit higher, to be honest, say 8, or too high. Yeah, 7 is good as well. So if I get that, and I set this to values of 7, I'm now going to tell the grass that the top, I want you to be a value of 1, and then otherwise I want you to go all the way down to say this dirt area could be 0.4 will probably look alright. If I look at this in here, I'll be able to see it. I think that's okay. It'll be a lot clearer as we go onward. So at the moment I have 1 and 0.4. I'm just going to make sure I set that up on this lerp as well. Fantastic. So the last little thing that I need to do to get the grass correctly working is add the fuzzy shading that I mentioned before. So I'm going to right click and type fuzz, and you'll see that we have fuzzy shading grass. Now essentially what I'm going to do for the fuzzy shading for the grass is get the current diffuse color and then run a very simple, run this node on it, which itself is, if I open it up, a large network that's been built to kind of simulate a nice fuzzy area around grass. But all I need to do here is so we've got the blend material attributes going on right there. I need to get the current diffuse and I need to get the current normal and plug those straight into here. So all I need to do here is we've already got this node sitting here that's getting the material attributes. So I'm going to go to that and I'm going to add normal to that. So diffuse plugs into base color, normal plugs into that. And I'm going to right click on this so I can start to see the outcome. So this is going to be the color of the grass. You can see that around the edges the grass is now a bit lighter, which is quite nice. So by default the values, I mean, they're pretty good, but I've got a couple in my head that I know work reasonably well, so I'm actually just going to throw them in. Essentially this controls how much the edge has been desaturated, so how much color it loses. This then gets the color that's being added back into it. Core darkness means that when you're looking straight at the grass, does it get darker or not? And then you've got the overall edge brightness, which is a final value that gets added against them. Now, these can really go in different directions. I'm going to quickly just set some numbers in by holding down 1 and left clicking, left clicking, left clicking, left clicking. So I'm just holding down the number 1. And I'm just going to plug in some values that I know work reasonably well. Keep in mind you can always hover above to see what the default values are. In this case I'm going to set this to be 0.6 edge desats. Oops. I'm going to set the edge color on the other hand to be 2.5 across the board. I'm then going to set the core darkness. And finally the edge brightness, which by default is equal to 0.8. I'm going to set to 0.9. So that should look a little nicer. And finally the last thing that I'm going to do here is we've done the blend. But what I actually want to do is get a set material attributes node that takes the existing material attributes node, and I'm just going to delete the current elements and just add one in that just says base color. So this will swap out the existing base color with the one that we've just created, and that'll blend in instead. And now if I preview this, you can now see that the grass has that little bit of a shine around the edges, which should look a bit more realistic. So I'm going to apply and save. And now it's time for us to look at the landscape and how to blend them. So if I go to my landscape material, you can see that we're currently running dirt straight into landscape. But let's do what we did before, and that is right click, landscape, and go down to landscape blend. Oh, before I forget, I'm going to go back to the very start here and reconnect these UVs for the grass. Easy thing to miss. Apply, save. So the layer blend is going to have two things right now. We have dirt and we have add grass. Now the thing that we're going to change, you see where it says blend type weight blend? Switch that over to be height blend. Height blend. And you'll notice that we now have the layer grass, layer dirt, height dirt. So just plug everything in as it should be. So layer dirt plugs into material blended, height plugs into height, and this connects to here. I'm then going to add the grass node that we've created and just drag this into my landscape. So height is going to connect to height, layer to layer. And it's going to be black right now because we haven't given it a blend value. But if I were to set the dirt to be 1, you'll see that we now have fully painted dirt. But if I were to set the grass to 0.5, you can see it's starting to come in. If I then turn the grass blend all the way up to 1, it's going to be a little clearer. So I'll just show you that in just a second. It's hard to see on this node, but if I hit save and I go back to the landscape, I'm now going to have to quickly reset my landscape up, but that's okay. I just go to landscape, I go to paint. Now at the moment it's kind of just working out what's going on because I just dropped the material that we had on before. A nice way to kind of get it to quickly detect it if it hasn't already is to set it to a different thing and then plug it back in again, and you'll see that the target layers are now appearing. Now by default, I actually want to cover this entire environment in dirt. So I'm going to add, and this time it's going to be a non-weight blended layer, which will go into my landscape assets folder. Again, non-weight blended layer, landscape assets. I'm now going to right click on the dirt and I'm going to say fill layer. And this will cover my entire landscape in dirt. Just give it a second. And there it is there. Now at the moment I'm clearly missing something because as I move away we're getting this value. So I'll quickly check what's going on there. So at the moment my distance blend is correctly set up on my grass and on my dirt. You can see it definitely taking place there. So the reason this is currently not working is a rather simple mistake. If I go back to my landscape, before when demonstrating something, I accidentally plugged distant UVs instead of distant blend into that section in my landscape. So you can select the distant UVs on this one and just delete them. Hit apply and save. And then I'm just going to go back into my world and wait for it to quickly recalculate everything. And that's all correctly working again. Okay, so we've got that going. This time though, I'm going to select grass and I'm going to start painting in the grass. And one thing that's going to be quite important here is when I paint in the grass, I want to make sure I have a reasonably high fall off. So I only want to really paint the intersection as full grass. Now the reason for that is that if I get this and I just paint it in, give it a second to build it for the first time. So I've painted this in, it's now a blending between grass and dirt. But if I get my dirt and I want to, I can actually then paint my dirt out so that in the center I have full grass, but around the edges the grass kind of calmly, cleanly, nicely blends into the cracks of the dirt and through the rest, which I think works quite nicely. So that's how we are going to go about creating this, and we can add as many layers as we want, and I really encourage you to do this for your landscape. It's up to you what you want to create and how you want to do it, but I would strongly recommend, if you're doing this, to consider creating a couple of extra material layers that are going to make up rock, cliff, that kind of stuff. The next thing that we're going to focus on doing, though, now that we've kind of got the basics going and we can start really painting in all of this stuff, is now setting up an environment within this that works reasonably well. So I'm not going to go into the cliffside stuff or rocks or anything just yet. I'm going to focus on getting some meshes in and getting an environment up and running that works nicely. So for this section, we're going to be adding tessellation to our landscape. So I want you to go in and we're going to look at the dirt layer that we have going at the moment. Before we do though, I want you to get a good idea of what happens if I bring the camera down to ground level. At the moment, even though this looks kind of interesting, as we get close you can see that it's just a flat surface. For what we're about to do, I need you to open up the dirt layer, so I'm going to go to ML Dirt, and from in here we're going to start looking at how to add tessellation. Now to do this, what we need to do is actually modify world displacement within ML Dirt. Now I'm going to warn you that what we're about to do has a fair bit of overhead, so be aware that if you're going to do it, you need to really actually want to do it. Don't just kind of throw it in there and assume it'll be fine. That said, it is easy to turn off if it is something that is going to be too much overhead for your game and you only discover that in the long run, but just keep it in mind that this is kind of costly as we do it. So initially we have this output material blended that's pushing out to our landscape material, right? And we're also pushing out a height map here, which is a rough idea of like where the rocks are and where the dirt is to control the overall height. Now we can use this and we can leverage off of this to add tessellation to this. And specifically, the section of tessellation that we're going to be working with is world displacement. So to do that, what I need to do is when we have this blend material attributes over here, I'm going to drag off of that and I'm going to add a set material attributes node. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add world displacement, at which point I'm going to plug this into here. Now when we add world displacement, you need to remember that we don't just add a height to each section. We need to add a height and a direction. So to do that, what we need to do is get the height that we've already worked out. We multiply that by the vertex normal of the world. So I'm going to type in vertex normal. Now, the vertex normal is essentially a direction. So if I was to look at this, you could see that there's only blue in the top half because that's pointing upwards. Whereas on the bottom half, there's no blue because it'd be a negative value because it's pointing downwards, because blue represents the z-axis. So by multiplying a direction against the height, we're effectively giving a direction distance. So it's saying push it that far out in that direction because the height value, if the height's 0, it means push it 0 values in that direction. If the height's equal to 1, it'll mean push it 1 in that direction. And I can multiply this against any number to kind of control how far it's going to push out. So if I was to multiply this number by 5, for instance, that's now going to push out a pure white value in our height map by 5 centimeters. So to do this, I'm just going to plug this into here, at which point I'm going to have to make one other change before we see the effect. So I've applied this, and I'm now going to open up the landscape material, and I'm just going to go down my landscape material, and you'll see that there's a section that says no tessellation. Instead, set that to PN triangles. Hit apply. And now I'm going to look at this in the world. This is going to take a little longer to build, and again, this does add overhead, so it also takes a little longer to compile. But when it pops in, what we should be seeing here is, if I bring myself closer to the ground, do you see how this ground is now actually 3D? Wherever the height map was, it's now pushing those pixels up. And if I look at it from here, it actually has a whole lot more depth to it, because all of this dirt kind of far more nicely like sticks out and has some realism to it. So we want to do this for not just the ground, we also want to do it for the grass as well. But before we do, we need to remember one thing. If I go into wireframe mode, you can see the tessellation kicking in. See these extra polygons that have been spliced in? As I move away, those polygons are removed, but as I'm close, they're in there. So for this kind of thing, what we actually want to do is we want to control how these are, like how far away it is before it starts splicing in additional polygons. Because if I move forward slowly, do you see we have that effect of them shimmering as they kind of pop in? The reason for that is that if I go to here, you can see the polygons are getting more dense as they're getting into our field of view. So how we can fix this is we can tell this to do a blend further away between our two materials, and at that point we want to increase or decrease the tessellation multiplier. So what I'm going to have here is initially I'm going to go to my landscape and I'm going to set this blend to be from 2000, and I'm just going to push it up to about 3000. I'm also going to tell it to be slightly further away, so I'm going to go from 1500 to say 1750. Now I'm going to apply that. There we go. And if I move forward, it's still there. It's still there, and it's a bit better, but it's still not great. But that's okay, because there's one other fix that we can bring in to kind of fix it a bit. And that is that at the moment we're outputting to world displacement. But in this set material attributes, I'm going to add another category, which is going to be called tessellation multiplier. So for tessellation multiplier, which is there, what we need to do is we need to tell this essentially that when we're close, really tessellate it. When we're far away, don't tessellate it that much at all. So it's up to us how we want to handle that, but I find that the nicest way is actually to leverage off of this distance blend that we already have being read in. And if I get that distance blend and I increase the contrast, so a power of 3 would do. So I'm going to look at this, and you can see that it's black, it's black, it's black, and then as I get farther away, it'll do this. When we're up close and it's a value that's black, what I want to do is I want to lerp. So I'm going to drop in a linear interpolate by hitting L and left clicking. Alternatively, I can type in the word linear and grab it from there. I'm going to connect this to the alpha, and I'm just going to plug this into my tessellation multiplier. And the values that I'm going to set here are going to be, when you're quite close, do a multiplier of 2. Initially, let's try a value of 0 and see how that goes on for the white values. So I've hit apply, now I'll wait. Okay, here we go, it's just popping in. And the ground around us now has a higher tessellation factor as well, because we've pushed it up to 2. So it's a little less noticeable, but it might be worthwhile us just changing that to 1 after all. So I'm going to go between 2 and 1. And I'm just going to build one last time. Significantly harder to notice in the distance now, and we're only able to spot it at all because it's on a flat surface. If this had even like a bit of hills and stuff going, it would be substantially harder to really notice, so I'll move over here. So yep, it's pretty tricky to notice, and if I come down to the ground, we've got some actual 3D like depth, so they're occluding themselves. So it looks quite nice. And it works reasonably well. So the next thing we're going to do is quickly add this to our grass as well. So I'm going to go to ML Dirt, and I'm just going to copy the set materials, the multiply, the normal, as well as this power and lerp. So you should have these nodes here. I'm going to Control C, quickly go into the grass, and just after everything, paste. And if you remember, we're running the material attributes into the set. And this multiply here plugs into the height. And this power plugs into the distance. Going to click apply, and we'll just have a quick test to see how that goes. Can't remember where my grass was in the map, so I'm just going to zoom out for a second until I can see it. So there's my grass over here. So we can see it's working there as well. It's not quite as smooth as we would really like it though for this grass. Ideally this grass would be in large chunks that were up, and then every now and then it dips down. So for us to do that, there's an extra operation that we can really do. So this height is currently outputting a value between 0 and 1 to here. And in the same way before that we multiplied it and then increased the contrast, we could actually just do that one extra time to get something that might look a little bit better. So I'm going to multiply this by a higher number, say 3. And after we've multiplied it by 3, I'm just going to clamp it. Now I should probably increase the contrast in the process, but to begin with I'll just clamp it. It's a little bit better. Still not great though. I might actually turn this up substantially then. So get the multiply. I'll multiply it by 5. I'll increase the power to just still get those drops occasionally. If you really want to see what this is looking like, you can always turn off the UVs here and reactivate them afterwards. So I'm trying to get more of kind of a blanket white for the tessellation that then every now and then drops back. Actually 5 should be alright. And the thing that I'm also going to do here is, instead of pushing it out by 5, I'm only going to push it out by 3. I'm now going to reconnect these UVs, just because it's a bit easier to see. Apply, save. And this should be right. So after this, what we're going to be working on is foliage. And that's going to be one of the things that really brings out the life in your landscapes. So, quickly, just drop this in. That looks substantially nicer. It's got a little bit of like a depth to it. Works reasonably well. And it cleanly blends between the dirt and the grass. So the height kind of pops out depending on which layer it is. You can see the little pebbles in the distance, whereas this is kind of the block. So that works quite well. So next up we'll be doing foliage, which is automatically added by the landscape. And then after that lesson, we'll be doing the foliage painting. So in our last lesson, we added tessellation to the landscape, but let's go through now and add foliage. Now, there are a couple of different types of foliage within Unreal. They all use instance actors, but we can actually get the landscape to automatically place foliage for us depending on certain variables, which is a really, really useful little thing. So I'm going to open up my content browser, I'm going to right click, and now I'm going to go down, and what I'm going to be adding under miscellaneous is going to be landscape grass type. So click on that, and I'm just going to call this, auto-saved, I'm just going to call this landscape plains grass. And under here we have grass varieties, so I'm going to add one. And this, from here, lets me actually set it up such that anything that is in this section can automatically be applied to any landscape layer, or in any way that I've set out. So first off, we need to select a mesh. So I'm going to go to grass mesh, and I'm going to type in grass, and I'm going to search for the word plains, and I'm going to scroll down because the one that we want is SM plains underscore grass 01. And if I look at this mesh, it just looks like this. So I've added this, and I'm also going to get my grass density, and I'm going to go from 400 down to about, let's start with a value of 15. Now this is the number of instances per 10 square meters. So this can get out of hand quite quickly if you have a big number there. Now, I'm going to leave the other settings just as they are for a minute, and then I'm going to show you how they affect it once they're in the landscape itself. So we've got ourselves a landscape asset. I'm now going to go to my material, and I'm going to right click and type in grass. And you'll see that one of these says landscape grass output. Now why this is quite cool is any value that gets read into this is going to be determining where there is and isn't grass. So by clicking on this node, I'm going to say the grass type is the landscape plains grass that we just created. I'm then going to right click and I'm going to say landscape. You see we have landscape layer blend, but we also have landscape layer sample. So add that one. Now a landscape layer sample means we can go ahead and we can get the current value of the grass, and I can say if the value is equal to 0, this is now going to have 0 grass. If the value is equal to 1, it's now going to have grass. By clicking apply and going back to my landscape, we now just wait just a second. And you'll notice that it's added all of these meshes. It's going to need to compile them first time, so give it just a moment. And you can now see that wherever we've added grass, it's gone ahead and actually placed meshes for us that are just sprawled out across the landscape. And this is really, really useful because if I go to my landscape painting now and I click on paint and paint a grass layer, watch what happens as I paint this in. So I can now actually paint in all of these 3D meshes that adhere to whatever it is that I've set up. And if I go back and I want to, I can actually then say, oh, let's lower the tool strength and remove a little bit of it so there's dirt patches in between. And when I come down here, you can see that those nice little patches kind of make it look substantially more realistic. So this is quite cool. One thing that I like to do here though, personally, is at the moment this is really heavily weighted so that it's more likely to have grass. If I go to my plains grass and I set my landscape, and I set the sample of the grass after it gets the value, which is a value between 0 and 1, if I get that value and I just add contrast to it, it's now going to have a little bit of green licking around the edges of the grass before it starts applying the meshes. So I'm going to hit apply. So you can now see there's a little bit of this green fading in, and the reason for that is by adding contrast, whenever the value is 1, it's still value of 1, but whenever it's 0.5, it's now 0.25. So this kind of gives us a slightly nicer blend in between the dirt and the grass itself. Now, if I open up this again, let's get this. I'm going to dock it on the right hand side so you can see the grass that's there. So if I change this, I can now start cutting back my density. If I set this to 5, 1, we can have obviously more or less grass. But it's a good idea for us to place cull distances to sort through this, because right now if I zoom out, this grass takes quite a while before it starts to disappear. I actually personally like setting reasonably high density and then a pretty aggressive cull distance whenever my landscape isn't going to be viewed from a distance. So I'm going to set this to be between 1 and 5,000 is too high. Let's go actually it's between 1,000 and 10,000, and then as I move away, it's going to start culling away different bits of grass. So it'll get less and less dense, and then it'll pull them away. So 1 in 10,000 works reasonably well. The other thing that helps break this uniformity is, see where it says scale Z? I'm going to say I want every piece of grass to be a random scale between 0.8 and 1.2, which just makes every now and then it gets a little higher, a little smaller, and I personally feel it looks a lot better. Keep in mind you can crank these values up substantially if you really want to see some difference, but it's up to you. The scaling though is all set up here. So at the moment the uniform scale is X, Y, and Z. You can say free, which means the grass instances have random X, Y, and Z values. So I've applied that. Alternatively, there's also lock X and Y. So X and Y will be equal to one another, but Z will be on its own. And if I crank that up, you can now see that the Z is definitely randomly selecting. Also, I highly recommend not doing a value that high. But if I come back here, you see we have tall grass and short grass. So in this case though, I'm going to keep the values I had. 1.2 seems pretty good. And finally, to get this a little bit further, let's look at this. Let's duplicate it. And this time around, instead of adding grass, I'm going to change this mesh to say fern, and I'm just going to choose fern 1. I'm also going to drop the density. Now it's still called grass, so I'm going to drop the grass density of fern 1 to 0.1. And you can see that every now and then, it's just going to place a little fern around wherever my grass is. So we have smaller plants. So I can get this, and again, I can duplicate. And this time I can set this to Fern 2. Duplicate. Fern 3. And you can see that we've got just a little bit more kind of breaking up the overall profile. So there's just random plants as I kind of move through the environment, which feels a lot nicer. So that's it. That's all it takes to get landscape grass. Next up, we're going to do painted foliage. So now that we've covered grass foliage, it's time for us to look at the regular foliage tool. Now we covered this briefly when we were doing the architectural demo, but I just want to cover it again since we are looking at outdoor landscapes, which is really where this tool was intended to be used. So within this, I'm able to open up the content browser. I'm just going to dock it to my lower panel here. And then if I want to, I can actually select any meshes. In this case, I'm going to shift select the ferns and flowers. And I can drag them into here where it says foliage type. So from this, I'm able to actually set up the densities and everything else. It's worth noting that for any of these settings that I want to keep for later use, I can also save them out as a foliage asset that I can then just drop back in to keep those settings. So if I have a particular setting that I really like for dense long grass or something like that, I might want to save it out. In this case, I'm going to set the density to be quite low. As before, it's going to be within a 10 by 10 area, so I'm going to keep it quite low for all of them since they're all being added in the same location. So 5, 5, 5, 5. So I've added all of these now, and to apply them into the game, all I need to do is left click, and you can see if I zoom in that we've got nice flowers and plants being placed in that area. I can also shift left click and remove them. Keep in mind as well that I can mix and match some of these, so if I want to turn off the plants, I can just uncheck them, and now we're only going to be planting flowers wherever I left click. The other thing that's worth noting is there's a couple of settings here that you can tinker with to kind of get the desired effect of whatever it is that you're doing. And that is that if I go to here, you can see that we've got random scaling, just as we did before. So I can set this to have any scale that we want to have, so that some flowers are taller than others, for instance. I can also set this up so that align to normal is on or off, which allows us to get the flowers to either automatically place themselves along the ground shape. See, as I painted there, they're sticking to the ground. Or if I wanted to, I could turn that off, at which point they would be flat and facing directly upwards. Again, if I go through here, there's other settings too that can be quite useful. Statically baked lighting versus movable. Often you want these static, but if you are doing an entirely dynamic lighting system, you may want them movable. The other thing here is collision presets. Now by default, anything you paint in the foliage tool is not going to have any collision on it. So if you want to enable collision, you need to actually make sure it's been set up here. And that's really important because if you want to use your foliage tool for trees or something, then you need to consider, how that's actually happening. So again, I can just kind of paint this through if I wanted to. Have a very simple outdoor scene, and if I was to be over here, I could see that while there's grass and everything over here, I can see these plants kind of popping in. And the great thing is that much in the same way as the grass was set up before, these things do actually lot out at a distance as well. So if there are LODs set up for your assets, you can tell them to have specific foliage scaling set up, which just cuts down on a lot of the overhead. These can be done on a per system level as well, so you can set up certain graphical settings to remove foliage more abruptly than other machines. The final thing that I want to go through is at the very top here. So at the moment this has been told landscape static mesh BSP, which means that if I was to drop a mesh into the game itself, so if I was to get this mesh for instance and make it quite large and then went back to my foliage tool, this mesh doesn't actually have collision, so that doesn't demonstrate it particularly well. If I was to get a mesh that had collision, I'd be able to currently paint onto it if my foliage tool had static mesh checked. If I uncheck these, it'll only do landscape painting. So I can actually use the foliage tool to paint onto different meshes and stuff like that. So if I have like a walkway set up, I might want to use the foliage tool to spread various clutter and grime and whatnot across the top of it, whereas if I disable it, it's only going to adhere to the landscapes, which is quite often what you actually really want to have happening. So it's a reasonably variable tool. Keep in mind that it's always accessible to you. And from here, we're now going to actually start building a map itself. So something that's going to actually be the arena for the player to have. So in the previous lesson, we learned how to use foliage tools of both types. We haven't touched on procedural foliage. That is an experimental feature currently. This is something that when it comes out of experimentation, I'll likely do an additional tutorial for, but for the time being, we're going to ignore it. Instead, for this presentation, what we're going to be focusing on is how to actually build an arena that we're going to have for our game. So to do that, what I'm going to need to do is create a new level. And for the time being, I'm going to use default again. Just going to save my existing map just as a backup. But from here, if I delete this ground, I'm also going to, for the time being, just move this up a little bit. So wherever I am, I'm going to start in the air, but that's okay. I'm going to go landscape, and I'm going to set the landscape up in much the same way I had before, which was 2x2 and 4x4. I'm now going to create, and this is our base landscape. So for this, we're going to have a basic arena that exists in this area with the landscape kind of pushing up towards the edges. So how do we do that? I'm going to go sculpt, and I'm going to set this up to be a standard sculpt with quite a large brush. And I'm just going to paint this around the edges. So everything's going to kind of push back into this. Now that I've done this though, and I've got my basic area set up, I'm going to quickly go and set my light source to be movable so that we can more easily see things without those lines. And now I'm going to get my flatten tool. So I'm going to set these up as cliff faces. Again, you're welcome to take your own approach to this section, but it's better to try and adhere generally to the structure that I'm setting up. So now that I've done that, I'm going to set up a flatten tool to kind of have a harder edge across the top. So I'm just going to run through that very quickly. Just want to make sure that everything is at least at this point. Cool. And now from here, it's a good idea for me to go through and set up some erosion. That's to kind of carve away at this and make it look a little bit more interesting. I'm going to turn my tool strength down whenever I'm using erosion. And I'm going to increase my brush size, and I'm going to set my fall off to be more substantial so we don't get as jagged a line as we do it, as we were just saying. So I'm just going to go through, just erode this a bit to kind of get a little bit more of a hill. It's also a good idea for me to do a general erosion pass that's kind of following the ground itself, so make sure that it's not perfectly flat. I'm getting some brush strokes kind of becoming a bit too strong there. So this is going to be the rough outer for my environment. I'm going to grab a couple of areas like this that are kind of nooks, and I'm going to do a hydro erosion pass on them. So from here, I'm going to go through and push in for some hydro erosion. Just so we can kind of push out some of those sections, so they create far more substantial kind of dips in the environment as they go down the edges. That'll do it for the time being. If you want to do your own thing and kind of break this out further, feel free. Generally what I wanted to do was have a simple flat environment that will be our gameplay area, and some walls kind of along the edges that'll look a bit nicer as we kind of move our camera around, that we'll see as being an area that we can't quite penetrate through. We'll flesh that out in just a bit, but what we're going to do next is we're going to make sure that we've got a basic sculpt set up, so like this, And we're going to start actually going through our landscape and meshing it out. So initially, I'm just going to quickly reapply the material that we had already created. And don't forget, after doing so, you can go to Paint and you can right click on the layer that you want to be there by default. In my situation, I want the dirt to be the default layer, and I'll paint everything else in. So if I go to dirt, I can then... Oh, first off, you need to create your weight layer info. We've already done that though, so I'm just going to apply the dirt layer info that we had, which is in landscape assets. So once that's on, you can right click and I can just fill layer with dirt. And that should fill up everything with dirt. We can see that it's the nice dirt that we created in the previous session, so it's got the tessellation happening as well. From here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start painting in my grass layer. Because I'm zoomed so far out, the grass isn't actually visible until I pull my camera in. Also because our strength is quite low, it takes a while for it to kind of get to the point where it's allowing it. So initially I'm going to crank my strength up again and just quickly kind of paint out this area as being grassy. At which point I'm going to go to my dirt layer and I'm going to remove it so that we kind of end up with almost entirely grass in these mixes here. It's a good idea to go through and kind of like add little patches of dirt though that are just kind of sitting around to break it up somewhat. So given our camera is going to be typically around this height, I think this will work reasonably well. Fantastic. So this LOD distance could be a bit aggressive on the grass. It's a good idea for you to kind of tweak this to your own environment. Again, this is one of those things that changes between projects, so working out where you want it to be is pretty important. At the moment it's set to 10,000. I'm just going to turn that up to 15. So it just goes for a while longer. Our camera's never really going to be aiming in this direction though. It's always going to be typically aimed about here. So I think we'll be okay. So that's going to be our rough landscape. We're going to go through and remove grass as we need to, but for the time being, this is what we'll have. Now, with this in mind, let's start actually laying out the meshes. So I'm going to go to my environments and I'm going to start laying out assets. So we're going to go to environments and then we're going to open that up and we're going to look through what we have here. Now, for the most part, the assets that we're going to be building from are in the planes section, and then you'll see within planes we have planes ruins, static mesh. So I'm going to go back to my place mode or hit Shift 1, and ideally whenever I do this kind of stuff, I want to have a good idea of what I'm going to be creating, but also a good center point. Now, within this environment, we're going to have rocks kind of decorating the outside, and we're going to have a reasonably large ruins section that's going to be on this inside. And I personally kind of want to get a single asset that I'm going to be building everything else around, just so I've got a nice focal point for how I'm proceeding. So to do that, I'm going to get this SM Plains castle fountain, and I'm going to drop that in. Because the other thing is that I know how tall this is relative to any person going in the map. A person within this plains is now going to be roughly at head height with the base of the fountain if they're a short person. So I'm going to use that as kind of like part of my scale reference for the rest of what we're doing. So I've dropped this in, and the first thing I'm going to do is get a good idea of how this is sitting within the ground. So we've placed this all through, but I think it'd be a good idea for me to go to my landscape and kind of cut back some of the grass around here and add it in again later. So I'm just going to shift click around here and bring it back to being just dirt for the time being, and I'm going to build off of that and then add the dirt back in as I see fit. So we've got that in there. I'm next going to have a general upper structure that's going to be running around this area here. So we're going to go through and kind of add some platforms in there. One of the good assets for this is the planes blocks that are floating around. So if I go to the floors section, so just up here, static mesh. You can see that we have quite a few assets that are in there that we can use for floors. Now the one that I'm going to use as my standard base is going to be this one here. So I'm going to set this up, and then I'm going to kind of move backwards from that. This is going to be the initial place that's going to have everything else and be the fundamental foundations for the environment. And then I'm going to go back from that and work out how that would then be structured and what would have to be there to support it. So initially I've got this in place. At this point I've realized that my snap grid is set to 1. I'm going to crank this up to 100, and I'm quickly going to set these numbers to the nearest 100 because it's a good idea when developing these to have them in a position that's actually going to work to the snap grid. Again, negative 1000, negative 4000, and zero it out. Okay, negative 30 is probably okay for that one. So we've got this, we've got our basic environment set up. Now we've got to work out how we want this to be placed. Now essentially these blocks are going to be kind of built around the outside. However, we do have a bit of an issue with this asset, and I'll show you what that is. If I look at this asset, I can actually see that its approximate size is 772 by 772 by 126. Now I can live with a height of 126, that's fine, but 772 is kind of an arbitrary size. Realistically, I want this to be something that actually scales well to a snap grid that I can work with. So I've already run the numbers, and I know that if I multiply it by 1.032, I'm going to end up with something that is going to snap a bit better. You can see here that that's, if I do an alt drag, I know that these blocks are now going to be flush up against one another. Oops, I hit H. I know that these blocks will now be flush up against one another if I do 1.032. So that just gets me to the nearest 100 unit snap grid, which is a good place for me to start. So we've got this asset in, and I'm going to just place a couple of these to form a general perimeter, and then we'll do some staircases to kind of tie them together. Now I think it's a good idea for us to do, say, 5 going up, with a basic square being about 3 here. So this is going to be like a mini courtyard that's going to sit, at which point I'm going to have a larger castle-y section over here, and that's going to have a bit of this in front of it as well. So I'm going to block this out and go alt drag, there we go, 4, 5, going to drag these across. Now I think as far as the width of this area goes, I'm going to stick to, let's have a look at this. Thinking perhaps 2 blocks across might be alright. It's a reasonably large area still, keeping in mind how tall a person is. So 2 blocks across will be good, at which point the 3rd block is going to go back down the same as these did. So this is going to be my base courtyard, at which point when we get down to here I'm going to have just 1 set running across. So my environment's going to be kind of based around this. And from here what we're going to need to do is work out how we want to have players able to cross through the courtyard, where we want certain assets, and how we want to structure this castle that we're building. So I've got this in here as a quick base, but from here let's look at what else we need to actually do. I think it's a good idea to go ahead and raise these up. So I've clicked on one and I've hit Shift E to select all of the same type, and I'm actually going to push this up by about 1 meter, because I want this to be a reasonably low area. Sorry, reasonably high area here, but a low area in the middle. And the next thing that I'm going to need to do is I'm going to add a staircase. So the staircase asset is within your floors section. You'll see that we have it just here. And by default, the stairs come up to about there. I'm just going to set the Z height to be about 1.5. So 90 degrees. Now I'm actually okay with these coming a little below the rim, because even though they don't match up flush with it, it'll seem like the next bit there is actually intended to be a bit of a step. If anything, I probably want to lower this down, so I'm going to set my snap to about 10 until we get a bit closer to the ground, and what looks like a consistent step height between here, here, here. Seems good. 100. So this is going to be sitting down about... Fountain's going to go up here. Let's do that. Let's get this here. Again, it doesn't matter if you're exactly matching what I'm doing, as long as you're getting a general idea of how I'm getting to that point, so you can create your own variant of it. I'm going to line this up. Now, one thing that we've just encountered is that, again, because this is kind of in an unusual sizing, what's happening is it's not matching up. So this wouldn't be directly across. However, I can get this, I can Alt drag, and then I can right click and hit Transform Mirror on X. At which point they will match up perfectly with one another, and we've created an environment that kind of looks like this. It's at this point that I'm thinking it might be a good idea for us to widen up the area a little bit, so it goes a little bit further on. So I might move these out by one tile. So I'm just going to pop it. I believe that's correct. Yeah, I think this will be a bit nicer. Slightly wider area, but that's okay. And I'll now reposition this to be in the center again. So we've now got a basic area that is going to be set up for this. And now what I need to do is kind of go out and set up some walls to kind of fill in these gaps just here. And there's a whole heap of these walls in the ruins folder, so I'm going to go back to that, static meshes, and you can see that there's a bunch of different types here. The one that I think is probably going to work the best for us is going to be the bridge wall. So if I type into here, bridge, you can see we've got this. Now when you first drag it in, the pivot point's all the way down there, so it's going to look a little bit unusual. But when you position it correctly, we can start getting something together. So I'm going to initially place this here. I'm going to have this other one over here, and I'm going to have pillars on these corners. So I'm more concerned about where this ends up relative to the staircase itself, rather than where this ends up relative to the corners, because I think it'll be covered by this. So I'm going to drop it down, say 50 units. There we go, pull it out so it touches the edge there. I think that looks nice. Once again, I'm going to control click, go here. Just going to mirror it on the X. I'm going to pull it across. Fantastic. Okay, so we've got the basics of that going on. And now let's go through and add some posts. So the posts, the pillars that I'm going to be adding are going to be at the top of the staircase and are in these corners. And the one that I'm going to use is plain column large, which is this one here, which is a nice strong pillar that I can kind of carve into these sections just here. I'm going to flip this on the y-axis. Right. Can move this a bit further that way so they match up a little bit nicer. So here I can see that my y-axis isn't really working too well for syncing these up, but that's okay. I can modify it just a little bit. Oops, I've got general scaling on, so turn that off. I want to scale this along the x-axis in this case, so that seems to have worked reasonably well as 1.55, which makes this one negative 1.55. Great. Don't worry about the strong shadows that we're getting right now. We'll be doing a lighting pass reasonably soon. Yep. So that looks alright for there. The next thing that I'm going to do is set up the edges. So this is going to involve me kind of having a bit more going on around these areas here. And again, I can go and kind of just use that bridge to form the outskirts all the way from here up and around. Before I go any further on that though, I really want to get this initial groundway in that's going to make up the front section of the castle that we're going to be building. So I'm going to use block 3 as well as block 1. So I'm going to go back to my floors panel for just a second. And I'm going to get the one called block 3. This one. And the reason I'm getting this is if I drag this in, oh, that was a good trick. If I drag this in, you can see that it's a nice circular piece. So I can rotate that 90. Just making sure it's level with the Z height of the rest of it. Alt, drag across. Set my snap to 100 again. Setting the snaps is just incredibly important. I know it sounds like a tedious thing, but you've really got to make sure you do it. Just otherwise your projects can just be an absolute nightmare to work with down the track. So at the moment those corners don't quite run flush with that, but I'll leave that until it becomes a problem. We've now got what will be the castle wall kind of built up here with some gates and doors. So that's our kind of basics for the layout that will be there. We're just going to keep moving on through this, through each video, until the meshing is done. So we're just continuing on with what we've been doing so far. I'm going to go through and quickly set up some meshes around the inside here. Again, take your time on when you're putting this together. It doesn't matter too much if it's not exactly like mine, as long as it's kind of a generally similar structure. One thing we're getting here is this pillars and this pillar are both kind of showing that these heads don't quite match. Thing here to do would be to just pull these across. Do that on both sides. Transform on the Y just in case. So again, pull this out this way. So if I do that though, I've got to make sure I adjust this one to compensate. Uh, 1.1 seems sufficient. That looks okay. They don't exactly match, but I don't think anyone's going to notice. Cool. We're going to build this up as well to look more like ruined walls. So I'm going to get what we have there, and then I'm going to go and add a little bit of debris kind of going across the top. So I'm going to get the castle plane ruins, static mesh, and you'll see that we have all of these ruined walls. It's up to us which one we want to really use here, but I'm going to build off of ruined 1, I think, for the most part. I think I might keep this in unlit for a little while, just while I'm doing this mesh placement. So it's a good idea that when you're doing this section here to keep it reasonably freeform. While in the rest of the project I've been kind of like mirroring assets and keeping it all identical, this is one of those areas that can be however you want it to be. They don't need to mirror because no one would expect ruins to be perfectly mirrored. So you can kind of just mix and match some of these pieces to create something that looks kind of cool. In situations like this as well, I often find it's a good idea to, if I alt drag this across, I'm keeping it in line, I'm then going to switch over to this mesh and apply it. And that's going to do a reasonable job of kind of making sure that everything still syncs up reasonably well. If I do something like this, I'm always going to need to account for how I'm going to have something supporting that wall. We'll be doing that later with some reinforcements, so that should look alright. So it'll look a bit weird when we're initially putting them in, but I think it'll come together nicely in the long run. Probably going to keep these here, but still add a piece here so that we have the base kind of extending across. Now, unfortunately with these pieces, they don't quite perfectly line up on one side. So again, at a time like this, it's a good idea for me to work out the math to kind of figure out how to scale this along that axis to make it equal an actual number that we can work with. Now at the moment it's 529. If I'm willing to compromise to a 50 unit snap grid, I can just divide 529 by 550, which would be where we would want it to sit. So 529 divided by 550 gets me 0.96. I just went the wrong way on that. Sorry, 550 divided by 529. Which gets me a value of 1.03969. So because these assets don't quite all line up, what I'm going to do is go off snap grid for a while, or at least a very low snap grid, to just set things up and go from there. So I'm going to set this down to a very low snap grid to make sure that this can kind of still look good at the connection point between these border pieces. In theory, if that connects at that point, we shouldn't see any of the clipping. Yeah, so that still works nicely. I'm going to be a little and hide the issue in the midpoint as well by just putting a statue or something there. So we can have that together. I can get you... For the time being, let's just make you a pillar. Just delete you for the moment. Now I'm just going to drag you across. Just want to generally have this as a simple walled structure that's protruding out. Yep, that looks nice. It's got a broken silhouette as well, so you don't really see that it's mirrored, which is good. And from here, let's add some reinforcements to this rubble to kind of help have a visual in-world explanation as to how it's somehow all stuck together. I'm going to be a bit cheeky here and go to floors, and you'll see that we have a section called Scrap Bridge 1, which is just here. Now if I'm going to set this to 100 before I continue. If I drop this in, Scrap Bridge 1 is pretty great because it looks like this. And if I rotate this way, you'll notice that it's, it just looks like general rubble, right? It's kind of just an old and cranky bridge. But on its side, It's no longer a bridge, it's now scaffolding and reinforcement, which I think adds a lot of character. So let's just get one of those and place them on either side. And this will look a bit better obviously once we have some lighting going on there. But that looks quite nice, so I think that's kind of like a good starting point. We haven't gone through and added rubble and everything else yet, but I think that's a good starting point for what we want in that region. We could really do it to both sides if we wanted to as well, which is probably a good idea. So I'm just going to, for the time being, Shift E, Shift E. So I've just Control clicked on both, and I'm going to transform mirror on the y-axis so this lines up. And I'm going to put that in there. Now, because the profile is still something that we need to fix, yep, that's good. It's lined up as the midpoint. Gonna bring that in there, and I'm going to now grab a couple of these to swap out as the open brick pieces that we brought in before. So I'm just going to get that and swap them with this. Might actually spin you 180 degrees so you look like something different. Great. So now it looks like there was something more impressive there at some stage. So now that we've got that together, let's go ahead and quickly get some other interesting things happening here. One of the things that I really like to play off of whenever I'm making this is any objects that can cast interesting shadows always make top-down games way prettier. So I think some archways going from here to here on both sides of the bridge would look quite nice. So, and again, here to here, here to here, and then we'll start developing the area for the castle. So for the archway, within this ruined section, you can see that we have a couple of different that we can kind of work with here. I think Castle Arch Ruin 1 is probably a good place to start. My gut feeling says to make this go over here, it's probably going to be a value of like 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. That works reasonably well. So initially I'm just going to get these and just lift them up, just so I can get a general idea of what I'm making. And really what we're going to want is one of these on like either side so we can kind of create that double arch look. I can pull them up a little higher. So with that in there, we're going to have some small columns kind of holding them up. Good thing that we have some small columns to hold them up. So I'm going to drop that in there. And because we want this to kind of fit to the base of this, I'm going to increase the size of these to be 2.5 on the X and Y, and then on the Z axis 1.5, so it kind of matches the base there. Should look reasonably nice. Just got to work out exactly how we want it sitting on top. Kind of alt drag one of these across so I can start positioning them together. So snap drag, there we go. I'm going to line it up at the base, and then when I've lined up the bases, then I'm going to line up the rest of it. Looks good enough. We can also do some kind of interesting stuff with a structure like this, have things hanging off it, or whatever else we choose to do. I think that'll look quite nice. But first off, let's quickly pop this on both sides of the staircase. Looks so it's going to cast some nice shadows kind of across the bridge there. I'm going to go through and quickly add some assets to just kind of clutter up his. So just pull this in. go, looks like it belongs. One of the other nice things about doing it this way is, because this asset's got a couple of alternates, I could drop this in, and then on this opposing one I could swap it with this variant, which looks like it's broken off, which overall just adds a bit of character. I think there's broken cage as well that we could then put on the ground, have kind of sitting in the rubble. Let's climb up, that's against there. Great, so that's just a general structure setup, and I'm going to go through and I'm going to mirror this for the other side. So just control click on all the pieces, alt drag, and once again transform, mirror. Great. Now, as I'm developing, I'm sure you're noticing eye adaptation is kind of kicking in on and off. Because I'm just meshing at the moment, I don't really care about the eye adaptation. I'm gonna just go ahead and turn it off. So under this view mode button up top, I can go exposure, and I can just force it to be at a set eye adaptation level, which is 0 in this case. So I can kind of use that as just something that's not going to change, because I haven't done my lighting and post-processing pass yet, so I really don't care. So with that in mind, we've got some basic setup there. Let's start looking at how we're going to handle the castle wall and get a larger structure. So we'll go through that in the next video. So for the castle wall, we're essentially going to be building a large stone-covered structure that everything else is going to be kind of coming out of. Now there's a few ways that we could do this. To be honest though, the easiest way is going to be set up one giant BSP wall from here to here, and then to kind of build meshes off of that face. So let's do that. I'm going to go to my geometry, and I'm just going to drag in a box, and this is going to be, just going to do 100 snap grid. Quickest way for me to get this back on grid is to delete that and re-add it. So I want this to be positioned at the halfway mark, so that as I kind of build from it, we extend. So the halfway mark is there, yep. And this is going to be positioned around here, with everything else kind of building up from it. I'm going to go do geometry editing mode, and I'm literally going to pull this out to here. And this to here. And now I'm just going to build straight upwards. And this material is going to be set to the ruins plane material. So I'm going to go back to place mode, ruins, and I'm going to set this to be the stone wall. Now initially when I apply it, we're going to get that, which is obviously quite ugly. And that's purely because it's tiling across this. So let's change the scale to be something that's a little bit nicer. So if I was to set the scale to lower, it's going to get smaller. If I set it to larger number, such as 5, we're going to get something that looks like it's a bit more at home, which is probably a good start. Now, I think it's a good move here for us to design one half and then mirror it, and then go through and break it and then make it no longer look entirely mirrored. But we essentially want to develop this to be, at least in its early stages, looking like it was at some stage a nice match for the pieces. So the first thing there is going to be, I'm going to start setting up the railings around these curves. And after I've done the railings around the curves, I'm going to start setting up just doorway meshes and stuff like that along this wall. So static meshes, I know there's a curved railing already, and it's called SM Plains Castle Railing, but I can just type in the word rail. Now the one that I'm going to be adding here is going to be the 45, for those of you who are astute, you'll notice that this is not a 45-degree curve, but rather a 90-degree one. So if I just put that there initially, it needs to come down even further. Snap grid. There we go. Spacebar, I'm going to Alt drag so that we end up with it copying to here. Now the issue here is that my snap grid is set to 10 degrees. So I'm going to go back and set this to 5. Alt drag again. Now at the moment we're going to have a little bit of a gap just purely because of how this mesh has been created. I can live with that though, I think. I'm just going to need to make sure I have something that's hiding that in the long run. For the sides here, I'm going to go and get these pillars back and kind of position these to come to here. And I'm going to pull them out of the wall. So around there. And in the long run, these are going to be stacked reasonably high. So I'm going to put a couple of these in. Yeah, that looks okay. So ideally I'm going to build a cliff face around this section, which should look quite nice, but I'm going to hold off on that for the minute and just get the wall together and then build the cliffs around the wall. The next thing that I'm going to want kind of coming out of this is going to be an archway. So I'm just going to grab the ruins castle arch. Now at the moment we've been using these ones before, but I want to use this because it's far nicer for the kind of doorway that I'm going to be creating. And I'm going to set this to be reasonably large. Let's go with perhaps 1.5. Looks good, and it'll be on the other side as well. So we're going to have an archway on one side, which I think would look quite nice with just various assets such as these kind of hanging off of it and such, maybe a flag or something. And then we're going to have the doorway kind of sticking up and out of it. So we've got a couple of those that we could use for a doorway. There are these nice support structures that are already in here though. So I'm going to get this one, and this is going to be on either side of the door that we kind of add in. So this is here, and I'm going to pull it up, and that should look kind of tempted to scale up a bit higher. So this kind of sits snugly, and this means I can put the doorway that I want to have in there, as well as another one of these on the other side. Might need to move these across, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So for the main doorway, the door I'm going to drop in is again going to be an arch, and the arch I'm going to use is this one here. It's a little bit smaller, which means when I scale it up it won't quite go as high. That's good. Let's move it up. It's probably a bit high. Move it up to about here so we can kind of have some stairs coming up to it and protruding. I really want this to be kind of flush in with the support structure as well, so it's gonna should be nice if we lined up this head with this head. There we go. So that's a good initial support structure. Pull this across for the same effect. It's a good idea to kind of get the door in early as well, so we really kind of start looking at this as less of an arch and more of a door. So there's a good way to do that is I'm just going to alt drag and tap on the word door. So I know there's a couple of them. In this case, I'm just going to set to door 2, which is just here. Now, unfortunately, door 2 by defaults. So we're actually going to work a little bit to kind of get this positioned correctly, but that shouldn't be too much drama. I think this will probably be here. Because this door's never opening as well. It doesn't matter if it doesn't perfectly match. Actually, I might flip it around because this one has a... Oh wait, oh, there we go. That's nice. So that's out by just a little bit. Let's say about 5 centimeters if I were to guess. Yeah, that now goes up to the top. And that'll be our door. So from here we're going to need a little bit of a platform and a stairwell to kind of come up to it. So I'm going to just cheat and use the assets that I've already dropped in the past. So the quickest way to do that is to just alt drag this from over here up, just rotate it around. And now I want this to go from the line on this pillar, so it looks like a good natural point, to there. Fits quite snugly, so we end up with a staircase that kind of looks like that. Then that last step goes in. There's a couple of ways we could handle this. If we wanted to, I could boost the height of this just by a little bit. So just come straight up to it. I think as well for assets like this though, you don't just want to have it built into the wall, you really want to go the whole way and have it kind of sticking out of the wall. So I'm going to alt drag this up to here, and I'm going to add in some more support structures that we had. There is these, which work quite nicely, the buttress. So this is something I'm going to have to find a good scale for, because I want these kind of coming down to the ground. Because of where the pivot point is on these, you're going to need to transform one of these and mirror it to get the nice equivalent location. There we go. I'm just lining up the middle with that inner seam up there. That looks reasonably good as a starting point. I think I'm going to do is pull this closer into the wall, so it's a bit more decorative. And this is going to come up flush against it the same way I did here, so just slightly encroaching, just pull it across to there. So ideally we want to have some sort of statue or something kind of coming up this middle section as well, which means that it's a good idea for me to move everything we've just done across. So just control clicking on everything, and I'm just going to shift it across just a bit so that we've got some room to have something in that middle area without it really getting in the way. I might as well just actually bring this all the way over to the point that it touches that wall there, which means that as you come up you'd be able to go into there. Cool, so that's it for setting up the first part of the wall. We'll move into the second in just a moment. So we've done the first part of this wall. We're now going to go through and set up some statues, and then duplicate this and build our big rock wall around it. So the easiest way for us to do this is, because we want statues, we go down to statues, and there's this folder just here that we can work from. I'm going to get this, and this is going to kind of look like this large entryway piece that we're going to have. So if I get this character and I scale it up to, say, oops, I really want to do a uniform scale here, so it's like that. Kind of coming up along there. Since I know this asset is kind of centered, I'm going to move this support base back and build it off of the top of that. So I've dragged that back. Fortunately, the pivot point isn't centered. That's okay. Let's set this to be cool. Probably go all the way down to that one, and then have this come up as the decorative base that sits atop it. Yeah, that's okay. So we've got that set up as a piece. I'm gonna go through and grab this buttress and pull it to here as well. On either side of it, I think will look nice. Great. So it's at this point that I'm going to now go through, just add some quick rubble and stuff to that, and then duplicate it and put it on the other side so that we've got this as kind of the dividing section. Before I do though, I really want to fill in this upper wall sections with something that's a bit more interesting. So to do that, a nice way is going to be to find these rounded off pieces. I'm going to drag that into the world. I'm going to rotate it, and I'm just going to spin it 90 degrees. Next thing I'm going to do is increase it to about 1.5 and pull it right back into the wall, just enough that it will cast a shadow. And I can now do an Alt. Now I rotated it then, but unfortunately you can see where the pivot point is, and it caused that. But that's alright. We can do what we have been doing, right? Alt drag across, right click, transform, mirror X, and then we connect it up. Now ideally I want to kind of have this going across the top. I think that'll look quite nice if that connects the whole way through. Now this will eventually be covered in rock for a section of this, so instead of finding somewhere to line them up, like as far as the outer walls are going to go, I'm going to have this dipping into here so that it looks like it was meant to line up with that doorway beneath. And I'm going to need to do something to fix that seam that's running along it too. That's couple of ways to handle that. Yeah. Okay, so we've got that lined up. I think the quickest, easiest way for us to kind of cover that seam is going to be just to set something up over the top of it. There's a couple of different options here. Let you choose your own. I think I'm gonna go with having something like a statue set up, kind of covering it at just a slight angle. Don't know what is. Let's get this asset. This is going to be wherever these touch. I'm going to have coming out just a little. Switch to local and just pull it forward. So for the wings, and then I'm going to set up a structure under it. And because these are right above here as well, it should look alright. Or I could just delete them entirely and just have this go the whole way up. That works. Scale to a value of 3 perfectly covers that. I'll drag across. Pretty. Now we end up with that structure instead. And it looks intentional, so that's good. And from here, it's a good idea for us to kind of do something similar on the stage up from it, so have some more kind of intricate meshing going on directly above it. So I'm going to get this, and I'm going to once again just turn it up in size. 2 seems good. I'm less and less concerned with this because again we're going to have a rock wall coming up to here, so I don't need to care too much. And finally, the only things that I really need to do to kind of complete this section off is I'm going to bring this, actually I'm going to grab both of them, I'm going to bring this further up just so we have a column going the whole way just in case. And now I have the fun job of selecting all of this and duplicating and moving it across. Actually, just before I do, I'm going to add some of these, just finding content browser. I'm going to add some of these to the pillars, and I'm going to add some flags as well. So if I drag this in, nice. I'll put another one over here. Snap grid 5. Great. Just a little bit going on there. And as well as that, I wouldn't mind dropping in that flag that is in the earth section. I'm just going to click on content, do search for flag. And the one that I'm going to drag in is just going to be here. So I want to put a flag that's kind of just blowing in the wind here. Now at the moment this flag's really blowing along this y-axis. Turn that value down or up by scaling it. Oh wait, no, it's being done with that shader. Okay, cool. So just a little bit of the flag going there, which works reasonably well. I'm going to put one of those on either side. Cool. Flag, flag. Now I'm going to duplicate that across and then start building from that as our castle wall. So now you've got to go through and select everything and then Alt drag across. So Control. Now it's at this point that I'm going to switch this to first I'm going to hide everything that I know I need to hide that's in that area, including the floors. And I'm going to hide the statue and the pillar. And finally I'm going to hide that. And the reason I'm hiding those assets specifically is, in theory, if I was to go to my top window and look at the section here, I should have the ability to select all of that. Now, this has grabbed something that, yeah. So I'm just going to hide any of those assets too. Something is at 0, 0, but that's okay. Okay, let's just quickly see. I'm grabbing something in the distance, I just don't know what it is. Okay, there we go. Somehow I was grabbing the landscape gizmo. So hide that. I can now see that if I drag over here, I can select just those meshes. So I can Alt drag across, and this time I can go again, right click, transform, mirror on X. And what I'm going to use as my point of alignment when I'm doing this is going to be this round mesh here. So I can see that when this is rounded off, it should just be touching on there. And keep in mind that you can control click to kind of reselect that point, but this should be just there. Now I know this is aligned because both of these floor pieces were already in place. However, I duplicated one of them. So if I was to click on that and hit delete, it would get rid of the upper one. But Control H to add everything back, we've now got our fort front, which looks like it'll do pretty well for what we want to have. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to just quickly keep meshing away, at which point we're going to, we're nearly at the end of the meshing. There should only be one more of these before we kind of move into quick stuff. And then we can start setting up the game that we're going to have built on top of this. It's time to start building the rest of the natural environment around the map that we've built so far. I'm going to lay out the rocks, and then once I've got that arena laid out, I'm going to focus on doing this interior section and completing it. But first off, let's get the rocks in. So I'm going to go to Env Planes Organic, Static Mesh, and you can see we have a couple of rock meshes that we can kind of play with here. I think Plains Large Rock is going to be a good first starting point. Now, this is 2000 tries, so it's not too bad on performance, but you still don't want to go too crazy with it. I'm going to bump the size of this up to be a uniform 4 scaling, and I'm just going to place it snugly along this pillar here. Now this is just going to be a first pass, so I don't expect anything that we do here to be final, but I'm going to place this on either side. I'm going to go into unlit mode with Alt 3, and I'm just going to get this to somewhere that's going to be a little bit nicer. Might even give this a slight incline. It's going to look a little unbalanced initially, but if I just keep bringing these around, essentially we're going to create kind of a cliff face wall. And this is going to look a bit unusual until we get the rest of this in to kind of balance it out. Especially the lighting. Once the lighting is fixed up, this should come together nicely. So I'm going to drag this in, bring it over to here, which stops that from looking like it was at a strange angle. But I can still put that there, yep. And I'm just going to go through really quickly and do some larger block versions. So I'm going to switch this over from 4x4 to 8x8, and I'm just going to, it's a good time here I think to look at it this way. I'm going to hit Control 1, and now whenever I hit 1 I can go back to it. I'm going to look this way, Control 2, I'm going to put the camera potentially about here, which is the menu glory shot that we'll have, so Control 3. And I'm also going to do one looking back on the map, Control 4, and finally up top looking down. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fantastic. So I'm going to use this to kind of make sure that my shots all look pretty good and that they're all set up nicely. This is going to be here. Just going to quickly build a rock wall around the outskirts that's going to be in front of the hills and such that we have in place. It's a good idea as well to do things like over here. If I deliberately push this back, I can make it look like there's a pathway that's exiting out to elsewhere in the map that we just can't reach. Kind of imply that there's more to the world than there really is. So I'm going to bring that to here. Kind of encourage that look. Now these will all get redone and tweaked and everything else once I've got my basic environment down. Cool. I just wanted to get a rough idea of how this was going to look when these were in there. And we're all set up nicely. Might even be a good idea for me to kind of pull this section here back all the way up to here. Kind of again imply something. If we had time, I'd probably dedicate that to kind of building some nice visuals over there as well, like a lake or something. It's going to be there. And I'll need to level off this backing area eventually, but for the time being it's okay. And now let's get a couple of these to kind of drop here. And a few of these are going to sit even further back. It's going to look a bit unusual until we get the lighting together, but that's okay. I'll leave that to yourself to sort out how you want it to look. But now that we've got that in, let's just quickly finish off the rest of the meshing around the outsides, and then we'll finalize it with the lighting and post-processing, so we've got our full outdoor environment done. For the meshing around the outsides, I think it'd be really nice to kind of get some key elements that are identifiable as being certain areas of the map. So I'm going to have like a round tower at this location as my first addition. So that's going to be located in my ruins directory, static mesh. And you'll notice we've got a couple of assets we could potentially use here, but the one I'm going to go with is this here. We have ruin 1 and ruin 2. I'm going to try ruin 1 and see how it looks. I'm also going to scale it up because it's quite small. So bump it up to 2 times and then bring it down to the ground. Now that looks okay from here, but if I was to actually be using this mesh, I wouldn't be able to actually do anything if I was looking down, because it would look horrible. That's okay though, we've got a couple of ways that we can get around that. The easiest way is going to literally just to be filling it up with something. So if I look through my available options, I'm just going to fill it up with the insides of a broken column. So I'm going to alt drag that upwards and then swap it with this mesh. Again, curse of the pivot points. Times like this, it's a good idea to actually do this from the top down. Hit F to find it, And I can just kind of size this up. Even if this has a couple of little gaps, players won't notice that. So put that in there, and if they see that, they'll just see that rubble there, which makes it look a lot nicer. So we've got that in place. Now I'm going to go through and get these busted, broken walls and drag them out to the outskirts here as well. It'd be a good idea to consider having the broken wall on top as a layer again with this here. It's up to you how you want to proceed. I don't mind just doing this for the time being and seeing how it looks, but if you do want more detail, don't be afraid to go through and add layers to the walling that we're putting in at the moment. So I'm going to put this to here. I'm actually going to scale this up to be, say, 2 times, and I'm going to drop that to about there so that I know that I'm definitely covering up that area there. And now I'm just going to go through, and as before, make sure we've got something set up. And I'm going to here, transform, mirror X, and at the ends I'm going to hide up everything that we've got with some sort of pillar, so I'm not too concerned. Might be a good idea for me to move this to here, if anything, and extend this out just a little bit further. That's a 2.5. And it's a bit of a gap there, so 2.38. It's good enough for the minute. Just going to go through and add some extra brick in there so we've got something that works. So 90-degree rotation. And I don't mind if this actually goes down to the ground. Covers nicely. I'm going to rotate you around 180. Same mesh, different direction. Fantastic. So that's that wall. And if I really wanted to flesh this out, I could do what I've done before. Kind of use a couple of pieces of this as kind of reinforcements that were put in at some stage, which I think looks nice. Could be a bit too much with it on both sides, but we can get away with this by rotating it 180 and then putting it there. So we've got some basic stuff there, and I'm going to do the same as I just did along this wall here. So again, Alt drag. And I'm just going to head down the wall, doing what I've been doing. Yep. Great. Oops, I missed one. So I've just alt dragged that across. We've got a basic wall now running down there. Interiors are sorted out. Just got a really basic environment kind of set up here. It'd be nice for us to kind of, again, add little bits of reinforcement. I don't want to overdo it though, to be honest. So let's get a couple of these, but not too many. Just at certain chunks. And if I go find in browser, there were a couple of variations of here that we could potentially use. So I'll try those out. Alt drag, swap with that. So that's a smaller piece. I could have that all the way up to here, which goes over the top nicely. Cool. Great. So now that we've done that, we've got the brunt of our meshing done. There's a lot I could do, but in the next video I'll kind of run through some of the smaller things that I've done and how I got the look that I got. I'll then be focusing on lighting and post-processing. So afterwards you'll be able to get a better idea of what's going on and how I've done it. So let's move on to the next step. So this is going to be an accelerated video that you're just going to see me adding in the extra props around the map to make sure that we've really got all those finishing touches and everything looks good. So don't feel like you have to follow along. We've got enough of the map made that when we actually go on to develop it, we should be fine. But if you do want to follow along, you can at least see how I did everything. Here we go. It's time for us to start lighting the map and adding post-processing. Now, I'm going to warn you ahead of time that when we're doing the initial lighting, it's probably going to seem like it's slightly off. And the reason for this is that I really am probably going to be tuning most of this through the post-processing rather than the lighting itself. So don't be too scared when you see that happening. Now, the first step is going to be to go and get a light mass importance volume and drop it into the scene. So this light mass importance volume is going to encompass our main area here, okay? So I'm going to set this up and just set it to a reasonable size. 33,000 seems good. And I'm going to set this up to encompass the rest of the map too. Might be a little big, but it's probably alright. Might actually lift that up too because it goes under the map. Seems like it should be fine. Cool. So we've set that importance volume up, which we need for when we're baking lighting. And the next thing I'm going to do is go back to our directional light and I'm going to modify it. Realistically, we actually want stationary in this setup. Now, the current lighting is set to 3.1, but I actually want this to be significantly brighter for its direct light because I really want to have a strong contrast between what's there and then the shadows themselves. Now at the moment these shadows are pure black. They have no environmental lighting kind of bouncing back into them. But don't stress, we'll fix that up in just a moment. Initially though, I'm going to set this up to a value of about 10, potentially go a little bit higher if I wanted to, push up to 11, see how that looks in a little bit. And I'm then going to go and set the sun up to be in a good location. At the moment it's over there, but I'd really like it to kind of be shining down and casting strong shadows over the map. So I'm going to grab it and I'm going to rotate it around. Now let's get it about, I'm going to put it about there. Now one thing that's happening at the moment is when I look around the map, notice that the sun still seems like it's over there. That's because I'm going to delete the skybox. And instead the sun's light is now coming from the atmospheric fog that we have in the map, which has the ability to determine where the directional light is and sort out the sun's projection from there. I don't actually really want a skybox since most of the time we're going to be looking down or at severe angles, so I'm not too fussed. If I wanted to, I could adjust the skybox to compensate for it, but it's really just not necessary in this case. So I'm going to place this around to about here. I really want to be trying to push out those shadows wherever I can though. Now this is going to look a little weird at first, as I mentioned, but I think once we kind of get the skylight in, it'll start coming together. So the final angle that I've got is, it's going to be one of those things I'm going to adjust a bunch of times. Ah, there we go. Actually, that looks quite nice with it kind of popping up over there. I might change the severity of the angle to kind of start creeping in a bit, so it just is hitting the side of the statue. And now how far can I push it that way? Okay, cool. So my values ended up being over here, -10, -50, -156. Use your own values as well though, it doesn't matter too much. So we've got this in place, and the next thing I'm going to do is add skylight. And when I drop the skylight in, you'll notice that the world looks substantially better. Now the skylight is just adding in that ambient lighting. You'll notice that everywhere that we had shadows, the skylight's now compensating for. I'm going to place this up here so it's a bit easier for me to find. And at the moment the skylight, I'm going to leave it be because any of the values that I touch here, I'm going to want to have compensated for with my post-processing. So default's probably okay. Instead I'm going to go back to my light source and start tweaking this a little bit. Now the light color at the moment is a pure white. I'm actually again happy to leave that for the time being until I adjust the post-process. It's going to be one of those things that's going to go through a little bit of an iteration before I find something right, but for the time being it's okay. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to start looking at the light shafts. Now one of the things that I like to do is make sure that any camera angles that are kind of going to be in these kind of areas or just general hero shots, I want to make sure that they're going to look quite nice with how their light shafts work. So I'm going to enable light shaft occlusion, and I'm also going to enable light shaft bloom. So you'll notice that kicked in immediately. And if I was to see this as my camera passed between them, you can see that the light shafts are being projected there. Now this is really just for those smaller elements if we do any sequencer type of events that are showing off the map to make sure they're all set up. Again, this is one of those things where if the sun was down, you'd have a far more prominent light shaft, but it all depends on the effect that you're really after. So I'm going to leave that where it is. And I've got some basic light shafts set up now, so I'm going to go down and keep setting up some of the features. Now one of the things that's really important for outdoor maps is cascading shadow maps. So I'm going to set these up. Now a cascaded shadow map, you should remember from the ArcViz demo, it's essentially a nice dynamic shadow that's being cast where on top of the existing baked shadows. So I'm going to turn this value up initially to be a distance of, just as a test, I'm going to go 3000, and I'm going to keep the rest defaults and again come back and tweak them after my first lighting bake. So light source and skylight are both pretty much set for just a quick pass. It wouldn't be a bad idea for me to later go back and add some trees, but I didn't want to do that until we'd done a lighting pass so I could figure out where they would look nice. But I think we're okay for the time being. And now I'm going to do a quick build. So again, if you missed it, one of the important steps was making sure that your light source was set to stationary rather than movable, which is what I developed with. So go on and hit build and come back to the presentation when it's all built. So our first build of lighting has now come through, and we can see that it looks substantially different. This first build is looking a lot nicer though, and we can see that the bounce lights all kind of come in. It's not as blue as it first seemed. As I said, when you first add your lights in, it's very easy to kind of start compensating before you've actually seen the final result, and that can be a really damaging thing, so you've got to be careful not to do that. I'm going to go through and add some post-processing to the scene though, and start to kind of develop what I want to be the final look. So to add a post-process volume, I just need to go to here and type in post and drop that in. Now remember there's this button that says unbound that we used earlier, which essentially applies it whether you're in the volume or not. It just applies it to the whole world. So I'm going to set it to unbound. And I'm now going to go through and just start setting up my, my post-process volume. The first thing that I'm going to tinker with on this is going to be under settings, white balance. Now at the moment our white balance is set to 6500, so that is standard white temp. But you'll notice that if we tweak the white balance, we can kind of change the overall lighting in the scene. And this is why I said I didn't really want to touch the lighting color from the light itself. I wanted to kind of tweak it a little bit through the post-process. So initially I'm going to set this to somewhere around the 7,500 mark to kind of get that just slight orange glow kicking in. So 7,800 seems pretty good. A little bit of an orange look to it, which is nice. So that's good. I'm going to start with that. At which point I'm going to go through and I'm going to start setting up the ambient occlusion, because that's the next one that really kind of ties everything together nicely. So I'm going to go to the AO and let's set that up. Now currently the AO intensity is set to 0.5. I actually want pretty intense AO. You can see the scene between 0 and 1 here. One of the reasons that I really want to crank up the AO is these assets, while they're quite nice, they don't blend together particularly well. And that's largely because they are mobile assets that have been made to be, super efficient, and one of those things means low poly counts and materials that don't allow me to really paint into them and stuff like that. So I personally think it's a good idea to turn up your ambient occlusion intensity so I can kind of start darkening up these gaps and kind of hiding some of what we would see there as an issue. So I've set that up to 1. I'm also going to go to radius, and I'm going to enable radius in world space, which means the AO is calculated as far as world space distance rather than screen space. So this radius that I have, I'm actually going to turn down to about 100, which is starting to work a little bit nicer. You can see it really filling in there. Again, off, on, off, on. And now that we've done that, I'm also going to tweak the power, which is the contrast, and the bias. So the bias, I'm going to lower a bit. So if this was a high bias, you'd see that we have very tight AO that quickly changes the fall off. but if I go a very low bias, it kind of goes from here and blurs out into the asset itself. So in this case, I think a bias, I might even go around 2.5 just to kind of pull it in a bit, but still spread it around those main walls. I really want to make sure that this facade looks quite nice from the AO as well. So that's set up, and that seems okay. The next thing I'm going to change is the global illumination. So this is the indirect lighting color that we can start tweaking, and this allows us to kind of modify these shadows a bit. So if I go to here and I start to set this, you can see that the shadows adopt the color that I'm putting in there. And in this case, I like to go with a bit of a bounce light that seems like it's more from the sun. So I think a slightly orangier color on the bounce lighting is going to look nice. And I can change this to wherever I want it to be. I can crank it up pretty high if I want. In this case, though, I want to keep it, I think, around a value of 1.5 or 2 is going to look quite nice. 1.5 we'll go with for the time being. So we've got that environment now that's kind of tied together. I'm going to go through as well, and remember earlier I disabled auto exposure. So I'm going to go to lit exposure, and good, we are back at automatic. I just wanted to make sure that that was set. So we're now looking at it as we would be looking at it in the game. And I think for the most part, these post-process settings have actually worked reasonably nicely. It's going to be a good idea for us to approach it again later. I think for the time being, we've got a nice general look that we can really kind of work with, and we can see how we would structure the rest of it. I'm actually going to go ahead and add a little bit more to my detail pass, just some trees and such in the distance. And then we're going to move on to the next presentation, which is going to be actually starting to develop the project itself. So we'll be moving on to gameplay next. So now that we've created a basic environment, we're going to look at creating an actual game. Now for this game, we're going to be creating a top-down shooter that's essentially a survival game where enemies spawn in and you sword fight them until they can no longer sword fight. So for this, we're going to need a couple of things, but first and foremost, we're going to need a character. So I'm going to click on the content button, and I'm going to create a new folder that's called Blueprints. And within this folder, I'm going to create a new blueprint class, and this blueprint class is going to be based on a character. Now, a character is a type of pawn that has a whole bunch of extra stuff in it to make your life significantly easier. I can't stress that enough, and I'm stuck going through what those actually are. Now, to be clear, a pawn is an actor that can be possessed and receive input from a controller, but a character has the following. So I'm going to call this KG for knight game, because we're going to be a knight. KG character base. Okay, let's double click on this and let's have a look at what is in the character. So within a character, we have the following. You've got a capsule component, which represents your character's collision. So this is going to be blocking the world, and the base of that is what you're standing on. You've got an arrow component that's used to determine which way forward is in a pinch, in a situation like right now where I clearly have no character. A mesh, which is the skeletal mesh that the character has. So this is going to house information regarding what kind of animations it's using, as well as the skeletal mesh itself, so what it actually looks like. And then finally we have a character movement component, which is an incredibly useful component that's built in that automatically handles a massive chunk of standard bipedal movement. So let's actually get this going, and let's get something up and running quickly. Before I import a character, I'm going to do something that's going to be a little ugly, but that's okay. I'm going to add a static mesh component purely for the sake of us being able to see the character. So don't fret too much about which static mesh you make it, because this will get deleted in no time. For the time being, I'm just going to set it up as something incredibly obvious, so as it moves around I can see it. And I'm going to set it to be this wooden barrel. This is our character. Okay, again, it doesn't really matter what you set it as long as it's something that I can see. Now, the other thing I want you to do is, on this static mesh that you've added, I'm going to just double check, there we go, typed in the word nav, and I'm going to disable can ever affect navigation, because I don't want this box to actually block navigation. So, compile and save, and for the time being, that's all we're actually going to touch. I'm going to get this, and I'm going to drop the KG character base into the map, and it's going to just sit here. And it should be popping up and floating above the ground because the character itself has this section beneath it that is where its legs would normally be. Now, we've added a character into the world, so the next thing that I need to add is some navigation. So I'm going to go to my modes and I'm going to type in nav. And you'll see here that we have nav mesh bounds volume. Now essentially this is a volume that lets me set it up so that anything within it is going to be in a navigable radius. And I'll show you what I mean by that. I've dropped this into the center of the world, okay? And I'm now going to set this to be 5,000 that way, so 5,000 on the X, a little bit bigger than that on the, oh, no, okay, it looks like that's just enough. So 5,000 on the Y, and I'm going to go 500 on the Z. Now, with that in place, I'm going to hit P, and P shows me paths. And you'll see that it's generated this green section over our map. Now what this green section represents is the region that any AI within this environment could theoretically navigate to. So this has gone through and automatically worked out how to get something running around it. And you may be sitting there going, yeah, but how did it work all that out? This is something that we're not going to cover too much today, but in the project settings and then go to navigation system and navigation mesh, you have different settings that you can use for this navigation system to run. And a big chunk of that is actually putting in the defaults so that it knows, oh, there is a small, medium, and large character type in the game, and it works out where large characters can fit, where medium characters can fit, and where small characters can fit. Now, in our situation, we've gone ahead and we've just dropped this into the world, and it's given us our collision. So, what's next? Well, next is going to involve us actually setting this up to have some sort of brain. Now, to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my content browser, blueprints, and I'm going to right click and create another new blueprint. And this one is going to be an AI controller. Now, it's not there, it's under all classes. So go to here and I want you to create an AI controller. Okay? Select, and I'm going to call this KG AI controller base. Okay? Now, our AI controller is essentially the brain that pilots the character pawn. So this is going to be the brain that steers the body. Now you may be wondering, well, why do we split the body from the brain? And the reason for that is, I want you to picture this. The controller possesses the pawn, okay? So the controller possesses the character. Now imagine a game where I had a character that could run through the world and jump into a car. Now the character, when it's told to move forward, it moves forward in a certain way. And when the car is told to move forward, it moves forward in its own way. Now what we would do in a situation where I put myself in the car is when I reached the car, I would tell my character to play an animation to get in the seat. At which point I would unpossess my character and I would now possess the car. So my controller would continue to just feed in the information that says, hey, move forward. And the car would say, well, when I move forward, I do it this way. Okay, so that's why we have that split. Now in this situation, I'm going to open up my character base and I'm going to add some very, very, very simple functionality to just get it up and running. So I'm going to go to my event graph and I'm going to create a custom event. Okay, and this is just going to be called wander. Now when the wander function is called, what we're going to do is we're going to get our controlled pawn. So we're going to find our body. Now, if we have a body, and we almost always should, but just in case, we're going to check if it's valid, and if we have a body, I'm going to go AI move to. And you'll see that we have this function called AI move to that I can call. Okay? Now, when I drag off of this, every now and then you'll get this thing where it'll give you a world context object that pops up. This isn't actually what we want. I want to connect this to the pawn instead. And when I compile, it'll still run fine. Now, if I get the pawn, there's a nice little function whereby I can, first off, get the actor's location, which returns a vector, giving me its location in world space. But then I can drag off of that. And there's a fantastic function I can use called getRandomPoint in navigable radius. See that? Now this is a very useful function because what it does is, given a radius, it finds a location and then gives me that as a destination. I'm sure you can see where this is going. So all I need to do now is I'm going to tell this to every 5 seconds wander again, okay? And to do that, all I need to do is I'm going to drag off of this and set timer by event. So when the game first starts up, it's going to wait 5 seconds, and then it's going to call wander after 5 seconds. Now, if I set this to looping, it's now going to call wander every 5 seconds, okay? So this is just a very, very basic thing. Compile, save, and then in my character base, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go class defaults, and I'm going to type in the word controller, and see the setting that says AI controller class? We're going to set that to be a KG AI controller base. Compile, save. Okay? Now, we've got our barrel person in the world just over here. I'm now going to go here and click simulate, and I'm going to watch. Now remember, we have 5 seconds before it does anything. Oh, and there it goes. It ran off to that location. And if I give it another 5 seconds, it's going to move to another random location. And after 5 seconds, it'll continue to do the same. Congratulations, you've just created the world's most simple AI. But that's okay, it gives us a foundation to build from. So, coming up next, let's work out how we can actually set this up with some sort of character. Afterwards, we'll start to give it more intelligent behavior, and finally, we'll let ourselves control our character for ourselves. So, let's move on to the next step. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to set up our character to actually have some sort of body. I'm going to go to my content browser, I'm going to create a new folder, and it's just going to be called assets. And within the assets folder, I'm going to create another new folder called character. Actually, not character, let's call it night. This way we can split things up a little bit. Now I'm going to go to the folder that you should have as your resources, and we're going to be importing the assets here. So to do this, I'm going to import sPlayer character 2. And now when they import, it's going to say skeletal mesh, yes, import mesh, yes. And I'm going to go through and I'm just going to make sure everything is set correctly. It seems like we're good. And now I'm going to hit import. Now, it's going to, on import, automatically create a skeleton as well as a physics asset. Now, word of warning, we're not going to go into physics assets in this presentation. Suffice to say, auto-generated physics assets can be questionable at best. So beware that if we look at them, sometimes they're okay, but sometimes they're not. So just be aware that they're somewhat unreliable. Now this has gone ahead and it's already created a material for us, so I'm going to keep that. And instead I'm just going to call this m underscore night master. Okay? So we have our character, and here's what she looks like. Ta-da! Now, given that we have this going, where to from here? Well, let's go back to our content browser. Let's import the textures that we're going to require, and we'll go from there. So back to here, I'm going to now import the player diffuse, the mask as well, and this normal, okay? Okay, so here we have the basics of our character. We have the mesh, which is the 3D model itself. We have the physics asset, which represents its simplified collision. We then have the skeleton, which is what we use for the actual animations. So animations are applied to a skeleton, and every character has a skeleton. We then have the diffuse texture, which is the color, masks, which denotes in this case certain regions of the character, and then we have a normal map. Okay? Now in this situation, we're going to set up a very, very basic material for our character. It's nothing too fancy, so I'm going to double click on Night Master, and if I drag this over to here, first off I'm going to delete what's there and I'm going to start anew. Okay? Now I'm going to hit T and left click, And let's go ahead and add the diffuse texture that we just imported. So it's t_player_d. And if I click on it in the content browser, I can then just click on this little arrow to automatically apply it. Now, before I continue, you'll notice that this ball is not a character. There's a great way to fix that. If I go to my content browser and I click on the character mesh and then I go back to here, I can select this little teapot and it will replace it with my character, okay? Which means I can actually see what's going on. So, first off, I'm going to get the color and I'm just going to apply that as base color. At which point, I'm going to go and add the normal map as well. So again, click on the normal, hold down T and left click. And that's our basic normal map. And now that I've done that, I'm also going to go and set up the rest of the detailing. Now in this situation, what I'm going to do is I would usually set about doing the masks, but for the time being, I'm just going to get this up and saved, and I'm going to apply it to what we have in the world, okay? So to do that, what I need to do is go to my character base, there it is. I'm going to delete our barrel, good night sweet prince. Select the mesh component that we already have, and I'm going to set this to use our character. Now, a few things wrong with this component, I'm sure you can spot a couple of them. First and foremost, she should be down here. She should be facing the arrow, so I'm going to hit spacebar and rotate her into the correct direction. Also, our capsule component is slightly too big, so I'm just going to decrease the half height to say 70, and then I'm going to lower her down a little bit more, just so that her feet are at the base. Okay, that's good enough. Now, if I were to hit compile and save, and actually just simulating is fine, so simulate, we have our character, and she's in here, and after a couple of seconds, she'll do that. Now, what's wrong with this? So, the big issue here is quite straightforward, and that is that right now she's not animating. So we need to look at how animation systems work. As well as that, we're also going to need to set up some way to differentiate different players from one another, because I want to use these knights as the enemies as well as the friendlies. So what we can do is we could set up her hairstyle to actually be a different type of character each time. Because see how she has this large brown hair? How about we change that depending on the type of player that it is? So, how do we do that? I'll show you. If I was to hit T, and I was to open up the masks, see we have this T player M that we imported? This is essentially, I'm just going to set it to the color for the time being. If you look at it, you can see that wherever it's black, it's her skin. Wherever it is red, it's the metal. And wherever it is green, and this is the important one, it's her hair. Okay? So, what does this mean? This means if we get the green channel, we can use that to interpolate between two different colors and have different hairstyles every time. So I'm going to hold down L and left click, and I'm going to run the green channel into the alpha of this lerp. And all I'm going to say is whenever you are black, which on the green channel will be, I'll preview it for you. Whenever you're black, you're the rest of the body. Whenever it's white, it's the hair. So I'm going to connect this to the black node. And now I'm going to set up the texture. I'm going to grab the coloring from the hair and I'm going to do a blend overlay. If you're used to Photoshop, then you'll know what this means. And I'm going to connect a vector by holding down V, which is going to be the color. So I'm just going to call this hair color. And by default, let's make her hair that red. Okay, you'll do. Plug that into the blend, and then connect you to here. I'm now going to connect this to that, and I'm going to stop previewing the node so we can see it with the normals and lighting. So see how that works? Now anything that this variable is set to is going to change her hairstyle around. Green, blue, yellow. Okay? Okay. So we're all set up and we've got ourselves a very basic character. and she's going to be our knight. Now, we've got the basics in there, so the next step is going to be setting up animations for her. It's time for us to start animating the character. How do we do that? Well, we go to the content browser, and let's have a look at what we have. Right now we have the character, we have physics asset, skeleton, and textures, okay? Now, first off, I'm going to get this character, and the character skeleton, and I'm going to rename this to be, it's going to be sk_night girl. I just want everything to be consistent. So, I'm going to make this skeleton _night girl. Sorry, force a habit. sk_night girl will be the mesh itself. So the mesh is sk night girl, the skeleton is skeleton _night girl, and the physics asset is going to be phys_night girl. Okay? So we've got some simplified names here that I know I can work with. So the next thing for us to do is to actually import the animations. So I'm going to go back to this resource folder, and you'll see that we have a bunch of different things here. Anything that is preceded by player underscore is an animation. So drag and select all of those. As well as that, we have swing 1, swing 2, and victory. So I'm going to get all of those, and I'm then going to import them. Drag them in. Now, as it goes to import, it's going to go, hey, these are all animations, what do I do? And I'm going to be like, apply it to that skeleton. I'm going to hold it over for a little bit longer. There we go. Now, it's going to say, what should I do? And I say, well, please do me a favor and use the night girl skeleton. And it's going to go, cool. Great. So these are our animations. Let's open one up. Ta-da! So she works. Now, it's worth going into this. Within Unreal, one of the main points of confusion when people first get involved with the animation system is that they have animation sequences, which is what each of these is, which is the raw imported animation, and then there's animation montages. Now, to begin with, we're going to be working with sequences, but very quickly we're going to work our way into montages. And montages are essentially your way of setting up entire extra layers of information on top of animations. So montages can have a whole lot of stuff built on top of them, and I'm going to show you what that is when we get to them. I just want you to be aware that if you see the two, they are definitely different things, and they are not entirely interchangeable. So I've got all of these assets. What I'm going to do from here is I'm going to make sure that everything is saved. So I'm going to click Save All. And now from here, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create something different. I'm going to create an animation blueprint. So under animation, there's animation blueprint. And it's going to say, well, what do you want to base it off of? And I'm going to say, base it off of Night Girl. AB for animation blueprint _night. Okay? Now when we double click on this, this is what we get. So essentially, this is the anim graph. Anything that plugs into this final section here represents what we're going to have as the output that's finally playing, okay? Now, it goes well beyond that. What we essentially need to do is we need to set it up so that we have entire state machines that kind of run within this. I know this is going to sound like I'm a little bit, I'm going through things very quickly, but I assure you it'll make sense in just a moment. So the very first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what to plug into this animation pose. I'm going to right click and I'm going to type in the word state machine. And you'll see that we have add new state machine. Okay? So when we have a state machine, I'm going to hit F2 and I'm just going to call this locomotion. I'm then going to plug this into the result. And I'm then going to double click on locomotion. Now, how a state machine works is it lets us set up basic animations that should play at certain times and set up the rules that are required to switch between those animations. What I mean is that if I get my entry and I drag off of this, I can add a state. And let's say this first state is called movement. Now, whenever I'm in the movement state, I have the ability to jump. So whenever I want to jump, we're going to go add state, and we're going to have what's called the jump start state. And that's going to be that section of the jump where you kind of like start tensing your legs and start going up into the air. We then have the jump mid state. So I'm going to add another state, and this is going to be called jump mid. Now, if I were to have a jump mid state, it would be the section where I'm kind of like flailing my arms in the air and just falling. And finally, we would have another state which represents the landing state. Okay? Now the landing state is then going to plug straight back into movement, and I would be able to land and go back into an idle or a movement position. So that's how a state machine would work. And you'll notice that on each of these, I have this little section that highlights itself. Do you see this little node? This represents the transition, and these can be one-way or two-way. For instance, if there was some way to go from jump state back into movement, I could have the jump state connecting back to it that way. So I've plugged this in, but I actually don't want that, so I'm going to delete that one. So it's all one way and we go around. But let's first look at what the movement state is. So I'm going to double click on that. Essentially, when we're in the movement state, which is our very first state, we're going to have something plugging into this. So this is going to be what we do whenever we're in the movement state. Now, if you think about what happens when we move, we essentially have a situation where we have to calculate how fast we're moving forwards or how fast we're moving to the side, and then blend animations of our forward running cycle with our strafing running cycles and work out what the final blend would look like. And what I mean by that is, imagine from a top-down perspective, someone running forwards, okay? Now, if you wanted them to run forwards and to the right, you wouldn't want to have to make an animation that was both of those things, okay? What you would want to do is create an animation for forwards and an animation for right, and let the game work out how to blend those two animations together. So how do we do that? And the answer is we create blend spaces. So I'm going to go to my content browser, and I'm going to create a blend space. And I know this is going into the deep end with animation quite quickly, but I promise you this will make sense reasonably quickly. So I'm just going to add a new blend space, and it's going to be based on my night girl, and it's going to be called movement blend space. Now I want you to double click on that blend space, because what we're going to be doing is setting up some movement for the character so that she can blend between different animations. So to do this, what we need to do is we need to set up points within her within this graph. So we have an X and we have a Y category. Well, what we want to do is we want to label this so that the X-axis is called right movement. And I want this to be between -200 and 200. Now my Y-axis label is going to be called forward movement. And it's going to be between, you guessed it, -200 and 200. I'm also going to set the number of divisions as 8 for both of these and hit apply. And you now see that this is forward movement and this is right movement. So keep in mind that negative right movement is left movement and negative forward movement is backwards movement. Okay? So what we do from here is we simply drop in the correct animation that should apply to the amount of that thing that you're doing at any one stage. So what I mean by that is, let's say I'm moving forward at full speed, so at 200 units per second. If that were the case, I would be doing a sprint. So I'm going to drag in the sprint node and pop it right there. Okay? So you can see that she's going to be doing that up there. Now we only have one node on its lonesome right now, so let's add a little bit more. Next I'm going to add an idle movement. Okay? So I'm going to go to here and I'm going to look for the idle animation. Idle, relaxed. And I'm just going to drop that in. And now, if we were to blend between these, you would notice that, oh, that was a good trick. So at the moment when I managed to swap those two nodes around somehow. So I'm just going to drag that to there. Somehow I managed to drop my sprint node down there and my idle up top. But that's okay. So when I'm at 0 movement, I'm this, and then as I start moving forward, it's going to start blending between those until I'm at full sprint. Do you see that? But the truth is that halfway is not going to be full sprint. Halfway is going to be the regular run forward. So to do that, I do forward movement, and you'll notice that we have player run forward. So I'm going to drag that in, and I'm going to connect that to about the 1 meter mark. So between here and here, and then between run and sprint. So see how now she'll like pitch herself forward depending? But we can do much more than this. Let's now set up the sideways running movements. So to do that, what I need to do is I'm going to add run right. And I'm going to drop that here. There we go. Run right. And the next thing I'm going to do is add the opposite to that, which is going to be run lefts. Does that make sense? We're going to now have backwards. So run backward is going to be all the way down here. Okay. And the other thing I'm going to do is if we're angling while running forward, I actually want to add an extra blend that's going to be run right and run left, just up to there. So I'm going to get run right and put it here, and the lefts and put it up here. And it might look a little odd here, so potentially I might want to actually move it back to about there. But I'm sure we can work out where that would be in a little bit. So I'm just grabbing these and kind of dropping them down. So full sprint would mean that I was here, and as I moved across, she would start angling her legs a little bit to the left and right. Okay? So that's our blend space, and I'm now going to go back to my blueprint. And for this animation, I'm just simply going to add the movement blend space that we just created, blend space player. And when I plug this in, it's going to say to me, there we go, compile, save. Now it's going to say, well, what's your right movement and what's your forward movement? So we need to work out how we want to get that. Now this is where the event graph comes in. So essentially what we're going to be doing is we can create variables that are stored in our animation blueprint, okay? So to do that, all I need to do is go to the event graph and set up a variable down here. And this first variable that we create is just going to be called local velocity. And I'm going to set it to a vector. Now, much like a normal blueprint that has tick, we're going to use update animation in an NMBP. And all we do here is very simple. We go check the animation and see if there is a pawn that owns it. And if there is, so drag off that. I'm going to check if it's valid. If there is a pawn, what we want to do is get its velocity and set it to something. Now, if I was to get the pawn and I was to get the velocity of it, this is unfortunately not going to be in local space. It'll be in world space. So what I need to do is translate this from being where it's moving in the world to its forward and right speeds, okay? And to do that, I need to run an inverse transform direction, which we used before in that force movement volume, you may remember. And finally, I need to just plug into this a transform of the pawn. So I'm going to get this, I'm going to type in transform, and I'm going to get the actor's transform and just plug that straight into here. I'm then going to plug this into local velocity, and that's all you need. Compile, save. So that's set up. If you're wondering what these compiler errors are, it's because it doesn't know how to do any jumping or anything like that right now. We'll cover that in just a bit. So, movement blend space, I'm going to get my local velocity. I'm going to split the pin. Now X is forward, Y is sideways, so I'm simply just going to plug this into right movement and forward movement. Now if we wanted to test this, we can actually just punch in numbers ourselves. So I can click on the variable and say, hey, it's moving at 200 and see what it looks like. 100, 0. But we can do better than that. Compile, save. I'm going to go back to locomotion. This is all set up. So I'm going to go back to my anim graph and make sure that's also set up. It's definitely plugged in, which means, in theory, if I was to go to my controller, which is character base, sorry, not my controller, my character, and I was to set the character movement, sorry, the mesh animation blueprint to be my night girl. So I'm in character base, animation blueprint, night girl, compile, save, and then I was to hit play and watch her, she's now going to run. And if she were to strafe, she would correctly strafe. So that's the basics of getting the initial section of movement going. Simple, huh? So next up, we're going to expand on this system and add the jump cycle in there. As well as that, we're then going to move into some more interesting animations. So now that we've created the movement animation, I'm going to go through and show you how we would set up the jump animations. Now be aware that when we set this up, we're not actually going to be able to test it, unfortunately, because we haven't set up the player to jump just yet. But it does mean that when we get around to creating a player controller, we're going to be able to jump without any fuss. So I want to explain how this works. If I was to double click on the transition rule between movement and jump start, what I would see is this: can enter transition. Now if this is equal to true, that means that the second that's equal to true, this is going to jump into the jump start state. Okay, so how do I do that? It's rather simple. I set up a rule here that tries to get the pawn owner. If it can get the pawn owner, then we're going to say we're going to get the movement component of the pawn, and when they're going to ask the movement component, hey, is the player falling? And if that's true, we can enter the jump state. Okay? Now, when we enter the jump state, what do we do? That's simple. When we enter the jump state, we want to play an animation for the player to begin jumping. Okay? So all I need to do here is I need to go to the asset browser, type in jump, and I can see that there's a couple of these here. The one I'm going to go with is going to be jump forward. If I plug this in the situation where we were jumping, this animation would now play. So next up, what I'm going to do is say, okay, so that's how we start the jump. But how do we get into the mid-air jump? Well, that's rather simple. To transition between jump start and jump mid, all I need to do is, if I type in get relevant, see if I type in get relev, we have get relevant anim length, get relevant anim time, fraction remaining. Now what this lets me do is look at an animation that I've set to play anywhere in my graph. And if it's currently playing, I can return the value that says how long is it until it's finished. And if it's nearly finished the jump intro animation, so if this is less than or equal to, say, 0.1, then we can enter into the transition to do the next section, which is going to be the mid jump. So when we're in the jump mid, all I have to do is plug in the falling animation. So the falling animation is, if I highlight this, you can see it. It's just her doing that. So I'm going to plug that in. I'm then going to go back. And for me to go from jump mid to the landing animation, I then need to check, well, are we still falling or not? So if you think about how we go from movement to jump start, I'm doing a check to say, check if the pawn is falling. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to my jump mid to landing, and all I'm going to say here is rather simple. If this is not true, not that, we can now go into the movement state. And that's all it takes for us to go into the landing state. So to go into the landing state, we're then going to play another animation, which in here is called land. Oops. And again, you can see it kind of playing there. It's as she hits the ground, her knees kind of buckle a bit. Compile, save. And finally, for us to go from landing to movement, all I really need to do here is check if the landing animation is finished. So if the landing animation is finished, which is time remaining for the player land, if this is, I don't know, let's go less than or equal to, let's do 0.1 again. And that's all it takes to add in the functionality to cycle between a bunch of animations and end up in the movement state again. So that's it for going through the basic locomotion chain. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a little function that is going to make our character look a bit strange, but it's just going to make the character jump every now and then, because if they jump, you'll be able to see what's happening. Okay? So if I go to my controller base, and I say set timer by event every 7 seconds, I'm going to want to get my controlled pawn, and I'm going to do, if I was to get this, now we can't just get a pawn and call jump, and the reason for that is what I would need to do is I would need to create a new event that's just going to be called force jump. Plug this into here, and in much the same way as before, where I got the controlled pawn, I checked if that was valid. I then cast it to a character. Again, we're going to see if that's valid. I'm then going to get this and call jump, and that works because a pawn doesn't have the function jump in it, but a character does. Okay, and I've set this to every 7 seconds. So if we were to hit play and watch her, it's good timing. There you go. So she did a little jump there. She doesn't quite know why she's jumping. So there you go. See how she jumped up and played the animation correctly. There we go. So she's cycling through the animations, and we now definitely know it's working. I'm going to go back into my controller base and just delete this last little forced jump business, because we don't want to do that. Compile, save. So we've now got a character that is capable of more advanced locomotion. So from here, we now need to go ahead and start creating some actual player input. Coming up next. So we have the basics of an enemy in, but let's start getting ourselves a player controller together. So I'm going to go to my content browser, blueprints. I'm going to right click and create a new blueprint class, and this is going to be a player controller class. And I'm going to call this, you guessed it, KG player controller base. So let's double click on this KG player controller base and see what we have inside of it. Okay, now I'm going to be using this on my Night Girl, and it's going to be handling all of the brain and input stuff. Now the truth is there's very little that I actually need to do as far as the brain is concerned for the player, for the most part anyway. However, there is one big thing that we do need to consider, which is that at all times I want my character to face where my mouse is looking. So I'm going to make an event that's going to be a custom event, and I'm going to call it process mouse. Now for process mouse, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this most likely every tick, but if we ever switch over to using joypad controls, we're not going to. So for the time being, tick is going to call process mouse, and all this means is if process mouse, when it runs, it's going to say, okay, get the hit result under cursor by channel. What that means is we're going to look at where the mouse currently is, and we're going to find out what's underneath it. So when we get the hit result, what we want to do is we want to get that, and we want to go, well, this return value is true. If it hits something, so if there is something under my mouse and not just like an empty void, then what I want to do is I want to set the rotation of my controlled pawn. So I'm going to get the control pawn, and I'm just going to set the actor rotation. So if that's true, I'm going to set the actor's rotation. Now, what that means is I need to do one other thing. That is, before I call process mouse, I'm going to double check that I even have a pawn in my possession. Somehow, if I don't, but things could go badly. So I'm going to say if this is valid, so if the controlled pawn is a valid thing and we have one, process this. So we're going to be setting the rotation of the controlled pawn, but how do we set their rotation? That's easy. How we do it is we get the hit result and then we break it, which gives us all of the variables inside of it. Now, from the hit result, we get this piece of information called location, which is the position in the world that our mouse traced down to. So I'm going to get the location, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the direction between myself and that position. So to do that, what I need to do is from the location, I'm going to go get unit direction. So this gets me the direction from the location, and I need to get the direction from me to it. So even though I dragged off of it, I actually want this to be in the to category, because the from section is going to be the location of the controlled pawn. So we're going to find the direction from me to the it. Now I'm then going to just simply plug this into rotation from x vector, which converts this into a rotation. And then I'm just going to plug this into here. Now there are a few issues with what I've just done, but this will work temporarily. I'm going to hit compile and I'm going to hit save. And there is something else I'm going to need to do before I continue. And what that is I'm going to need to go to my character, and I'm actually going to need to set them up with a camera, because this is my character right now, right? But if you think about it, my character needs to actually have somewhere for my camera to be when I'm controlling them. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, first off, I'm going to add a spring arm. Now a spring arm is essentially this red line that you can see here. It's a thing for us to put the camera on the end of, and at all times the spring arm checks to see if there's any objects between it and the camera. And if there is, it'll shrink itself down or expand itself out. So a spring arm is very, very useful. Now, I've added a spring arm, so the next thing I'm going to do is add a camera. Now, when I add the camera, you'll notice that spring arm allows me to actually put this, oh, hang on, I've just got to parent it to the spring arm. There we go. So you can see here that the camera is now at the end of the spring arm. So with that done, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to set this up to have the spring arm facing upwards. So I'm going to rotate this and I'm going to position it here. Now it's up to us how long we want the arm to be. My gut says 600 units is probably pretty good. If we want to, we could zoom out a little further and go 700. Up to you. You can also put it at a slight angle if you choose to. At the moment I've got this set to here, but it's up to you. So we've got the character set up there, and the next thing that I'm going to do is, at the moment the spring arm inherits the pitch, yaw, and roll from the character. But I don't want to do that. I want my up to always be up, regardless of which way the character is facing. So I'm going to check all of those. And finally, you'll see that you have this little section here called Enable Camera Lag. I highly recommend you turn this on. This just means that when the character starts moving, it's going to have a little bit of drift on the camera and not feel super jerky. So it's a pretty good feeling to have that in there. So now with that set, we've got all of the basics for the camera set up. Can compile and save. And then finally, what I need to do is actually test what I've done. So to do that, I'm going to need to go ahead and create a base player controller game mode. Sorry, a base game mode that sets the player controller. So to do that, I just right click, new blueprint, game mode base, and this is just going to be called KG game mode. And the KG game mode is going to say the default player controller class is KG player controller, default pawn class is the KG character base, everything else can stay as it is for the time being. Compile save. So if I were to get into this now, I'm going to double check that there's not a player start. Yeah, there is. So there is already a player start in the world all the way over here. I'm going to get this player start and I'm actually going to place this in my map. And I'm going to hit play. Now, the thing that I need to do after I add it is in maps and modes, I need to tell it to use KG game mode. So I've set that up now, and this time when I hit play, you'll see we're here. Now, if you look closely, you can see as I rotate the mouse, we now have a character who's actually rotating to face my mouse. She doesn't have anything else going for her, and if I do this, she does that. But, you know, it's a start. So, the first issue is that when I rotate my character like that, I'm currently setting her X, Y, and Z rotation. But if you think about it, the only actual rotation that I really want to change is her yaw. So I only want her spinning on the spot. I don't want her doing anything else. So if I want to, I could split this, and then just connect yaw to each other and ignore the rest. And you'll see that she's now rotating to face the mouse. And everything is good. Now, the next issue is that when I left click, did you see what happened? My mouse disappeared. Now the reason my mouse disappeared is that currently my player hasn't actually been told to show the mouse. So I need to actually set up the game such that when the player is playing the game, that the mouse is visible. Now that's a really easy thing to do. I'm just going to go back to my player controller, and on begin play, I'm going to type show mouse. And I'm going to check that so that it's true. Compile, save, play. There you go, my mouse no longer disappears. Fantastic. So next up, we're going to be doing the movement inputs so that my player can actually run around. One thing I do want to flag with you is this functionality that we have in here at the moment works, but it is instantaneous. So it is always facing my mouse, and there's no like delay at all, rotation rate. That is something that we can set up, but I'm going to be setting it up later. In the meantime, stick around for the input tutorials. So now we have the basics of how to rotate our player to the mouse. What we're going to do from here is we're going to set them up so that we can actually move around using either a gamepad or WASD. Now in this situation, what I need to do is go to my project settings, which is under Edit, Project Settings, and then go down to Input. From within Input, you'll see that we have action mappings and axis mappings. And much like the previous project, we're going to be looking at why we want to add it to a specific category. In this situation, we want to do an axis mapping because we're basing it around movement, and I'll show you why. So add an axis mapping, and I'm going to set this to be called up. And initially, I'm going to make the up to be set to W. Now this is going to have a scale of 1, and the reason for that is I'm going to add another one, which is going to be S, which we're going to use for down. And the reason we're adding the downwards movement to the up axes is because down is actually upwards in a negative direction. So the scale is going to be -1. So that way they're working on the same axes but going different directions. And the cool part of this is, in theory, if you wanted to add joystick support, you would actually only need to have a gamepad left thumbstick y-axis, and it would automatically read in the scale according to which direction the thumbstick was facing. So the y-axis refers to the up and down on the thumbstick. Now in this situation, I'm going to add another axis mapping, which is going to be referred to as right, and I'm going to make this bound to D. And as you may have already guessed, we're going to be binding A to be negative right. So left is the opposite of right. So I've gone A, and I'm setting the scale to be -1. Now again, if you wanted to add gamepad support, all you would need to do would be gamepad left thumbstick x-axis, and that's all you would have to do, and that would now support it on that section. So we've added that. Now let's open up our player controller. So within the player controller, we're going to be setting up the binds, and as I mentioned earlier, the player controller is essentially the brain passing information to the pawn, which is the body. So in this situation, what we're going to do is we're going to right click, and we're going to go input up, and you'll see that we have axis events input up. So I'm going to get this, and what I'm going to do is, first off, I'm going to add the ability to move the pawn. So I'm going to get my pawn by doing get controlled pawn. And I'm quickly going to check if that's valid or not. So I'm just seeing, do I actually have a body? And if I do, so if the is valid is true, I'm going to then go ahead and do add movement input, which means we're going to tell the pawn to move in a specific direction. But you've got to think about this. Which direction do we actually want to move them? Well, we want to move up to be upwards relative to the camera, which means that if we go ahead and we get the camera, so we can actually get the camera by getting get player camera manager within the player controller down the bottom here. Be careful you don't do the get player camera manager that is the function under player. We want to get this one with the little blue icon next to it. So I'm going to get that, and I'm just going to say from the get camera manager, if I type in the words up vector, I can get the up vector of the camera, which means get the direction that upwards is. And if you remember how the camera is set up, because it's looking down at the player, up is going to be up on the screen, which is what we want to have. So all I need to do now is plug this into the direction and this into the scale. I'm now going to quickly do almost the exact same thing. So I'm going to copy all of this except the input. I'm going to duplicate it by hitting Control W, and I'm now going to go input right, and this is going to be plugged in here with the axis value plugged in here. However, instead of the up vector, this is going to be right vector. So that gives us the direction in a particular with a particular scale assigned to it. And now, if we look at how that's set up in game, if I hit play, I can rotate with my mouse and W, S, A, D. So it all works perfectly. And we're all set up. And that's all it takes. So now that we've added movement, we're going to quickly add one additional thing, which is the ability to jump. Now we've already set this up in the Anim blueprint, so all we need to do is go back to our project settings, then into input. This time, instead of adding an axis mapping, we're going to be adding an action mapping, because we don't actually need an axis value with jumps. Now you could potentially set this up as some sort of axis mapping, if you wanted to have, say, a jetpack or something, you know, with limited jump abilities that were being bound together. I'm not quite sure how you'd want it set up, but in this instance, we're going to just set it up as an action, because we really just want you to hit the button and you to just launch in the air. So I'm going to go jump, and I'm going to set this to be the spacebar. And now within my player controller, I'm going to then simply go, if they say jump, get the controlled pawn. And now we can't call jump on it. And the reason that we can't call jump on it is because jump isn't built into pawn. However, it is built into character. So I'm going to get my pawn, and I'm going to cast it to a character. And then as a character, if I type in the word jump, you see that we now have this available here. And if I hit compile and save, our character is now able to jump. And she will correctly play the jump in and jump out animations. Now one thing that is happening here, you'll notice, is that as she jumps in the air, notice we're getting a bit of a pop on her arms. So the reason we're getting that pop in her arms is because we need to go into the animation blueprint. So I'm going to go Content Browser, and I'm going to go to my assets and open up the animation blueprint. And in the jump mid state, so that's available from here, I'm going to open up the jump mid state. You'll see that we're currently telling it to play the falling animation. However, the falling animation is set to loop. Instead, I want this to play, and then at the end of it, stop looping. So once I've checked that box, and I hit jump, you'll see that her arms are no longer popping out. So they still go out, but they're no longer doing that weird little pop as the animation attempted to loop. And that's it. That's all it took. Jumps set up, movement set up. Let's move on to the next stuff. So now that we have movement going on, it's time for us to start looking at the fun stuff, which means it's time for us to start looking at attacks. So to do this, we're going to need to get a few things set up. And the very first thing that I'm going to get you to do is to open up your project settings, and we're going to create a new input. Now when we do this, we're going to be setting up something for attacking. So I'm going to set up two binds when I do this. I'm going to have under input, action mappings, I'm going to have melee attack, and I'm also going to have another action mapping for magic attack, which we'll do later. So we have melee and we have magic. Now, let's get that set up. So now I've created melee attack and magic attack, and I'm just going to bind these to left mouse and right mouse. So I'm going to go survival map, I'm going to open up my content browser, and I'm going to open specifically my player controller, and I'm quickly just going to hook this up. So in my player controller, I'm going to have melee attack. And when melee attack is pressed, it's going to call a function on my character. And the other one that I'm going to have here is I'm going to have magic attack. Now, those functions that they're going to call are currently not set up. So let's go into our character class and set those up now. I'm going to make a custom event called try melee. And I'm going to make another one called try magic. Okay, so we've got these two set up. Now, the nicest way for us to kind of handle this is to set it up such that they're just going to play an anim montage. Now, to begin with, I'm going to have this in its simplest form. And this is going to get redone as we move on. But to begin with, we're going to be playing what's called an anim montage, or a montage. Now, an anim montage is essentially, it's like an animation, which you would typically play, except it has a lot of extra information in it, including section data, as well as anim notifies. And I'll go through those as we move on. But to begin with, we're going to be playing an anim montage, and that montage is going to be created from an asset within Blueprint. So the asset we're going to be creating, I want you to right-click on Player Attack 1, and I want you to create an anim montage. And instead of just hitting enter on this, I want you to call this Night Attack Montage. Now if I double click on this anim montage, you'll see that if I hit play, it's just playing this single simple animation. I'm going to hit save. I'm going to close that down, and I'm just going to set that up as the anim montage that we have in here. Now, within the player controller, I'm going to get a reference to my character. So I'm going to get the controlled pawn, and I'm going to cast to a KG character, and on pressed, I'm going to get the play anim montage, and I'm going to set this up. Now, before we continue, I need to actually set this up within my animation blueprint to get full effect. So, it's not going to work because we currently haven't actually set up slots to play the anim montage. So to do this, I need to open up the content browser and open up my animation blueprint. Now, at the moment, this animation blueprint is simply the animation plugged into the final pose. It has no slots for me to actually play montages in. And slots are kind of sections that we can blend in certain ways. For instance, I like to have an upper body slot and a full body slot. An upper body slot would be just something that I'm purely doing from the waist upwards, so that's really good for attacks if you don't want your legs to get in the way. A full body slot would be something that would have full motion in it, so it could be like a victory dance or something else. Now in this instance, we've already got the locomotion plugged straight into the final animation pose, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set it up so that we can have full slot support. And to begin with, what I need to do is drag off of this, I'm going to type in the word cache. And you see that we have a new cache saved pose. I'm going to just quickly name this to just locomotion cache and connect it to here. And what this essentially does is the locomotion plays once through the state machine and caches whatever animation it thinks it's meant to be playing in the locomotion cache. Now the reason we do that is so that when we do a blend, we can then only calculate this one time and blend it with varying animations without having to like recalculate the entire state machine again and again. So I've cached it, and from here I'm going to do a layered blend per bone. Now a layered blend per bone lets me get two poses and blend them according to wherever the bones that I've set up in the branching are. Which means if I tell it to play in the spine, I can say play this part in the spine and play this part below the spine. So that would be my legs and my upper body. So this means from here I'm going to set up two branches. The first one is going to be spine 01, because I know that's the name of the bone that I'll be doing it on. And I'm going to set the blend depth to 3. I'm going to add another one, and I'm going to set this up to be upper arm underscore L, which is where we're going to be holding our sword. And we're going to set the blend depth to -5. Set this to mesh space rotation as well, so that it doesn't play in the bone space. Now that's all we need to do to have that section set up, but now I need to actually tell it what to blend in. So if I get this and I drag back, you can see that we can do a slot. Now at the moment we've only got slot default available, and the reason for that is it's the only slot that's actually been set up. So if I click this little magnifying glass, we get this option available, and this lets me create a new slot, which I'm going to call upper body. I'm now going to set this to be my upper body slot. I'm also going to get my cached posts and tell it that that's the source of the animation. Finally, the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this upper body, Control W, and I'm going to set this to be the full body slot. Now at the moment we just have default slot, so I'm going to add another slot that is going to be called full body, and I'm going to set this to be full body. Now, I'm going to run through this chain really quickly so you can get an idea of how this actually works. If there's nothing playing in the upper body slot, the thing that it's going to be blending in is going to be the same, so the cached animation pose. If there is something playing in the upper body slot, it's going to blend that in my top half of my body and into my left arm. If there's something playing in the full body slot, it's going to override all of that information and play it across the board on the entire body. If there's nothing playing, it'll just let this part through. I'm going to hit compile, and that's all we need to have that initial section set up to play montages. So finally, I'm going to go back to the animation montage that we set up in my content browser, Night Attack Montage, and I'm going to tell this that you're meant to play in the upper body slot. Save, play. And you can now see that we're starting to get some animation here. However, it's doing something a bit strange, which is it's not actually blending in and out correctly. That's okay, we're going to look at that next. In the next section, we're going to be going through how to actually set up an anim montage and set up anim montage sections. But that's it for getting slots covered. In the previous session, we set up the anim blueprint to support montages. It's time for us to go further and actually set up the montage so that it can play an entire combo within it. I'm going to open up the attack montage now, and this is what we had set up earlier. We had a simple singular attack, but I want more than that. If I go to this, I can see that player attack does that, but if I scroll down in my asset browser, I can also see that there's a swing one end. So I'm going to drag this in, and you'll notice that we now can go from one animation to the other. Okay? I'm now going to get swing 2, and I'm going to drag that in as well. So we have attack 1 and attack 2. So I'm dragging in attack 2. Now it's going to look a bit weird when we first do it, but that's okay. I'm now going to get swing 2 end and drag that in. We've now got attack 1 and attack 2, swing 1 and swing 2 end. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up so that the game knows that these are sections that relate to each other. To do that, all I have to do here is I right click and I create a new montage section. And this section is going to be called attack 1. Now, by default, it's gone ahead and added it alongside a default montage, and I don't want that, so I'm going to right click, and to be clear, you need to really right click on that green line and hit delete section, and that'll get rid of the default one. So we have attack 1. Let's keep going. I'm going to add another new montage section, and this is going to be called attack 1 end, or end 1 actually. So we now have attack 1 and end 1. And if I click here, again, new montage section, and this is going to be attack 2. And over here, end 2. Now, if I scroll down the bottom here, I can see that each of these sections are all in this line where it says preview all sections. Now what this is actually telling the game is that if you ever play attack 1, play end 1 next, then play attack 2, and then play end 2. But I don't actually want that. So watch what happens if I click the X next to this. It removes it and takes it out of the chain. I'm going to do that again. And if I hit preview on this, it'll now just play attack 1 followed by end 1, attack 1, end 1, over and over again. Now, I'm going to do the same thing, but after attack 1, I'm going to play end 2. Now, you can't drag up, which may be what you expect to happen. Instead, I have to click attack 2 and then tell it that the next piece is end 2. I can now preview, and I can see that end 2 works, and attack 1 works. Now the reason I'm doing it this way is what we're going to be doing is we're going to make it so that when you attack, the game's going to go, okay, is the animation playing already? No, it's not. In that case, I'll fire off the anim montage. Oh, it is playing already. If it is playing already, let's see if they're in this attack 1 section. And if they are, let's make the next section attack 2 instead of end 1. That way I can then just cleanly work between those two. So here to here. So that's all we're going to do to set it up. And to do that, I'm now going to click Save. And I'll show you in the next section how to tie together individual anim montage sections. I want you to open up your character base. And where we currently have the try melee event, it's just currently calling play anim montage. Now what we're going to do instead is we're first going to check to see if that montage is already active. So to do that, what I need to do is right click and type in anim instance and get the anim instance. Now this is going to be a reference essentially to our blueprint, our animation blueprint. And what we're going to do is off of that, we're going to say, is the montage active? Which means we can look up a montage, such as the attack montage, and see if that's currently active. Now, if that's currently active, so if the montage is already playing, that's when we would do a combo. Now, if it's not playing, that's when we will launch into the montage itself. So, try melee is going to plug into the branch, and this is going to be in the false. So, if that's currently not active, we want to start playing it. And the section we want to start at is attack 1. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is, if this is true, then what we want to do is we want to find out what the current section that's playing is. So we're going to get current section. And the section we're going to look up is in the night montage. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag off of this and I'm going to do a switch. Now by doing a switch, what it lets me do is, depending on the result that comes through here, to do a different next animation. And I'll show you how that works. I'm going to click on the switch and I'm going to add a pin. And you'll notice it's given me a new output. Now I'm going to be checking, am I currently in attack 1? Because if I'm in attack 1, what I want to do is set up the next attack to be attack 2 instead of end 1. So to do that, all I need to do is get the anim instance and call montage set next section. I'm going to plug this into attack 1. I'm also going to just quickly clean this up a little with some reroute nodes by double clicking. Cool. Now I've got that, I'm referencing that there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say the section name to change is going to be the montage get current section. So we already know what section we're in, which should be just attack 1. And the section that I want to switch into is going to be attack 2. So we're going to switch from one to the other. I'm going to compile and save. So before I hit play, the very last thing I need to do is, instead of calling the play anim montage that we set up, I need to go to my controller and I need to call the function try melee. Compile, save, and now I'm going to hit play. And you'll see that it's playing the first, and if I double click during the attack, it'll now play the second swipe. See that? So it's switching between the animations. However, if I just play once, it'll do the correction, and if I do the second, it'll also do it. Now the cool thing with this is that the system is really simple, and if I had multiple animations that I was switching to, I could actually say add pin. If this is playing attack 2, set attack 3, so whatever combo I wanted to have, as the next thing. And I could have an entire combo chain set up by literally just adding switch section names into this little bit here. That's all it would take. Now the next thing that we're going to do, now that we've got that basic stuff in there, is move on to magic. So we have a character that can play animations, but we're now going to need to attach some sort of sword to her hand. So as she swings it around, she's actually, swiping at something. So to do that, I'm going to go to my content browser, and under assets, I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm just going to call this weapons. Now, It's worth noting that if you wanted to do this section differently, you're more than welcome to import the Infinity Blade weapons. You could have a whole bunch of different swords coming in that way, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to be using S Sword Basic as the mesh. So I'm going to import that in. And I'm going to auto-generate collision, that's fine. Yep, import. It's automatically created a material for me, but that's actually okay. So I'm quickly going to set the material to just be a very, very boring gray. So 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And we're going to set the metallic on it to 0.8. Actually, I might go 1. I'm going to set the roughness I think 0.3 is going to be good. Yep, so it's 0.3. So now that that's set up, I'm going to save this material and quickly just make sure it looks okay on the sword. Yep, that'll do. That's fine. So save. At which point I'm now going to go about adding a socket to the skeleton. So what that means is the skeleton asset under Knight, skeleton, I'm going to open this up. Essentially what we're going to do is add a little place that at any stage the game's able to look at it and find out where it is and what the rotation is. And we can use that to add assets to her hand easily. So in this case, the thing that I'm going to be after is hand_R. If you want to search for it, you can always type it up top. So I'm going to get her right hand, and I'm going to right click here, and I'm just going to click Add Socket. And I'm going to call this socket Sword. Now, upon doing so, I'm going to get rid of my filter because it's filtering it out. I'm just going to set this up. Now you could move it around the viewport. I suggest actually right clicking on this and hitting Add Preview Asset and setting up the sword as a preview asset. You can see that it's currently running up her arm from that location. So in this situation, I already know the values that I want to have for the socket. I want to have this set to -5. 1.8, and I'm going to set the rotation here to 90, and I'm going to set that to 90 as well. So I'm just going to put this just generally in her hand. Now that I look at it, I could probably move it down just a little bit. Great, that'll do. So now that that's set up, we can see that that socket will work well for the sword. Now what I'm going to be doing is, in-game, I'm going to create a blueprint sword that she's going to have, and it's going to be attached to her hand. So it's at this point that we now want to go through and quickly just give the character a sword. So I'm just going to go Content, and I'm going to open up my blueprint for the character, which is under Blueprints, and I'm going to open up Knight Character Base. And all I'm going to do to get this working is just make sure that in begin play, I'm going to make a function called create sword. So in begin play, I'm not going to even bother making it a full function, I'll just do it as an event. So I'm going to right click, custom event, and it's just going to be called create sword. Now the reason I'm doing that is that on begin play, we're going to call create sword. And when we create a sword, what we do is we're going to spawn an actor from class. And this is going to be our sword class. Now, you'll notice that we haven't actually done that just yet. So let's go ahead and quickly set that up. I'm going to go to my blueprints. I'm going to right click. I'm going to create a new blueprint that's an actor. And it's just going to be called base sword. And if I go to base sword, I'm going to just add a static mesh component, sword mesh, and I'm going to set that to be my sword. I'm not going to bother with the actual functionality just yet. I just want to make sure that I have a working attachment. So back in my character, I'm going to set this to be a base sword, and I'm also then going to call attach component. Now it's going to be looking for a spawn transform, so I might as well just get the actor transform for the time being. And then under attach to component, I'm going to attach, this is going to get attached to the mesh. So I'm going to drag the mesh in by holding Control. And I'm going to tell it that I want to attach it to the sword socket. And I want it to snap to that location. So snap, snap, snap. Not going to weld it just yet because I don't believe I'll need to. And the other thing that I'm going to do here, just to keep the game reasonably simple, is I'm going to make a new variable that is going to be the sword. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to hit promote to variable on that output and just call it weapon. So we're now going to store a reference to the weapon that we've created inside the character. Compile, save, and now if I hit play, you'll see that she's holding a sword, and when she swings, we get a really nice simple swing. Now, one thing that's happening right now is that as I hold down W, we're actually starting to collide with that mesh. So I'm going to need to make sure that for the time being, this sword is actually set up to not have any collision. I'm actually just going to set it up to ignore the pawn. So that should just ignore us. Now when I hit play, I'm now able to run around without it. Great. So that's all we need for the time being to get her a very simple sword with an attack that we can then combo. And from here, we're now going to look at giving the sword actual attacks. So it's time for us to add notifiers to allow the sword to actually deal damage. Now this is just one solution in implementing this. We could be running traces off of the sword and checking what it's stabbing against, but because this is a rather simple game, I'm simply going to do an overlap check at the end of a cut and see if I'm currently overlapping any enemies. If I am, I'm going to deal damage to them. So to do that, I need to go ahead and open up the animation montage and add some notifiers. So essentially a notify is something that calls an event within your animation blueprint. So when this is open, I'm going to stop for a second and I'm going to get the timeline, and I'm going to first off just put the timeline roughly where I want damage to occur in the event of an attack. I think right here would be really good. So I'm going to put the scrub there so I can see where it is, and I'm going to right click on the notifies track down the very bottom and click add notify, new notify, and I'm going to call this attack, deal damage from sword. It's a super verbose one, but that's okay. So I've added that there, and now I'm going to go through and I'm also going to add that to the other cut. So I'm going to go to here, and I feel like that would be really good at about this position. So I'm going to right click, add notify, and you'll see that deal damage from sword is available now as an option. So I'm going to click on that. Now, with those in place, what I'm actually able to do is go to the animation blueprint. And within the animation blueprint, I can go to the event graph. Within here, I'm able to actually go ahead and set up what to do when that notify is called. So if I right click and I type in deal damage, you'll notice that we have event anim notify deal damage from sword. And this essentially means that when that attack goes through, this is going to get called. So that's really good for us because we can actually go ahead and, as before, we can try to get the pawn owner. And this time we cast to a character base. So if the pawn owner is a character base, the one that we've set up, we're then also going to see if they have a weapon. So we're going to go get weapon, and I can right click on this and do a validated get, which means if they do have a weapon, we can now call a function on it. So the reason that's really good for us is that we can now just simply add a function to the weapon that is going to be deal damage. So for this, all I need to do is go to my weapon class that we created. So I'm going to go to blueprints and open up base sword. It's time for us to create an event that's just going to be called try deal damage. Okay? So this is going to try to deal damage to things that are within an overlapping sphere. So to do this, what I need to do is right click and type in sphere overlap. And you see that we have a nice option here that says sphere overlap actors. And what this does is this allows us to create a sphere at a given position, and within a radius of it, return all of the actors that it's overlapping. So to do this, I'm going to connect this, And the first thing we need to do is say where the sphere is. And the sphere is going to be located where the sword is. So I'm going to get the sword location. So I'm going to get the world location and just connect it. Next up, I'm just going to ballpark this and set the sphere radius to say 120. Now it's asking for object types and actors to ignore. So I know the object types that I want, and I can type in make array, and it will actually let me just add anything I want to this. And in this instance, the only thing I actually want to hit are pawns. But I don't want to hit myself. That's bad. So I'm going to get the actors to ignore, and I'm going to make an array. So to go further than this, what I need to do is tell it to ignore myself. But how do I tell the sword to ignore the thing that's holding it? There's a little trick to that. What we can actually do is we can get the scene root, which is the base, and I can get the scene root, I can type in get attach parent, which gets me the thing it's attached to. And since I know it's attached to the player, I can then call get owner. And this will actually return a reference to the player itself. So this gets a scene component, and this returns the actor that is the owner of that scene component. So from here, we're now going to be overlapping and creating something that's going to be returning, in theory, whatever my sword is over. All I need to do from here is go to the output actors, and for each actor that's being overlapped in this instance, I need to simply apply damage. So we could do point damage, but in this instance, I'm just going to apply general damage because it's simpler. And the amount of damage I'm going to apply per hit is going to say, let's do 50 damage. Compile, save. Now the next thing that we need to add here is what happens when we actually receive damage. So I can do that really quickly by going to my character base, and I can right click and hit event damage, and you'll notice that there's already functions that we can create that are what happens when we receive damage. So I'm just going to go event any damage, and it's at this time that I'm going to create a variable that is going to be called health, and I'm going to set the health to be 100 by default. And all I'm going to do here is rather simple. I'm going to drag the health in, and I'm going to say health subtract the amount of damage that's being dealt is the new health. And if this value, this new health, is less than or equal to 0, I'm going to play anim montage. I'm going to play an anim montage, and it's going to be a death anim montage. So I'm going to quickly create that by going to my content browser. I'm going to go to Assets, Night, and we have a death anim that we can play, which is just here, play a death. I'm just going to go create anim montage, and I'm just going to call this player death. So back in this, back in the character, I'm going to set this to be the death one, and I'm going to make sure that this death animation montage that we just added is set to play in the correct slot. So at the moment, this is what it's going to do. It's going to play through like this. What I want to do is I want to make sure that first off, we don't bother blending out. So I'm going to set that to 0. And next up, I'm going to make sure that the asset itself is going to play through, and at the end of it, we're going to die. But I need to make sure that it's playing in the full body slot that we created earlier. So I'm going to hit save. And now in the character base, I'm going to just set this up really quickly to say play the death. That's going to play in the full body slot by default. Now this value that gets returned from a montage is actually the duration of the montage. And what's interesting about that is that if I type in delay and set it to the amount of time that's going to last for, and then destroy actor, we've theoretically got an entire combat chain now that will work. So the last step that we need to do to get this working is to make sure that weapon actually calls try deal damage. So I'm going to plug that in just here inside the animation blueprint. And now when I hit play, now at the moment there's a bit of an issue that we're destroying the player, we're not destroying the sword, and in addition to that, she can die multiple times, which is bad. So you can see that when I swipe through, she's just falling over. So let's quickly set that up to correctly work. All I need to do is, so at the moment this chain in any damage is automatically going through. I forgot to add the branch. So when I did this, I needed to drag off that, and say if it's less than or equal to 0, and that's true, that's going to deal damage and she'll die. And I want to make sure that this function, this death animation, is only called once. So I'm going to type in do once, do once, and I'm going to add that. So now she'll only ever die once. The other thing that I need to do is I need to stop the movement. So stop movement immediately is a thing that I can call here. And if I want to, I can actually disable the movement component entirely. So disable movement is another option. So I'm going to get that, and I'm going to call that before the delay, because we want her to not run around and do anything. Now this will instantaneously vary it out, and this sets it to none. So we don't need stop movement immediately. We can just straight up use disable movement. And the final thing I'm going to do before this is all over is I'm not just going to destroy the actor, I'm also going to get a reference to the weapon, and I'm going to call destroy on that as well. So I'm going to destroy both my weapon and myself. That way everything disappears. Compile, save, play, and now I'm going to run up and just test it out. 1, 2, she falls over and then she disappears, and everything is good. So that's all it took to get fully working functionality in there for combat. And now it's time to actually set it up so that the enemy can do the same. So in the last video, we set it up so that we could actually attack the enemy, but you know, this game's kind of unfair right now. We really want to make sure the enemy can attack us right back. So what I'm going to be doing this time around is setting up a very, very basic AI loop, and I want to point out that how I'm setting this up is using just the controller, and it is a good idea to investigate things like behavior trees to decide what kind of thing you actually want to use for your AI, what kind of system you want to have controlling it. Since we essentially only have 2 states in this entire thing, we have wandering and we have pursuing to stabbing, I'm just going to leave it like that with just a very, very simple AI controller, but be aware that you can expand on it. So I'm going to go to my AI controller base, and I'm going to open this up and build from what we already have. Now at the moment I'm setting a timer by event that every 5 seconds I'm telling the AI to wander. But if you think about that, that's no longer really what I want to do. What I want to do instead is I want to have some sort of target variable. And if I currently have a target, I want to run after the target. If I don't have a target, then I want to wander. So let's go ahead and actually create that variable. This is going to be called target, and I'm going to set it to be of type, I'm going to assume for the time being that the only things that we're going to be chasing down are going to be night game characters. So it's now a reference to a night game character base. So I've dropped that in, and what I'm going to do is, instead of doing a set timer by event to wander, I'm going to create a new event that I'm just going to call, so custom event, I'm going to call this process AI. And instead of that being plugged into there, I'm going to plug this in, the process AI, into there instead. So let's run through these steps. First off, we're processing the AI. What do I do? Well, let's see if we've got a target. So I'm going to convert the target to a validated get. Now, if this is not valid, then I probably want to check if there's an enemy around me. If it is valid, then I want to move to it. Okay? So in that case, what I want to do is, if it is not valid, let's see if I can get an enemy. So to do that, I'm going to do the exact same thing that I did with a sword before, whereby I do a sphere overlap. I'm just going to do this is not going to even factor in line of sight. I need to really stress just how basic this is. So we're going to do a sphere overlap around where I am. So I'm going to get actor location. So my actor location is the sphere position. I'm going to check 1,000 units, which is 10 meters around me. And what I'm going to do is, if this comes back with the correct object type, I'm going to then tell it to go do what this would have done if this was valid. However, first off, we need to go set up the things that we had before. and that is I need to make sure that we're ignoring self. So I'm going to make array, and I'm going to put a reference to my controlled pawn. So I'm going to get my controlled pawn in the AI, which will be the bad guy, and I'm going to tell them to be ignored by this check. And I'm also going to do a make array on this and make sure that this is set to only look for pawns. So we're doing a 1000 unit check, at which point if this is coming out, we also need to then see if any of these, so for each loop, we need to see if any of these are actually a reference to the player, because we don't want to attack other AIs, we just want to attack the player. So in this situation, what I'm going to do is for everything that we've overlapped, I'm going to say, let's check to see if this actually has a player controller. So I'm going to cast it to a character base, and if that's true, then I'm also going to go and check the controller. So I'm going to get the controller, and there's a nice little function I can drag off of from that is player controller. So if this is a player controller, then we're going to set this character base to be the target. So I'm going to drag in the target reference, and if this is true, we're going to set it. Now I can't just connect it like I have there. Instead, I need to have a branch, which is simply going to say, if this is true, then we set this to this. And I think it's a good idea for me to quickly add some extra pins to set everything up. So this is now going to say, run through, check if it's a player controller. If it is, they're our target. And other thing we want to do is we want to break out of that loop because we now have a target, so there's no point in us checking anything else in that section. And all I'm going to do here is when this is completed, I'm going to do another one of these validity checks to see if the target is now valid. So I'm going to drag that out. And if this is valid now, what I'm going to do is process the same thing that I would have processed otherwise, and if not, I'll just let it be. So what would I process otherwise? Well, I would do AI move to, and I would tell them to move to my target. So I'm going to connect the target actor to that. I'm going to tell them that their acceptance radius is actually about, let's go with 50 units. And from there, I'm going to get, the pawn is going to be my controlled pawn. So that's going to be the AI's body. I'm just going to connect this is valid to that. And finally, on success, so if we actually get there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on success, I want to try to actually attack the player. So in that instance, I'm going to get the controlled pawn again. On success, I'm going to make sure that we have a character base. And if we do, I'm going to try melee. Now, with that said, the only thing that we haven't done here is I need to make sure that we still enter the wander state. So I'm going to put that there. And what I'm going to say here is if that fails and then we can't see anyone, let's just call wander. So if that fails, let's just call wander. And if that is valid, we're going to connect it to that. I'm going to move this up here, and hopefully that's a little bit more visible. So compile, save. Now I'm also going to reduce this timer from 5 to 2 seconds. Check it a little bit more regularly. And now if I run up top, you can see that she ran up and she hit me, and I'm dead. So that worked quite well. And that's it. That's all it took to get some basic AI running. If I wanted to play against it this time, ha, I win. Woo. So, in the next session, we're going to start to actually go through and begin adding some gameplay. So in this instance, what we're going to require is we're going to need some flinch animations for when you get hit, so you get a little bit of an effect. As well as that, I'm going to go through and add some pickups, and then after that, we're going to move on to the magic. So for this session, we're going to be setting up the character to correctly flinch. That means that whenever you get hit, we want to have a reaction. Now there are ultimately two types of reactions I would like to add to the game. I would like to have both the ability to get hit and flinch, as well as the ability to have a pulling your sword back kind of animation whenever a hit is kind of deflected. So we have animations for both of those things, but for the time being, I'm just going to be setting up the flinch animations. So if you go to your assets and you type in flinch, you'll see that we have player flinch big and player flinch small. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play player flinch big if you get hit while you're in the end attack sequence. Okay, so this is going to play if you are currently finishing an attack. That way, if you mistime your attack, you've got kind of punished for it. Player flinch small is what I'll play generally the rest of the time. So we've got those two in there. I'm going to go to, first off, right click on here, and I'm going to create a anim montage, and I'm going to call this just player flinch. So we've called it player flinch, and now that we've got that set up, I'm going to double click it, and you can see at the moment that it's just kind of not doing a whole lot. If I hit play, she'll do that, but it's in the default slot. So I'm going to change this to the upper slot because I actually don't mind if my legs don't do anything specific. I'm going to add in the player flinch small animation asset, so just drag that in. Add a new montage section, which is just going to be called flinch big. You'll notice that when I do that, it's kind of it's put both of these on the same location. I'm going to delete defaults. So default is there right now. I'm going to delete it. And instead I'm going to go over here and add a new montage section that's called flinch small. So we have flinch big and flinch small. At the moment it thinks it's meant to play them one after the other, but I don't want that. I want them playing independently of one another. So I just click on that little X. We've now got them as separate things. So I'm going to click save. And now it's time for us to quickly add some feedback, which means we're going to go to our character blueprint. And now that we're in our character blueprint, what we're going to be doing is setting it up so that in this any damage section, we go through, we subtract the health. If health is less than or equal to 0, we play the death sequence. But in my situation, I don't just want to play the death sequence, I also want to go about, if we survive, I then want to play a hit montage. So the issue here is that I need to play the anim montage on the character, but I need to make sure that the anim montage section that I'm playing is correct in relation to the type of hit that we're taking. So it's a big one if we're in the end section or not. So the nicest way for me to kind of go about doing that is going to be to create a quick check that we see if there's a current anim montage playing, as we did before, we can look at the section and say, well look, if we got hit while the animation is playing and it's not an attack, then it's currently one of your weak periods. So if that's the case, we're going to go off and compare that and play a big hit or a small hit. So I'm going to copy all of this information here, so mesh, anim instance, active, and current selection that we had before. And I'm just going to paste them down here. I just hit Control B instead of Control V. There we go, Control V. So after we go into that, I'm going to branch. And all I'm going to say is, currently, is the attack montage playing? Now, if it is playing, what we're going to do is see if we're currently playing an attack move or not. And if we are playing an attack move, then I'm going to just play the smaller one. And if we're not playing an attack move, but it is playing, then I'm going to play the big one. So it's only at the end of the hits that if you get hit. And part of the reason for this is down the track we're going to change this logic around to also have blocking playing. So we'll go through that and we'll have that all set up reasonably soon. But what I'm going to do is first off create that list that's going to check the names against the list of attack moves. So how I can do that is I can create an array of names. So I'm going to call this attack moves. And the type is going to be set to name. And I'm just going to click on that button there to make it an array. And I'm going to add the two attacks that we've already got in the game. Attack 2 and attack 1. Great. So the reason I've created that array is that, first off, is this currently playing? If that's false, then that's fine, because if it's false, then we know that what we want to do is play the flinch montage, and we want to play flinch small, I believe it was called. Let me just confirm. So we want to play flinch small. And if it's true, we're now going to say, okay, contains, is the current section that's playing one of my attack moves? And if that's false, so if that's false, then we'll assume it's one of the bigger weak points. So I'm going to drop this in and set that to be flinch big. So we're going to be playing this one up here. So plug that into false. And once again, we don't need to worry too much about what's going on here, because that's all def. However, there is one other little thing that I would like to do. We're going to create a variable that sets it up so that we can't attack while we're flinching. So see, try melee at the moment is kind of set up there. What we're going to be doing is setting up this with a branch. And I'm going to create a variable for this called is flinching. And if they are flinching, we don't want to be able to attack. But if they aren't flinching, we do want to be able to do the attack. So is flinching is now in there. And what I'm going to do is, when we go to play one of these animations, we're going to set is flinching to true. And this section here, if I type delay, by dragging off of this float, this return value is the length of the animation that's going to play. So by dragging off of that, I'm actually able to tell it that, you know, after this many seconds, we set is flinching to false. Now, this is going to work. It's got a couple of issues that could potentially pop up, such as if I get hit twice in different ways, those delays will still play off. So we probably want to do that with a timer that we can kind of clear and pass around. But for the time being, that's going to be enough to have this system somewhat working. So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to hit play. Now, the last thing I needed to do, by default, is flinching should be set to false. So you can see that's, I can now attack. And if I run over to you and I hit her, we've ended up with a bit of an issue. So a little issue from what we've just created is I forgot to account for one little thing, which is by telling it that is flinching is here, you need to make sure that at the end of every outcome here, there's some way for is flinching to be set back to false again. So at the moment I created the issue whereby if you hit them while they were hitting you, this would go through, and is flinching would never be set to false. So I'm actually just going to set that up there. Now, when we add blocking in, which is two attacks hitting one another, this should never get called because it'll get caught before we deal damage. But this is really all we need for the time being to have that working. So if I hit compile and save, I'm now going to change one other little thing. And what that thing is if I go to play a flinch, at the moment the blend time is quite high, it's 0.25, and I really want this to be a very low blend time. So we want to go straight into that flinch. So I'm going to hit save now, and when I go into it, we should be able to see the player flinch when hit. So you saw her get hit once then, and now I'm falling over and dying. Now, that actually changes one other thing for us that we should consider, which is we currently don't enter flinching when we die, and the reason we want to do that is we want to make sure that we can block attacks when we die as well. So after this do once, I'm just going to set is flinching to true and make sure that that's all correct. compile save, and we should no longer be able to attack when we die. Cool, that's mostly sorted. The other thing that I'm going to now go ahead and quickly tweak is, at the moment the player is, their camera is snapping in and out, and the reason their camera is snapping in and out is the mesh. By default, we've got two things that can potentially block the camera traces. So if you look here, this is currently set to block those, and I think it's okay for ours, but we probably want to make sure that the spring arm on our character isn't actually being assessed from this low. Instead, I'm going to move my spring arm up to be assessed from about this height. This way, anything getting between me and the arm at this low level isn't going to cause the popping in and out whenever the sword hits. So if I go back to this, now when she hits me, my camera's not popping around and I'm dying. There's one other little thing I'm sure you can notice is that as I die, if I spin my mouse, the character is still rotating to position. So I'm quickly just going to tweak that as well, and then we should have most of the hit system in place. So to tweak that system that we have, I'm going to load up my player controller. And in this section where we rotate to the mouse, so we rotate to the location, I'm only going to do that if my pawn is still alive. So at the moment I'm getting the controlled pawn, but I actually want to cast this to a character. And the reason I'm casting it is so we can check the health. So I can actually just make this an AND. So if health is greater than 0 and this is returning true, so I can just do the AND symbol. So if those two conditions are true, then process movement, but only if both of those conditions are true. Plug that in, compile save. And now, there's me getting hit, and you'll notice that I'm no longer spinning to my body, I'm just falling down on the spot. And that's all we needed to do. So we've now got all of our basic hits in. It's time for us to start extending the functionality so that we've got a little bit more than a sword. In this video we're going to be covering magic. Now, there's a few stages to magic. First is creating all of the effects that we're going to use for the magic related activity. The next thing that we're going to have is going to be actually setting up the projectiles themselves. So let's start with the fun stuff and get some effects work done. I'm going to go to Content, Assets, and I'm going to create a new folder that's just going to be called Effects. And in the same way with the pinball project, I'm going to create a material that's going to be called M_simple spot. Now, simple spot is going to be a very simple material that we're going to use for the particles, so we can kind of have them looking nice without using any actual texture lookups in the process. It's just going to be programmatically determined. I'm going to set this to be translucent blend mode and an unlit shading model. The other thing I'm going to do is under the section that says used with particle sprites, I'm going to make sure that's enabled. And finally, one other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to enable responsive AA. Now, responsive AA is what we use to kind of bypass the anti-aliasing for particles. Because Unreal uses temporal anti-aliasing by default, what that can kind of do is it can anti-alias out your effects that are very, very small. So anti-aliasing typically kind of smooths out the edges and gets rid of jagged bits. But because effects are so small, they're small enough that they get filtered by the AA. And this is especially true with temporal. It's just one of those drawbacks from using it. So we need to make sure that responsive AA is checked. Now that we've done that, I'm going to add a particle color node. And I'm going to have the alpha multiplied against a simple radial gradient exponential. So if I get this and I type radial gradient exponential, you'll see it there. Just going to plug that straight in and connect that to opacity. So you can see we've got our particle there. And then I'm going to plug this into the emissive itself. So this gets us that simple white particle. Now this effect doesn't necessarily need to be translucent. If we wanted to, we could also potentially go additive, but I like having full control, and we're not having a particularly effects heavy game, so I think it's okay to use translucency here. So I'm going to apply and save. And at this point, I'm now going to create the particle system. And that's going to be called P_impulse, because we're going to have two effects. We've got the flight particle system, which is as the particle system moves through the air, that's the system that you'll be able to see. And then we've got the explosion itself. And to be blunt, the explosion is the most fun. So we're going to start with that one. So the explosion effect is going to be a radial effect that's going to push out from the center. So this means we're going to have to do a couple of things to get this right. Now, to begin with, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this from being a spawned by rate to a burst spawn. And that means we're going to go here to the spawn section, rate, and we're going to set the rate to 0. Now what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use what's called a burst list to simultaneously spawn 500 particles. So under burst list, add, count, 500. And you can see that we've got this happening now. Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that we're using GPU sprites rather than standard sprites. So go here and under type data, click new GPU sprites. So this means that this effect is going to have way less overhead because it's being calculated by the GPU. So at this point I'm going to go through and actually set up my material to use the simple spot that we created. Just type in the word simple and you'll see simple spot. And that's what we're getting at the moment, which is a pretty big effect. As before, I'm going to set this to a velocity alignment while I'm in here so that the effect aligns itself with the direction that it's currently moving in. So now that we've got that set up, let's actually stretch it along that axis. So if I go to here and go to initial size, I'm going to set the size to be equal to the vector. So we're going to go 5. We're going to set this to 5 and 1. And I'm going to set the y-axis to be between 50 and 25. And z doesn't matter because it's just an xy effect. So you can see we've thinned that out a lot. Obviously though, I don't actually want it moving upwards. So I'm going to get this initial velocity and delete it. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to location. And I'm going to make it spawn in a sphere. Now by default, you can see they're just doing this. And what we really want them to do is explode outwards. So here's how we do that. We go to sphere and we set it up so that it's not on the positive or negative z axes, which means that they'll all spawn in a flat circle. Next up, what we're going to do is enable velocity. You can see that they're now spreading out from that location. And that's kind of cool. However, we also want to go to velocity scale and set these up to have an actual speed that they're shooting out at. Now I find it good to have a uniform speed, which means we pick a range. So I'm going to set this to be between 4 and 15. So now they're kind of shooting out like that. However, my radius on my circle, it's not ideal. It's quite small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up and under start radius, I'm going to set the radius to be between 50, but sometimes pushing all the way up to 80 to kind of get that effect. So we've got that working at the moment, and I think for the most part that's going to be alright initially. But I want this to obviously look like an actual explosion, which means I need to set this up to actually have some nice coloring that really kind of, stands out when it goes off. So at the moment our color of life is set up to be a color of, here we go, to be a color of white and a color of white. However, what I actually want to do is I want it to start off with a fierce color and then push out to like a slightly more white out color. So under output, I'm going to set the 0 point, which is the very beginning, and you know this because it says the in value is 0. I'm going to set this to be 150 on the red axis and 50 and 20. And we get that burst there. Now at the moment it's fading back to white. It's up to you what you want to fade it back to. If I wanted to, I could still have it kind of keeping a red. If I wanted to, I could kind of ending blue somehow. Keep in mind that your alpha is also kicking in as this is working, so it's going to be fading the effects out generally at the same time. but I could go that, for instance, to kind of get more of a whiteout effect. I think in this instance, what I really want to do though is I'm going to go similar to the initial effect that we have. However, I'm going to actually start it off less red initially and have more blue. So it's kind of a white initial burst and then pushing out from there. It's up to you how you want to do this. You know, either way it'll look reasonable. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add some constant acceleration. So if I look at this, I can see that they're exploding out and it's coming out in a flat line. But I think this is going to look a lot nicer if over time they're actually falling. So if I was to right click here and I was to add acceleration, constant acceleration, and set that to be on the x-axis downwards, you can see that we're now grabbing a constant acceleration that's pushing them all downwards, which looks nice too. So if I go here, we've got ourselves a rather nice impulse that can serve as our explosion. Some other things that we could do too are collision with scene depth. So we could make sure that when something does collide with the scene, it has kind of a nice effect. I think in this situation, the defaults are fine. We just want the particles to kind of bounce as they go off. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up size by life. So size by life lets us scale the particles for as long as they're alive. So I'm going to go to here and I'm going to go size by life, and I'm going to get this, which at the moment is a constant curve, which is what we want. And I want to say up until say 60% of your life, I want you to be at a full scale. However, by the time you reach 1, I want you to fade out. So now you can see that these particles, as they kind of reach the end of their life, they get significantly smaller. Do you see that? So that works quite nicely. And it kind of makes me want to go back and change the color of a life a little bit to go to orange a lot quicker. So it's white for the very first hot flash. Well, a blue for the very first hot flash. And then very quickly pushes into there. Now for the lifetime, I'm going to tinker with that just a little bit. At the moment they all last 1 second, but I personally don't like having every particle dying off simultaneously. So I'm going to set this to be between a value of 0.25 and 1.5. You can see that some of these last a little bit longer now. Now the final thing that we need to change on this before we continue is at the moment this is continuously looping. So see how it's just going again and again and again. We don't want that. When an explosion triggers, we want it to just explode one time. So I'm going to go to required, and under duration there's this section that says emitter loops, and I'm just going to set that to 1. You'll notice now that it gives me a little word down the bottom that says completed when the effect has completely finished. So this is going reasonably well. The only other thing that I can think of that I might want to do, in fact I definitely do want to do, is the bounding box. So if I click on the black background, it's going to give me the particle system's properties. And I'm essentially going to create a box that the computer knows about that is going to encompass the effect. Now the reason we have to do this is because it's a GPU particle rather than a CPU particle. It doesn't actually know where they're ending up because they're all just being calculated on the GPU. So by doing -600, -600, -600, and 600, 600, 600, it creates a static box that the CPU knows that it can look for to determine whether this effect would still be visible or not. So now that we've got our explosion created, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to the next section, which is going to be the flight particle. So this is going to be the particle of the projectile as it's moving through the air. Now to do this, I'm going to actually base it off of what we have going on here, because there's no point in me doing the same thing twice. Now there's a couple of ways I could do this, but first off I'm actually going to show you how to export particles. So I'm going to create a new called p_flight. Now let's pretend I wanted to move something from this particle system into this particle system. There's a nice little feature in Unreal that a lot of people don't know about, that if I go to my content browser, I select the system that I want to copy to. Now in this, if I right click, I can actually export emitter. So emitter, export emitter. And now if I close impulse and I go to my flight particle, you'll see that it's actually copied that in there for me. So in this situation, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete this one because I don't need it. I'm going to go to required and I'm going to switch that around to have 0 for the loops. And instead of it being a burst, I'm going to remove the burst, and I'm going to set this to be a constant rate of 50. Now we want these particles actually kind of forming a ball that's going to be moving around the world. And there's a nice little system we can do to kind of get that working nicely. We can go to here and we can actually add point gravity to the object itself. So what that means is we're actually attracting it. It's under attraction point gravity. We can set this up to actually have a distance that they all get pulled back into. So I'm going to set the radius up to be 500. Position is 0. And strength is the important one. Watch what happens if I have a very high strength. So that's actually gone ahead and created a nice little orb for us. And if I go view and I enable motion, this simulates what happens as this particle was moving around the world. So that's kind of cool. I actually think that I want to turn the spawn rate up even higher though. Cool. So we'll see how this works. One other nice way to kind of treat these kind of particles when you're testing them is if I go to my content browser and I get my flight effect and I drop it into the world, I'm going to grab it and then hit G. This is how it's going to look as the particle system is moved around the world. I'm going to move it upwards so it's less collision with the world. But so that's what the magic will look like as it approaches someone. We'll kind of get that nice effect. And I think that looks pretty cool. So that's going to be our flight particle system. At the moment, its bounding box is still going to be unset because we copied this from the old system into the new one. So once again, I'm going to go to here and I'm just going to set relative bounding box. And I'm going to keep this pretty high because we don't want it to lose the tail at any stage. But I'm going to go 400, negative 400. I think that'll do. And that should be it for our flight particle effects. If you wanted to, you could do some other pretty fancy stuff, like having a core that's always visible and these little sparks are just chasing it. So it's really up to you. To do that, all I would need to do would create another emitter that wasn't GPU based, that kind of sat in the middle as a general core. But I think this will do for the minute. And it's time for us to move on to creating projectiles, which we'll be doing next. In this lesson, we're going to be creating a projectile. So we've already created the flight template and the hit effect, but I want us to have something so that when we right click, it'll throw a projectile at an enemy. So this means the first thing that I want to go ahead and do is go to blueprints, and I'm going to create a new blueprint class. And this is going to be based on a standard actor. And I'm going to call this base projectile. KG. Base projectile will do. Actually, keeping with what we have elsewhere, it should really be KG projectile base. There we go. So, what is this? This is essentially going to be a few things. First off, we're going to have a particle system in there that is going to be the flight template. So the particle system is going to be the, I'm going to call it flight system. This is going to be set to the system that we created called p_flight. And if I click off that, that's what that looks like at the moment. So that's our basic flight template. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up so that we have something that can handle overlaps. Because when this overlaps an enemy, I want it to explode. So I'm going to add some collision, and I'm going to add sphere collision. So this sphere collision that's been added just here is going to be the thing that has to hit the enemy to explode. Now it's up to us how big we want this to be. At the moment that is a 32 radius, which means keep in mind that your diameter is going to be 64. I'm going to crank this all the way up to 50 though, because I want it to be kind of hard to miss and a little bit more forgiving. And if I scroll down, I'm going to set this up with a couple of extra options. First off, at the moment it's set to overlap all dynamic, but that's not actually what I want. Now, I want it to overlap the pawn and I want it to block everything else. Because when it overlaps the pawn, I'm going to set that up to explode. But when it hits static geometry in the world, such as a wall or potentially a sword if we wanted to get into it, I don't want it to explode. Instead, in those instances, I want it to bounce. But how do we make it bounce, you ask? I'll show you. We're going to add projectile movement. So in the projectile movement component, we can actually set up all of the movement for a standard projectile, including some really cool stuff like homing. See this option down here is homing projectile? We can actually set this up to home in on something if we wanted to. Now I'm going to set the initial speed up as a reasonably high value of 4,000. Max speed I'm going to leave to 0, which means that there's no limit. Now if this was a missile or something like that, I would probably set this option called rotation follows velocity, which would automatically orient the projectile in the direction that it's currently moving in. So if it was a missile, it would always kind of face the forwards. So that's set up. I'm going to keep gravity scale of 1 for the time being. And the last thing I'm going to do before I continue is I'm going to get the sphere and I'm going to make it the root component by just dragging it onto it. Now, we've got the basic setup for a projectile here. And if I was to click the simulate button, we could watch what it would do in a game. So that's how it would look when it flew off, which is pretty cool. So we've got our basic projectile. We know that it's going to fire off and that that's all set up. So the next thing for us to do is to actually add in the functionality that will allow us to fire this at someone. The last thing I'm going to do to this projectile before we continue is also enable bouncing. Now there's this little option here that says should bounce. So I'm going to check that and make sure that the projectile is going to, kind of bounce around before it's done. And finally, I'm going to set the bounciness here. We can actually set up whether we want it to be fully bouncy or if we want it to lose a bit of velocity as it does it. I personally like to have this set to a reasonably high number. So 1 means no velocity has been lost. So I typically like it to be like 0.8, 0.9. And the other thing that I'm going to change here is I'm going to make sure that this projectile can only ever survive for a certain amount of time. And the reason for that is that you don't want your projectiles just lasting forever if they don't ever hit anyone. So I'm going to go to class defaults, and under actor you'll see this little option that says initial lifespan. So 0 means forever, and instead I'm going to set this to 5 seconds, which is also a pretty long time, and that'll be that. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and give my player the ability to throw projectiles. We've created a projectile now, and we've got a character. So it's time for us to actually hook this up to have the ability to throw projectiles. Now I'm going to open up my character base, and I'm going to go to that stub we created a long time ago called Try Magic. Now what Try Magic is going to do is it's going to try to create a projectile that we can throw at someone. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check, are we flinching? So I'm going to go branch, I'm going to set this up, and if we're flinching, we don't want to do anything. If we're not flinching, then we want to throw it. So how are we going to do this? Well, if I go spawn actor from class, I can create a projectile. Now, as a quick test, I'm just going to rig this up and see how it goes. So the first thing that we're going to look at is this spawn transform. So this spawn transform refers to where it's going to get created from. Now this is an interesting issue because we need to make sure that we're actually throwing the projectile out of the player. So it's kind of like being propelled away from us and from a good position. Now for the time being, what I'm going to do for testing is I'm going to get a position that is in front of the player. So I'm just going to add an arrow component, and I'm going to drag this up and just place it here. Compile, save, and I'm going to go back to my event graph, and I'm just going to get the arrow, which again is just a temporary measure, and I'm going to get the world transform and set that up as the spawn transform for this actor. Compile, save. Now, if I was to go into the world and just right click, I'm not getting any functionality out of it. Now the reason I'm not getting any functionality out of it is that I'm going to go to input. I can see that magic attack has been bound to right mouse button, but I'm going to follow this logic through, and I'm going to go to the player controller base. And if I look in here, we've currently set up events for melee attack, but not magic attack. So I'm going to copy what I have here, duplicate it with Control W, and all I'm going to do here is, instead of calling try melee, I'm going to call try magic. And there we have it. I'm now throwing magic out of it. And that magic is then bouncing around the world and acting kind of dangerous. And it exists for 5 seconds. Now, the thing that our magic is currently not doing is I can't actually hit anyone with it. Okay? So, it's time for us to go through and add the functionality that would allow it to explode when it hits a pawn. So I'm going to go to my event graph in my projectile base, and I'm going to start setting this up so that when it hits a player, it'll actually explode. So to do this, what I'm going to do is on overlap, I'm going to cast to character. Whoops. Cast to, now not just any character, but the character base. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if this is the instigator. Now, I haven't actually set the instigator up yet. So back in character base, I'm going to get this little variable that says instigator and just get a reference to myself. This tells the projectile that the person that created it is me. Now, next up, I'm going to go here and I'm just going to see if this is equal to get instigator. Now, if this is equal to the instigator, so if it's overlapping me, then I don't want it to explode. I want this magic to be only hurting enemies. If we want to, I could get rid of this check and we could set some other stuff up. But for the time being, I'm just going to set it up to only hurt enemies. Now, we've done that, so the next thing for us to set up is we want to then go, okay, well, we know it's not us, but we are still overlapping a pawn. So instead, I'm going to go to damage. And you can see that we have the apply damage function. And we're going to go off of this in the exact same way that we did before, whereby if this is false, we're going to apply damage, and the instigator is going to be the controller of the pawn that we're referencing. So if I get my pawn reference from this, I'm going to now go controller, and I'm going to get controller, and connect that to there. Now the damage causer is going to be a reference to self, and the base damage that we're going to deal when we hit someone with magic, for the time being, I'm just going to set it to 50. Now the last thing that I'm going to do is set up the destroy function. So at the moment, I could just play the effect and then destroy it. It's really up to us as to whether we want the projectiles to always explode in like a fiery ball, or if when they don't hit anything, we want them to just disappear. Now, if we do want them to explode, then I might as well get event destroyed and set this up so that when it's destroyed, it's play, spawn location. Spawn emitter at location, spawns at actor location, so it's spawning where we are, and the thing that it's spawning is the impulse. So I could set that up, which means that after I apply damage, if I then just destroy myself, so destroy actor, it'll now play this. So if I throw that around, I need to get into a place that I'm going to still see it in 5 seconds time. There you go. So you saw it explode in the corner just then. So we know that that's working. And if I was to go here, you can see that when I right click at the player, it's actually dealing damage to her. So we actually had just created an attack that was working and fully functional, and I'm able to throw it, and they'll actually detonate after 5 seconds of life. Now that I think about it, 5 seconds was probably excessive. So that's it for the basics of getting a projectile together. It's time for us to now go out and set up a spawner that's going to keep players coming at us. So we've set up the basics of our magic effect, but it's time we actually tie this in with some anim montages and make sure it's not going to conflict with anything else that's going on in the game. So the first part of that is going to be the anim montage itself. I'm now going to go to Content Browser, and I'm going to right click, and I'm going to create a new anim montage based on, there's player shoot, which is the firing effect itself, at which point we also have magic switch. So I'm going to create it off of magic switch, and I'm just going to call this magic shoot montage. Okay. Now this initially shows her doing this. So if I hit play, she's going to do that. Now I'm going to set this to be upper body only. And if you look at it, so she goes down and she does this, at which point we want to set it up so that her hand does the firing animation next. So that's going to go magic, sorry, not magic, you can type in the word shoot, and you'll see we have player shoot. So I'm going to drop that in. And if I watch these two, she's now currently doing that. So she's jumping between them. But it's okay, we can fix that up. So what we're going to do to fix this up and hide that little jot there is it's super obvious to us from here, but if you look at it from this distance, it's slightly less observable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be playing a fire effect, which is something we haven't done yet. So as this goes off, I'm going to play an incredibly bright flash that is the fire effect itself, and that's going to hide this effect going off, as well as being the point where the projectile fires out from within us. So that means that we're going to need to add two new effects that we haven't created yet. One of those is going to be the initial burst coming from our hand, and the other one of those is going to be the charge up effect that we would play during this period. That warns players of what we're about to do. So with that in mind, let's quickly just put together some effects. I'm going to go back to my effects, and for the time being, I'm actually going to use my flight as a base, except I'm going to call this P_fire. So we want this to be a large impulse that comes out of our hand and is a one-time thing. So I'm going to get this and I'm going to go spawn, and I'm going to set this to 0 on the rate, and once again add a burst list. Under required, I'm going to tell this I don't want it to loop, so it's a one-time thing. So that's good. The next thing I'm going to do is I want this to face down the x-axis, so that when we're aligning it later, it's going to be a bit easier. So I'm actually going to turn the Z on both of these again, and this time I'm going to turn off the y-axis. Oh wait, sorry, I want to turn off the x-axis because I want it facing down. There we go. So Y is on, X is off. So we've got this now, and this is going to be our initial kind of flash. I'm also going to set the lifetime of these particles to be significantly shorter. Now that's working reasonably well. The final little touch I'll put on here is I'm actually going to create a new particle emitter that's going to spawn 0 as far as the rate's concerned. It's just going to have a burst of one particle, and that particle is actually going to be kind of a cheeky one. I'm going to get rid of this initial velocity, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to spawn a single particle that's very large. Okay. And it's going to be uniform, so it's going to be about 500. I could probably actually go 250. Yep, I'm going to set this to be a simple spot. I'm going to set the required to only loop one time. Lifetime is going to be very short, 0.2. So you can see it popping in. And then I'm also going to set this up to have a color over life. That's going to make it... Actually, I'm just going to steal the existing color over life that we have there. That way it's the same brightness. And the final part of this is going to be... So when we play it, that's going to do that right now. The final part of this is going to be going to size by life. And I'm going to set this up to scale along. So it's kind of starts big and then shrinks down. I'm actually going to curve that as well. And when that's coming out of my hand, it should look okay. It should hide that effect reasonably nicely. I think 250 may have been too big. I'm going to go down to 100. So it's just in the core of it. There's now just a guaranteed flash in the very center of it. If you ever want to view this in slow motion, you can always hit it to 1%. And I can see what's happening here as it explodes out. 1% may have been, let's go 10. So that core is definitely going to be bright enough as it's jerking back, basically. So we've gone to there, and that's all set up. We know this works. And so that's my fire effect. So in my magic montage, I'm now going to go to here. And I'm going to play the montage at this exact point. So scroll down, go notifies, I'm going to right click, add notify, add particle effects. And the particle effect I'm going to be adding is the p_fire. And it's going to ask me for a socket name. So I know I can actually just add it to the sword socket. So at the moment that socket is actually rotated differently to how I thought it was. Currently that's actually shooting out down that axis. So I want that facing, it looks like it needs to be rotated down. We can check really quickly here actually. So if I go show, we can set this up to show us the sockets, and I can see which way that's facing at the time. So it's actually facing the blue, which means the Z axis. So I'm going to set this up to be on the blue axis. So under sphere, I want it to be enabled. I don't want it on the Z. Go back to the montage, zoom out. Our overall effect might be pretty big as well, so I'm going to tinker with that. So the overall effect means that we're going to get the sphere, and I'm going to set its initial distribution to be between 10 and 40, which gets us that much tighter cell. And you can see now that when we play it, you don't notice the hands pop back. From up here as well, there's like a hot flash. But when that's combined with the actual explosion, I think it'll look quite nice. So that'll have the particle kind of shooting out from that point. Other thing I'm going to do is a very brief charge up effect. So I'm going to do that by, again, going to my flight component. And the reason I'm basing these all off of that initial one is it just makes it a lot easier to keep things consistent. So I'm just going to call it p_charge. And for this effect, it's going to have a duration of from this to this, so that's at 0.5 seconds. Yeah, so we're going to kill it at 0.5. Actually, I'm going to kill it even earlier than that. So I'm going to set the required duration. There it is, 0.25. So it's just going to be a quick effect, one time. So see how the rate plays until it's finished. So while we're charging up, we're going to have a rate that's doing that. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to set the point gravity to be offset on the Z-axis by about 250 units. So as I'm charging up my attack, that'll come out of my feet doing that, which I think looks quite nice. I could potentially make this go for a little bit longer, up to 0.5. 0.4 maybe. And I'm actually going to decrease the number of particles because I want it to look kind of cool but not be too excessive. Final thing that could look good here is adding an orbit to make them kind of swirl around their locations, which kind of creates a little bit more chaos. So I'm just going to have a quick look at how that goes. So the second we start to charge the effects, I'm going to play a notify. So add notify particle effects. I'm going to select it, and I'm going to set this to be charge. So that kind of works. I do need to end it quicker, so just in required, I'm going to set the duration to be 0.25. So it's, and I'm going to set the lifetime to be shorter than that. So it's kind of this effect, they all burst up. Because of that, actually, I could turn this up a bit and we'll get that initial cast. I'm also going to get the sphere and just pull that in a whole lot. So between 20 and 80 when we do it, 20 and 50 even. Yeah, that looks good. Great. Save. And the final thing that I'm going to do is when we actually shoot the projectile, it's at this point just here, right? So I'm going to add a notify, and before, you know how we had deal damage from sword, I'm now going to have fire magic ball. I'm going to drag this to the correct timing. I think about that's okay. Now because we've done that, in the same way as before, where we set up the animation to deal damage to in the sword, I'm now going to open up my knight's animation blueprint. And within my animation blueprint, at the moment we have anim notify. This goes through the motions and then does try deal damage. And what we're going to do is we're going to fire magic ball is going to call a cast to the pawn owner, at which point that is then going to have a function that is going to be called launch projectile. So I'm going to quickly rework how our current magic setup is in the blueprint. So open up your character base. Now at the moment, try magic spawns the projectile directly. Now what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make a new custom event that is called launch magic projectile. And the reason I'm doing it this way is that this is now going to play the montage that is going to be magic shoot montage. So that will play the montage, which will then fire this, because in this we're going to tell it to launch magic projectile. Now, at the moment it's not compiling because I didn't compile the character first. It's a bit of a mismatch, it happens sometimes. If I compile it again, everything will be fine. So with that in mind, try magic will still get called with right click. That's going to play our montage. And montage is going to hit a point in it that says fire the bullet. And that's going to then come out here and spawn the projectile. Right click. See that? We've now got a great charge up effect, an impulse, and we have a good little animation to go with it. And as well as that, you can't actually spam it because the animation has to charge up. So as I do this, we're all set. Fantastic. So the last thing that I really need to do here is I'm going to actually add a little touch that on destroy, so on destroy in my projectile, I'm going to go to here, just going to say on destroyed, spawn the emitter at location, do what you're doing, but as well as that, can you do one other thing? Can you damage from a radial position? So, oh, sorry, we want to cause radial damage. Apply radial damage. There it is. So we can actually tell this to have a radius around it. And the reason I'm doing this is that while we're kind of safe from being hit by our own projectiles right now, I do think that when they explode, it would be good if we kind of dealt some damage around them, with the location being the actor location. And if I look up here, I can see what we have before. We've got the instigator, controller, damage causer. So, oops, sorry, those two are switched around. That's that, and self is that. Great. So that will simply cast out, do some damage to anyone that's nearby whenever they explode as well. And we're all set on that front. Now, if we wanted to make it so that they could hit the player, all we would need to do is the first time they end overlap with the player, we now no longer ignore the player. So at the moment, I'm doing this check that was if it's the player. I could actually have a separate check that goes into that, because we have actor begin overlap, but we also have actor end overlap. And because they spawn overlapping us, when they end overlap, we could then no longer do this condition if we wanted to. Not going to bother because I like how it is in this end. I just want you to be aware that it is a setup. But otherwise, that's all we really needed to do to kind of finish off the magic feature so that it was a bit nicer. The final little touch that we might want to consider doing, we could potentially charge up the projectile before throwing it, but I think this is a good enough example for the time being. So stick around and we'll get more enemies coming our way and we'll set the actual arena up. So we have our basic gameplay together now. It's time to actually get a proper game loop running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a spawner that's going to have enemies popping into the game, and we'll be going from there. So initially this is just going to be spawning enemies in, making sure it works, and then we're going to move on to wave spawners. So to do this, I'm going to open up my game mode. And now if it comes into this, great. If it doesn't, you may need to click on the Open Full Blueprint Editor button. Now when it pops in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag off of this, and after the game begins, I'm going to set a timer. And I'm going to set the timer by event. And this event is going to be rather simple. All we're going to do is I'm going to drag off of that, and I'm going to add a custom event. And the custom event is going to be called spawn enemy. Okay, now to spawn an enemy, what I'm going to be doing is get all actors of class. So I'm going to find every single location that we currently have a player start. And then from all of those player starts, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get the last index. No, sorry, I want to get. And what I actually want to get is the length. Now I'm not getting last index because random, when told to go between a number, actually selects a number between random length minus 1. So what I mean by that is if I get length, and I get a random integer, this looks for a random number between 0 and max minus 1. Now the length of the array is the number of things in it, and the last index in the array is the length minus 1. So I can use this, connect this to here, and tell it to get that, and that will now get me a reference to that player start. Once I've done that, all I need to do is spawn AI from class, and I want to get the location and rotation from the player start. Finally, I'm going to tell the actor class that we're spawning to be the character that I created. And I'm going to tell it to loop every 5 seconds. Loop, compile, save. Now, for the time being, we currently only have one player start in there. But you know what? That's actually okay. And the reason that that's okay is I can see if this is working or not very quickly. So it's okay for me to have that kind of set up. And you'll notice that as they pop in, the character immediately started chasing after me, which is great. A couple of seconds later. Now, we're noticing a bit of a flaw in our AI, which is that it takes 5 seconds for them to do anything because we wait 5 seconds before calling process AI for the first time. However, we have got ourselves with the basics of a gameplay. So if I look at this and I get the player start and I alt drag it around the map, I can just hit end to lower it to the ground to make sure it's okay. Alt drag up to here. Alt drag over to here. I can now have, when I hit play, every 5 seconds, so one spawned there. And if I run around, oh, another one had spawned over there. We've got ourselves a basic game. So, that's the basics of our initial gameplay. However, quite often you want to do things such as creating spawners. So what I'm going to do in this situation is I'm going to show you how to create a wave spawner, which means we spawn units in a group, and then when they're all finished off, we then spawn another, most likely bigger and deadlier group. Now when it comes to creating spawning systems in Unreal, there's a couple of different approaches that we can take. Now to begin with, I'm going to put this in the game mode, but I want you to be aware that all of the logic that we're doing here could theoretically just be an actor in the world. And the reason that you might want to do it as an actor in the world rather than in the game mode is that if it were an actor in the world, it would be interchangeable between levels. Since we only have the one level, and this is the entire game,
I'm going to build it into the game mode, but I just want you to be aware of the potential structure that you could pursue. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to set this up. At the moment, we're doing the basic logic of finding a player start to spawn someone, but we don't actually have any really intelligent system here to dictate groups of enemies so that it'll spawn 5, and then it might spawn 2, and then 10, in some intelligent preset manner. So how we go about doing that means that we have to set this up such that we're focusing on waves and an ongoing queue. So I'm going to first off create a wave. Now, a wave is going to be a struct that holds an array of queues. So how that functions is I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new blueprint struct. And I'm just going to call this wave structs. Now, the reason I've gone and done this is I want to have an array that holds an array of classes. So I'll show you how this works. If I open up my wave struct and I create a new variable that's just going to be called class to spawn, and this is going to be a reference of the night characters, so character base, and it's going to be an array of them, but I don't want this to be a list of references to night character bases. I'm going to click on this little arrow, well, highlight the arrow, and select class instead. Now this means that I'm holding a list of references of classes that we're going to be spawning in the world. Now, by setting this up as an array, if I were to go to my game mode and create a new variable, and this was the waves list, and I set this to be the struct that I just created called wave struct, I'm now able to create an array, compile, an array that if I was to add an element, I would then be able to create lists within lists. So this is a list of lists. So this is a list of things to then spawn. Now, in this situation, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to set up this none to be a kg character base. And if I want to, I can duplicate this a few times. Now, what this is going to mean is that in my first wave, wave index 0, I'm going to be spawning 4 enemies. And then afterwards, if I was to add a new setup, I would then go ahead and spawn perhaps 3 enemies the next time. So this way I can actually create groups of these together. And there are some definite advantages to doing it this way, because if I have it set up like this, I'm able to pre-organize where a boss fight might be, I'm able to pre-organize where the more difficult enemies start to come in, etc. So this setup is quite good. Now, we've got our initial variable for waves, but I'm going to be basically getting the waves and I'm going to be pushing them off into a current queue. And this current event that we have, that is the spawner, it's currently processing it every 5 seconds, but I'm going to lower this down to every 1 second. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up such that we have a start new wave function. And every time, I'm just going to move tick down a bit, every time we call the start new wave function, which is going to be a custom event, so I'm going to make start new wave. Let's go through the logic of what we want to have happen every time we run a new wave. To begin with, we want to have a current wave index. So I'm going to call this wave index. And I'm going to set this to be an integer. Now, what we're going to be doing is every time we start a new wave, we're going to get the wave index. We're going to increment it. At which point we're going to then get the current wave that we're up to. So I'm going to go, I'm going to get the waves and I'm going to call get. And the wave that we want to currently access is the current wave index. If I, there we go, split the struct, we now have the class to spawn. I'm now going to right click on this and promote it to a variable because I want this to be my current queue. So we're going to get the current queue every time we start a new wave and load it into a new variable for us, at which point I think it's a good idea to shuffle the queue. And the reason I'm shuffling it is that we always have a list of enemies that we want to spawn, but I think it's still a good idea that within this wave we randomize what order they pop out. It's not essential, but I think it's a nice little touch. So now that we've done that, what we're going to do is we're going to handle the actual processing of the queue. Now currently how we're functioning is when we go to spawn the enemy, we're just straight up spawning a new enemy every time. So let's put some logic in there that kind of blocks that off a bit. What we're going to do is when we call spawn enemy, we're going to branch. And the reason we're doing a branch is if the current queue is greater, so if the length is going to be greater than 0, so if there's still things left in the queue to spawn, then we want to get all actors of class and run through our spawn. And over here, where it says pawn class to select, what I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to tell it to spawn the current queue 0. Now the reason I'm getting the current queue 0 is we're going to get this, and then immediately after spawning it, I'm going to then remove it from the list. So I'm going to get queue, and I'm going to call remove index, and I'm just going to remove index 0, which means that the one that was previously 1 will now be 0. So we've removed that index, at which point we want to actually set this up so that we have some sort of logic that tells us when to skip to the next wave. So how do we do that? How we do that is we create a custom event, and this is actually, instead of creating it this way, I know that this event is going to be triggered by the destruction of this actor. So a nice way to go about creating the event is to drag off of the reference to the enemy that we just spawned, type in onDestroyed, and you'll see that we have bind event to onDestroyed. I'm going to get that, plug it into remove index. I'm going to drag off of event, and I'm going to type in custom, and this is going to be check wave complete. And what this means we're going to be doing is we're going to check if the wave is actually over. So whenever an enemy dies, it's going to call this event. And this event is going to say, well, first off, let's see if there's anyone left in the queue. So first off, let's double check that we've actually spawned everyone. So is the length of this, if this is equal to 0, so if this is equal to 0, we're then going to go, okay, so we know that's empty. Let's go ahead and see if there are enemies left in the map. Now, it may seem logical for you to go off and check to see all of the enemies by checking the number of pawns, right? Problem is that actually includes us. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to do a get all actors of class, and I'm going to get all of the AI controllers. So I'm going to get specifically all of the KG AI controller base, because I know these are only the enemies. Now after I've done that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the length of this, and if the length is equal to 0, that means there are no enemies left in the map. And if there are no enemies left in the map, we can then attach this to here and simply call start new wave, which is the function that we had already created. So if that's equal to 0, if there's no enemies left to spawn, and there's no enemies currently in the map, let's just start a new wave. So if I go over here, I can see that we're almost good, except I'm missing one reasonably important thing. And what that is I haven't actually told the game to begin just yet. And what I want to do is have a custom event that is for on begin play. What we're going to do is we're going to call reset game. And when we call reset game, we're going to set the wave index to 0, at which point we're then going to just go straight into this set queue. Now if we don't do this and we just called start new wave from the very beginning of the game, wave index 0 would get skipped because we increment before loading it into the queue. So I've done that, I've popped that in. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to call reset game, which is the function that we made, and I'm going to quickly set up a couple of waves. So at the moment we should get initially 1 enemy spawning, and then after that enemy's died we should get 3 enemies spawning, and then finally I'm going to add a third one into the mix, and when that's done I'm going to have 2, 3, let's get 4 enemies spawning. compile save, hit play. Now, oh, I should also make sure that there's no enemies. There you go. I'm just going to remove this one from the map. Fantastic. So there's currently no enemies in. This one's just spawned, so we know that first section's working. They're down for the count. They're out. So that worked. Now, in a situation like this, it's a good idea to try and test your features in isolation. And a nice way to do that is to get the player stats and just kind of cluster them all together. Because this means that I'm actually going to see every single enemy spawn. Now, obviously you don't want to ship with this, but it's a good way to just quickly test that everything's working. So I'm going to get all of these player stats and push them into the same area and just confirm that we're working. Play. So the first enemy spawned. And that's the next wave, so that was those next 3 that I had. Fantastic, and then the 4th wave should spawn in just a second, because the new one's kicked in. Great. But it proves that the function's set up, everything's good, and the only thing left for us really to do from here is to make sure that we're adding in some game events so that we can call whenever a new wave is beginning, we can alert the player, and as well as that, add in some basic game events for any time the game has completed, so we can say, you know, success, well done, it took you this long. And that's it. That's how we get a basic wave spawning system. So in the previous session we set up spawners and we told it to take a class as a parameter. Now the reason for that is that I didn't want to just have one type of enemy. So instead what I'm going to do is in this presentation I'm going to set it up so that we have an alternative knight. So I'm going to go to blueprints and first off I'm going to quickly add some additional functionality to my character. Now at the moment our character has purple hair and we set this up so that we would have a way to differentiate between characters. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make an enemy type that has red hair that throws magic instead of using their melee weapon. So in my construction script for the knight, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get the mesh and I'm going to drag off of this and do create dynamic material instance. And what we're going to be doing here is changing their hair color. Now at the moment this mesh has a material that we've set up which will have a parameter for her hair because we already went and sorted that out earlier. So I'm just going to quickly check what the parameter name is. In my situation it's called hair color. So we've got that set up. What I'm going to do is close this down and I'm going to drag off of this and do set vector parameter. I'm going to set this value to be hair color. And I'm going to get this and promote it to a variable that is called hair color. And if I was to go to my viewport and hit compile, I can now see that the hair color of the mesh is equal to whatever the hair color value is right now in the blueprint. So if I change this around, we can now have different versions. So this is what we're going to use to differentiate between our different classes. It's simple, but it's effective. So by default, we're going to have this, which is kind of like let's go with like a lighter green, for instance. There we go. Looks kind of elven. So I'm going to hit OK, compile and save. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make one other modification. In my AI controller, which is under blueprints, in my AI controller, at the moment I'm telling them to do a move to function, at which point they'll try a melee. Now what I'm going to do instead is make the acceptance radius I'll make the acceptance radius something that is taken from the pawn itself, and then what I'll do is I'll set, instead of try melee, it'll be use primary attack. So that way the enemies can choose whether they want to throw magic or if they want to try melee. So I'm going to go content browser, and I'm quickly just going to set up in my character. There we go. So I'm going to make a new function, which is just called use primary attack. And by default, I'm just going to make this feed right through to try melee. So in theory, this functionality for your basic character will be exactly the same as it was. Now the other thing I'm going to set up is a variable that is going to be, it's going to be attack range. And I'm going to set this up as a float. And by default, I'm going to set this to be a value of 50. Compile. Now, last but not least, I'm going to go to my controller base, and I'm just going to set this up. So instead of try melee, it's going to be use primary attack. And over here, before we do the call to AI move to, instead of doing get controlled pawn, I'm now going to drag off of that and do a cast to KG character. I'm going to convert this to a pure cast so I can just get the variable out of it. And finally, I'm going to get the range that we created and plug that into my acceptance radius. And now, for me to make an alternative enemy, all I need to do is right-click on my character base and create a child blueprint class. And this is going to be called KG Character Mage. Now, our mage is going to have red hair. So for me to set that up, I can just go over here to the default properties. I'm going to set her up to have red hair. Should just go like a, yeah, there we go. So I've set her up to have red hair. Her attack range is going to be far greater. I'm going to set it to 400. Compile, save. And in my event graph, all I'm going to do here is in the primary attack. So when we call use primary attack, instead of doing the existing call, which is to melee, I'm going to call magic. So in theory, she'll go ahead and she'll try her magic attack instead when she's at range. And now the final thing for me to do is in my game mode, I'm now able to go into any of these waves and set her up as someone that will spawn in the first round. And then I'll make the final round, round 3, a bunch of mages. And I should be able to see her functionality working. So compile. Again, that's going to be me as a base character because I can see it's green. If I hit play, you can see that she's spawned with her red hair, at which point she's doing this. Now, the thing that she's not doing right now is actually aiming her magic attacks, because her acceptance radius, is actually not currently telling her to do that. So all I'm going to do here is over here, before we call primary attack, one last little thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set the focal point. So I can actually call this set focal point. And this tells the player who to actually face. So we're just going to say, before you do your attack, no matter what, set the focal point to be your target. And now if I hit play, and I watch, there's my character. So she's spawned, and she's now just immediately throwing fire at me. Whoa. So we now have a functioning mage that we can swap out to make the waves more interesting. So most of what we have in place has been supporting the game type, but one thing I'd like to do would be add health widgets. This way when we look at an enemy, we know what health they're on, and also, more importantly, we know what health we're on. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the content browser, I'm going to go to blueprints, and I'm going to create a new widget. So if you scroll down to user interface and go widget blueprint, and I'm going to call this just UI health bar. And from this health bar, I'm going to set this up to have a very basic rectangle that will act as our health bar. So here, I'm going to set this from being full screen to desired. I'm now going to add a progress bar to my hierarchy. And I'm going to set the size of this progress bar First off, I'm going to actually have the anchor in the middle, so that's all nicely set. And I'm going to make sure that the sizing is something that feels appropriate for a, alignment 0.5, 0.5 I personally like to have, and then 0 out your position again. I'm going to set this to be size, I'm going to have it reasonably long and thin, like this. Now, I'm going to go down and I'm going to set up some of these variables. So to get this right, I'm going to set the percent to 0.5. Now, percent isn't between 0 and 100, it's between 0 and 1. So 0.5 means 50%. So this is currently blue if they're going to have health, and red if they don't. So I'm going to change those colors around to be something that's a bit more stereotypically video gamey. So we've now got green for health. And I'm also going to set under style, background image. I'm going to set the tint of that to control what the damaged health section is. So orange seems like a good match, that orangey red. Compile, save. And now it's time for us to set this up properly. Now, what's going to happen is widgets don't actually know what they belong to. They have no easy way of looking up the widget component. So what we have to do instead is we need to set it up so that we have a variable in place that stores the owning knight character that's going to be feeding it its health information. So to do that, what I'm going to do is create a custom event, and I'm going to call this set owning knight character. And when this gets called, it's going to need an input that is a knight character. So I'm just going to type in the word character and set it to a KG character base. And I'm just going to set this to, instead of new param, it can be called owning knight. Now, once we set this, what we're going to be doing is we're going to get the base health value. So when this first gets created, I'm going to assume that the health that it has here is its default health. And I'm going to promote that to a variable just called default health. Oops, not healthy, health. Now, once that's been set, I'm now also going to set this to a variable, which is going to be, actually let's just connect that to there. Okay. And I'm going to set this to be called owning knight. Oops. So we have owning knight setting the owning knight value and the default health value. From here, I'm just going to compile and save. And in my designer, I'm going to go to the progress bar, and I'm going to set the percent to be a bind. So here, I'm going to click, and I'm going to create a binding. Now, in creating a binding, what I'm going to do is set this to be the owning knight. I'm going to get their health, and I'm going to divide it by the default health. And what that means is if I have 50% health and it's going to 100, we should have a value that gets us a nice percentage. So that's plugged in. And I'm now going to do one final thing, which is go to my character base. And in the viewport, I'm going to add the component itself. So this is going to be a widget. I'm going to call this health bar. Now the health bar is going to be set up as the widget that we've created. So widget class is going to be the UI health bar. You can see that it's visible there. So I'm going to drag this to here, and I'm going to make it face upwards because we know that's the direction of the player. So just above the head's fine, I think. And then in my construction script, I've got the health bar, and I want to get the widget, which is this, and I want to cast this to a health bar. So I'm going to look at my health bar, and then I'm going to call that set owning knight function that we created, and set that to be a reference to myself. So we're getting the health bar, we're getting the, and we're setting it to say that, hey, we're the one that owns it. Compile, save. And now if I were to play the game, I'd see that I'm on full health right now. But if I was to run around the environment and find an enemy, when I hit them, they're now on half health. Hit them again, they're dead. And we now have a simple, functioning health bar on every single character in the game, including myself. And that's all it takes. So next up, I'm going to add the health pickup so that we can finish off the game stuff. At which point, we'll move on to the final UI touches and we'll be done. So we've added health, but I feel like it's kind of unfair to make a survival game where you're only allowed to get hit twice. So what I think it would be good to do is add a setup for health pickups that are just spawning around the map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new blueprint class that's going to be based on an actor, and I'm going to call it KG Health Pickup. Now, we could make a base pickup class that we override to do other things, but since I know exactly what I want in this situation, I'm not going to do a base class. I'm just going to set this up as a health pickup. And for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a sphere component, so sphere collision, that is going to be the root. Now that I've added that, I'm going to go through and set the radius to be quite large, about 100 centimeters. And I'm going to set the collision to be overlap only pawn, because the only thing that should be able to pick these up is the player. So now that we've done that, I'm now going to go and I'm going to cast this actor that it's overlapping to my character base. So if I open this up, we already know that we've got our health variable being stored here. So I'm going to drag off of other actor and type in KG character. And we now have cast a KG character base. Now what I'm going to do here is, before I apply the health, I'm actually just going to do a quick check. And I'm going to say, let's get their health. And let's check if their health is equal to their default health. This means that we don't give them the health pickup if they're already on full health. I need to get the class and then defaults. So on overlap, I'm going to check what the default is for this class, and if this is equal to the current health, we don't want to do anything. But if it's not equal to the current health, then we want to actually give them health. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, so if this is false, I'm going to set their health. So I'm going to say health is equal to the minimum between two things. If I get a reference to their health as well over here, I could drag off of this, but I'm just going to try and keep it neater. I'm going to pick the minimum between two things. Either I'm going to select their maximum health, or I'm going to select their current health plus the additional health that we're giving them. So it's either going to be equal to health plus, let's say that the health gives you 10 health. I'm going to type 10, but then I'm going to promote that to a variable called health offering. So health offering, and the minimum is also going to be set to the class default health. So it's going to pick one of those two options. And the reason being is that if the health plus the health offering is equal to, say, 120, but my max health is normally 100, it's actually going to choose 100 instead of 120. At which point, now that we've done that, I'm going to destroy myself. And that's all it takes for us to have a basic setup. Let's quickly put together a particle system. I think I'm going to base it on one of the existing particle systems to save time. So I'm going to get the current flight effect, which looks like this. And I'm going to set that up to be blue instead. So I'm going to duplicate the flight effects. And I'm going to call this p_health. Let's open that up. I'm going to set the color over life to go from that light blue to instead a 20, 50, 100. So we end up with something more like that, which I think looks quite nice. I'm also going to set the sphere to include the Z axis, so we get something that's a bit more like that. And to be honest, that's really all we need to do. If people see that, they're going to know it's good for you. So health pickup, I'm going to add particle system. So if I go to my viewport, we can now see that that's my health. I'm going to compile and save. And one of the great things about how we've set up our health system right now is that it should automatically actually go off and set everything else up. Our health should correctly reflect the change and everything because we're polling for it. So inside the map, I'm going to add some health pickups just as a quick test. Just drag a few of these around the world. Now, initially, I'm going to need someone to hurt me before I can actually pick it up. Because if I overrun them now, oh. So, that shouldn't have let me pick it up. So it's time for us to go back through our logic and figure out what happened. At the moment, if my health is equal to, so this true should actually be if that is false. That's what it was. Save. So just then I accidentally made health that was only able to be collected when you're at full health. There we go. So now we're fine. Those are set up. I just need someone to hurt me so I can test it. Or I can hurt them. Okay, so now that I've been hurt, let's do a really quick test. If I pick up this, you can see that our health meter grew. Now that we have the health pickups in the game, let's let the AI actually collect them. So to do this, what I'm going to do is open up my AI controller base, and I'm going to move everything across just a bit in my process AI function. And I'm simply going to check one thing before I do anything else, and that is, before I process whether I should attack the target or wander, I'm actually going to have a diversionary function set up, so that what we're essentially going to be doing is checking the health of the player and seeing if they should be looking around for any pickups. So to do that, I'm going to go process AI, and I'm going to quickly get my controlled pawn, cast to character base, and from here, if that fails, we just run through to the rest of it. Realistically, that should never fail, but that's okay. Just setting it up just in case. So if that is going through, I'm going to get my health, and I'm going to compare it with the class defaults. So I'm going to get the class, and I'm just going to check the class defaults. So I'm going to check my health against it, and if my health is less than the default health, then what we want to do, if that goes into there, so if it's less than, we're going to go off and quickly check around our surroundings for any health. Otherwise, I'm going to set this to false, and I'm going to instead look for the player. So if that's the case, I'm going to connect this. I'm going to bring that up a bit so it's a bit clearer. So if this is true, I'm going to do a sphere overlap actors check, same as before. Let's plug this in. And I'm going to get my controlled pawn, and I'm going to get its location, which is where I'm going to test my sphere from. So get actor location. Object types are going to be world dynamic. There's a nice function here that I can do get class filter and tell it to only look for health pickups. And if there was an overlap that passed the filter, this will return true, which means if it found any health, that'll come out true. which means we would go for that. But if this is false, we go to here. So if this is true, I'm then just going to do an AI move to, which is going to be my pawn. The destination is going to be just the 0 indexed mon, so whatever is the first one that it finds. Acceptance radius is 20. And that means that our AI will now divert to looking for health if there's some health within 1,000 units of their location and they've been damaged. Okay, so let's test that out. Compile, save. First off, we need our AI to find us. There they are. There you go. So they ran off and they grabbed health instead. And because our health pickups are so low, they're actually prioritizing health at the moment. Now, that's all it took for us to get that essentially working. One thing I would like to do here, though, is test it in full so that they're actually getting full health from these health pickups. So I'm just going to up the value in the health pickup to be 50 instead, which should put them back at full health from a hit. So now that that's been bumped up, if I test this out and see if we have any enemies around us. So that she's seen me. Oh, whoops, probably shouldn't have killed her. Not the point of this project. So now they've been hit. I'm just going to do a very quick test and run them towards health. Now the one over here. See how she diverted and grabbed the health instead? That's all it takes. You now got AI that actually seeks out actual health. Safe. So, that's it for the core fundamentals of how these things should be set up. The final thing is going to be setting it so that these health pickups spawn. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, instead of having the health pickup, I'm going to create a health spawner that spawns health pickups. And every time those are destroyed, so every time they're collected, it waits a couple of seconds before creating a new one. So to do that, all I need to do is go to my content browser. I'm going to create a new blueprint class. It's going to be of type actor, and I'm going to call this spawner, not KG spawner. Now in KG spawner, what I'm going to do is set this so that on begin play, it's going to spawn actor from class. So it's going to create something, and it's going to create something at its location, so at its own transform. Now that I've done that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say bind, so on destroyed. It's going to do this event, which is going to be an event that has a delay of, let's say, by default 5 seconds, at which point it's going to rerun this, which essentially means on destroyed, so it's going to spawn something, which we haven't set just yet. It's going to spawn something. Anytime that thing gets destroyed, it's going to wait 5 seconds before spawning it again. So I'm going to promote this to a variable and call it respawn wait, or delay actually. So we have respawn delay. Over here, I'm going to bind this to a variable, and I'm going to call this actor to spawn. I'm going to set both of these to be visible, and I'm going to set the defaults so that by default it is a health pickup, and the delay is already set to 5. So I'm just going to have this, I'm going to delete these health pickups now, and instead add the item spawner that we've created. So I'm going to put one there and another one here. Now, there's no item there yet. However, if I was to spawn in the world,
you'll see that they are actually there now. And all I need to do is now wait for an enemy to come find me, and I can show you what it looks like when they're destroyed and they're recreated. Somewhere out there is an AI running in the exact opposite direction to me. Yep, there they are. So I've hit them once. Now they're going to chase me. And they collected their AI, and at the very end there you saw it respawning. So we know that that's working. And that's all it takes. You've now got a full respawning, cycling health system in the game. You can add these to wherever you want, and the variables are exposed, so you can change how long it takes for them to respawn in certain areas. So there's only 3 things that we really need to do before this series is complete. The next one that we'll be doing is adding some pop-ups so that whenever we finish a wave it says wave completed on screen. The one after that will be giving us a camera blend target so that when the game finishes it'll pop out over there and we'll let your character kind of do a victory dance before restarting the game. And then finally we'll be packaging it for distribution. So let's get on with that. Now, to do the content for the HUD, we're going to go to our content browser, blueprints, and I'm going to go down to user interface and create a new widget blueprint. And I'm going to call this UI HUD. Now within UI HUD, this is actually not going to have anything in this situation apart from the wave completed message. If you want to, you're more than welcome to bind it to actual in-game variables and set up a more complete project. But in this situation, all I want to do is add in text that is going to be anchored to the center of the screen. I'm going to make the alignment 0.5, 0.5, and set the positioning to 0, so we're dead in the center. I'm going to size to content and set this to around a font of about 60 or 70. I think 70 will do. And the text is just going to say wave completed in an excited way. So we've got wave completed, and I'm going to have this initially hidden. So I'm going to set the visibility to be hidden. Now, to have this pop up on screen, I'm simply going to add an animation, and this is going to be called wave completed pop-up anim. And for this, I'm going to first off name the wave completed to be wave comp text. I'm going to add this, and I'm going to add a visibility track as the first port of call. So initially, this is going to set it to visible, at which point at the end of the pop-up, which will be just 1 second long, I'll set it to hidden again. So we're visible and then hidden. As a quick touch, I'm going to add a track, and that's going to be a transform. I'm going to set the initial transform to have a scale of 1, which is the default. However, at the end, I'm also going to have it set to a scale of 1, so I'm just going to click the add scale, which will grab the default XY of 1. And over here, I'm going to add this again, add scale keyframe, which will add it to both channels. And the reason I'm doing this is so that we can do a really quick pop, which is around here. I'm going to set this value to 1.1, and I'm going to set this value also to 1.1, which means when we play it, it'll have a little bit of a pop when it comes on screen. Now that we've got our wave completed pop-up animation, I'm going to simply compile it, save it, and now I'm going to load the player controller. So within the player controller, we're going to have to add this to our viewport, and then when it's the right time, we'll play the animation itself. So on begin play, I'm going to tell it that I want to add create a new widget, which would be our HUD. And it's just going to be UI HUD, which you can see here. So we're creating the widget, setting it to HUD, at which point I'm going to
promote this to a variable because I want to store a reference to our HUD widget. So we now have a HUD widget stored. Now I'm going to add this to the viewport. And now the next step is going to require an additional event within our game mode. So I'm going to go Content Browser, Game Mode, and within here, whenever we spawn a new wave, so we call Start New Wave, I'm going to put in an event dispatcher here that lets anything else in the game know that it's time to create a new wave. So I'm going to add an event dispatcher that's called New Wave. Drag this in, and I'm just going to call it at this time. Now the reason I'm doing this is that if I go to here, I can now get my game mode. I can check that it's the KG game mode. And assuming that it is, what we're going to do is we're going to bind to new wave. And make a custom event that is pop-up wave UI, which is simply going to call on the HUD widget, play animation, and it's going to look for an input animation. Now your first thought might be to click on here, but that's not how this actually works. We need to get a reference to it from the HUD widget. So I'm going to drag down and I'm just going to type in anim, and you'll see that we have get wave completed pop-up anim, which is the animation that I created. And now when I connect this to here, everything is sorted. So compile, save. I'm going to hit play now. And I'll just wait for an enemy to appear. So this first wave is only one person. Wave completed pops up, and the new wave spawns. And we're all set. That's all it took. So for our next section, we're going to be adding the final camera blend, at which point we'll add in the packaging settings, and that'll be all there is. So for this video, we're going to be doing the final gameplay change, which is going to be a simple section that will change the view target over to a camera that's within the world. And the reason we're doing this is that it's kind of nice to have the camera kind of looking at the rest of the scene with you in it and the player just playing a victory animation. So to do this, I'm going to go to my content browser and I'm going to open up my game mode. Now the reason I'm doing this is I want to set up a function so that when we increment waves, if we're actually over the final wave index, we no longer spawn a new wave, but instead what we do is we play the end game scenario. So I'm going to need an additional check, which is going to be just here. So I'm going to move these across. And this additional check is simply going to say, there we go. If the queue, sorry, not the queue, if the waves, if the last index is less than the current wave index, so if the last index is less than the wave index, that means that we've now gone beyond the scope of this array. So if that is false, we continue doing what we were doing. So if the last index is equal to or greater than the wave index, just keep doing what we're doing. However, if this is true, I'm going to create a custom event that is going to be called endgame. So if this is true, I'm just going to call endgame. Plug this in here, and I'll try and neaten this up just a little bit. And in the endgame function, I'm going to now have a binding set up to simply change the camera target on the character themselves. So to do this, I'm going to get my endgame function, and off of this, I'm going to get the current player controller. And now there's a nice little function here that I can do, which if I drag in, I can actually type in blend, and you'll see that we have set view target with blend. Now, setting the view target with blend just looks for a new camera that you want to have as the view target, how long it takes to get there, and whether you want to lock the outgoing or not, which I strongly recommend. So I'm going to set the blend time to be 4 seconds. I'm going to lock the outgoing, which means if the camera that you're moving away from is shifting, it doesn't try and match up with that and try and be somewhere in between. Believe me when I say this is usually the safest option, is to lock the outgoing camera. Now, the other thing that I'm going to want to do here is I need to actually give it something to look at. So what I would strongly recommend doing is adding a get all actors of class and just looking for any camera in the game that we can adhere to. Now that we've got every camera in the game, I'm going to simply get a random one of these. So I'm going to get the length, and I'm going to type random, and then I'm going to get the random camera that's been selected, compile, and now within the map, if I want to, I can simply add in a camera actor from the modes panel. So I'm going to put a couple of these into the map at different locations. This one can be here. And now, if I were to play the game, I would jump all the way through to add the new waves. Now, the problem is that there's a lot of waves right now for me to test with, so I'm just going to delete all of my waves except the first, and save. And now if we test this out, when the game finishes, you'll see that we'll get a camera that will move over to wherever we chose for it to be. So the final thing there is simply going to be adding in on this. We want to tell the players to play an animation, and I'm just going to hook that up with a delegate. So once again, I'm going to get this and make an event dispatcher, and I'm going to call this endgame, endgame dispatch. I'm going to call this, compile, save, and from here, if I were to go to my my player classes, so I'm going to go to my content browser, I'm going to open up KG character base. Now from here, what I'm going to do is go to my event graph, and on begin play, I'm going to get the game mode. I'm going to cast to our game mode. I'm going to bind to the end game dispatcher that we created. I'm going to create a custom event off of this that's just going to be called endgame dance. And this is going to be a montage. So I'm going to go to my content browser, assets, night, and you see that we have an animation called victory, which currently looks like this. So it's just a victory dance up and down. So I know this goes for quite a while, it's 5 seconds worth. So I'm going to set this to be a quick, simple montage that I'll play on the character. So in my content browser, I'm going to right click, create, and a montage. I'm happy to leave it as being called victory montage. So from in here, I'm going to go to my character base, and my endgame dance is simply going to be set this up to play montage. The montage is going to be the victory montage. And this means that every player that's currently alive when this goes off will be there. The other thing that I'm going to do, just in case, is disable movement. So that will now disable the movement and then play the anim montage. So that's our standard endgame dance, and this means that when we die, if we call endgame, it's actually going to do it for both teams. So I've got that in there. what I'm going to do is go to my game mode, and since that's all being called, this will currently work, but I do want to have a quick thing in there so that if the player ever dies, that I've set it up to be playing end game for them as well. So what we need to do here is we're going to go to our character base, and we're going to create a simple extra piece of functionality that is going to see if when someone dies, if that person dying is the player. If that is the player, it's going to report back to the game mode, end game. So in character base, I'm going to go to here, and just before I destroy everything, in fact, I'm going to do it before the delay, that way as we die we'll move away and we'll see the player on the ground. I'm going to do a branch, which is going to be simply getting the controller, and I'm going to check if the controller that we're getting is a player controller, and if it is a player controller, so if that's true, we're going to do an extra thing. If it's false, we'll do what we've always done. But if it's true, I'm going to call end game on the game mode. So I need to get a reference to the game mode. Since we can't get up to this without having done the earlier cast, I'm simply going to do a pure cast. Cast to KG game mode, convert to pure. And from here, I'm simply going to say, if this is going to there, we're going to call end game. Compile, save. So if it is a player, we'll do that. And then in my game mode, after I've done this set target with blend, I'm going to have a delay that is 6 seconds, at which point, for the time being, I'm happy to actually just I'm happy to restart the level itself. So just reload everything. To do that, the quickest way is actually going to be for me to execute console command. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to type in restart level. Now in a standard game, what you would want to do is to actually go ahead and load up a menu, you know, like a death menu, and then let them select whether they want to restart or what you want to do. But this will suffice for the time being. So if we play this, we've only got one person in there at the moment, so if I find them, let them beat me. So that did fall over, however it looks like it wasn't actually playing our animation. So the reason that didn't work was because I forgot one extra check, which was in my character base. I want to make sure that when we call disable movement and endgame dance, that I only do that on living players. You don't want your bodies getting up and dancing. So if the health is greater than 0, so if that's true, compile save. So we're almost there. Most of this is functional. The only thing that we need to do now is also set in the anim montage this to the full body slot. So I'm going to save that now. And from here, we should now have a fully functional build that if I die or if the other player dies, it's going to restart the level, and we'll have all of the basic animation support in there. So there I am. I died. She jumped in the air. And that restarted. So now if I run around, she should be here again. I accidentally left an additional camera actor over there. We'll see her eventually. There we go. So before she died, this time I'll win. So that's it. That's all we needed for the main project. The next thing will be packaging it, and then we'll be done. So this is the last video of this series. What you are going to be doing here is going through and actually creating a packaged build. So this is the kind of build that you could actually send to a friend and have them testing the game. So I'm going to go to File, Package Project, and you'll see that we have Windows. Now I could just select this and set things up, but I'd rather first time go to Package Settings, and we'll get this menu here. Now there's a couple of things to take note of. Some of these are a bit more in depth than what we really need to cover here, such as the HTTP packaging settings. But for the time being, the ones that I recommend you being aware of are build configuration, which allows me to select either development or shipping. Now these two are very similar, however there are some important differences between the two. So in a shipping build, it removes the console from the game, and it removes all stats and profiling stuff as well under the hood. So shipping build's actually going to run better, but you won't necessarily have access to everything that you typically would in the development build. But for the most part, during development, you're going to just be doing development builds. That said, I do recommend every now and then doing a shipping build, just in case, to make sure that nothing is somehow broken in that area. Now, the other settings that are worth noting are your staging directory, which is just where the content's going to get copied to. In this situation, I'm just going to make a section under Udemy, which is going to be in demos, and I'm just going to make a new folder called package. So that'll go to there. Now, you've got a full rebuild. By default, it's off. It's up to you as whether you want it enabled or disabled. It's just the difference between doing an iterative build or not. Sometimes that can cause issues, but I often find it's okay to not do a full rebuild. That said, if you're doing a build, you're going to be sitting down and going for the long haul anyway and, cooking out all the files. So it is probably best practice to actually keep this enabled for the most part, especially if you're doing something like using a build server that's going to be running overnight. Now, here we have nativization of blueprint assets. In 4.14, this is experimental, but from 1.5 and onwards, this is no longer considered an experimental feature. This will convert down all of your blueprint assets to C++, which will make them more efficient. It's up to you whether you want to check this. I strongly recommend, since it's out of experimental from 1.5 onwards, to actually keep this checked, but that's up to you. Now from here, we've got only two other things that we really need to make note of. Both are reasonably important. First is if I click here, I can scroll down and you can see we've got some additional options for what we're cooking and what we're not cooking. Now in this situation, I'm going to go ahead and tell it list of maps to include in a packaged build. If I click this, I can now browse for any maps that I want to have included. So I'm going to make sure that my survival map is included. I'm then going to go up to maps and modes, and I'm going to ensure that the game default map is set to my survival map. So that means that when the game first launches, it'll go straight into that. Now, from here, I'm going to go and change one last thing. I'm going to go to my content browser, and I'm going to open up the game mode. Now, the reason I'm doing this is at the moment we can have a really boring game if we just launch in with one mage. So I'm going to set up some waves. I'm just going to set up the first one to be character base. In fact, I might make quite a few character bases in that first round. I'm then going to add another wave, and again I'm going to have a couple of character bases, and then we're going to have the mages come in towards the end. So put you in. Finally, for the last one, I'm going to add a wave and then have a couple of mages here. I'm going to compile and save. And now I'm just going to push this build out. Windows 64. It's already set up because of the directory from staging, so I'm just going to click OK. Now I'm just going to wait for that to finish. And it shouldn't take too long. So now that it's done, I'm going to open up the directory, which has the build inside of it. And that directory is just in packaged. I've got Windows no editor. So I'm going to launch the game up. And the game's loaded up. And I can see if I run around, everything's totally working. We've got our bad guys.
throw magic at them. And we're all good. Simple little game. So that's it. That's our project completed. For your continuation, I highly recommend going through. Make sure you add some effects and sound effects. But everything that you need to really polish this up, you've been taught.